right, well, welcome everybody to another exciting episode of the Collectorcast. Episode 15. Can you imagine, we've done this for a little over a year now. 15 episodes.
That's a long time, yeah.
Congratulations.
Like to us, but that's 10 episodes for you, Bill.
Yeah, I'm almost, what's, I think year one is paper. Right?
Well, I'll find like a torn apart NES manual or something.
Exactly, yeah. No greeting cards. It has to be like a piece of paper.
Have like no cover, or just, you know.
Yeah, like a torn cover Game Informer issue 67.
Oh, man. Well, welcome everybody to another show, and like we always like to do right at the top, I wanted to say hello. Not that we've already chit-chatted a little bit, but again, as always, I'm duke.togo, and joining me, I don't really have any fancy intros today. I guess I was too lazy to think of it. So, Bill. Hey, Bill.
Yep, Bill's here.
Yeah, Bill. And Mr. Crab.
He's here, too.
Master. All right. That's good enough. People know who we are. I think if you've been listening this long, you know who we are. And if you haven't been listening this long, go back and listen to some other episodes.
Yeah,
we'll introduce ourselves better.
I think most people, when they listen to one episode and they're like, yeah, I got to get on this train, they tend to go back to like episode 1 and catch up.
Okay, don't do that.
Yeah, at your own risk. Don't say. You know what? There's a really good one where they had a dude on like an interview talking about like 32X stuff. Find that episode and start there.
I think probably by what? I think episodes like 2 and 3 one wasn't bad.
I thought 1 was good.
Well, 1 wasn't bad. I think 2 and 3 were better, and 5. Well, we had that Bill guy on.
Yeah, and man,
still
15
haven't recovered.
Just you wait. See what 15 has in store.
That's right. We're gonna blow your mind, or something like that. We'll probably blow a few hours. But a couple places where you can find us. Well, number one, we are at collectorcast.com, so you can track us down and find us there. Where else can people find us? Bill.
Twitter, Collectorcast. Hit us on there. We share that Twitter account. We try to let you know who's tweeting when we tweet on that account. And that also links to the next place you can find us, Krabby.
Is that Facebook?
That is Facebook.
Nice. Got it.
A place where Krabby is on neither of those two. So 2/3 of us. 2/3 of us participate.
Yeah. And then you can get Krabby on Telegraph.
Carrier pigeon, I think. Here's my suggestion. Just shame Krabby into making him actually use social media.
Or if you want to talk to me, you can just go to RF Generation, and I'm always around there.
That's true.
Yeah.
He is.
Generation.com.
It's like a form of social media.
It's kind of like ancient social media.
I'm okay with that.
Where Canada hasn't quite moved into the 21st century quite yet, so maybe you're catching up, right?
I can't. My dial-up can't keep up with all the tweets.
I thought you have like rodents running in cages to power the whole setup. Is that
they get tired? They need a break once in a while. They die. You got to find a new one. You know how it is.
There you go. And a couple places elsewhere people can find the show. So where can they download the show from, Bill?
I use iTunes myself because what I like to do is I like to let the show know how much I value the quality by reviewing that show on iTunes, because I know how important those reviews are to making sure that the show gets seen by as many people as possible who like awesome shows.
Yeah, no, definitely. We certainly appreciate when people go over there and rate us and give us reviews. And foreshadowing, talk a little bit more about that. Where else, Craig? Where else can people get the show?
The old YouTubes.
That's your kind of home base, right?
Yeah, I like the YouTube. I can get used to that one. So I'll eventually migrate to the other two once no one's using them anymore.
The best thing about Krabby's YouTube is that he uses a VCR to get your stuff there.
Yeah, he does.
I do not. I just use the RF. I like the RF more than the AV cords. Get the little fuzz when you start them up.
And one other place you can catch the show if you prefer on your smart devices is Stitcher. So if you download the Stitcher app, stitcher.com/RF Generation, you can find us there. Do us a favor and enter the promo code RF Generation. We'd certainly appreciate that. We've got a couple reviews on iTunes. I thought maybe we'd take a minute to recognize those kind folks that took the 2 seconds to jot a little bit something in. So
me and Krabby.
I don't know. Maybe if these are your names, you're like your pen names, right?
No, yeah.
So, first off is from Joel Gilliam. We're a little late to the party, but he wrote this back on November 16th of last year.
Wow, we are late.
I'm sure his life has just changed forever.
Maybe he's dumped us by now. But he says that's for game collector enthusiasts, gave 5 stars, and this is what he had to say. He said, "Awesome podcast, just really fun to hear about what other collectors have found out in the wild, and the guys have a good sense of humor and a deep knowledge of the subject. Highly recommended."
Wow,
awesome!
How you like that?
What a nice guy.
Yeah, and then he listened to more episodes and then found out what we're really all about. But thank you very much, Joel Gilliam, if you're still listening.
That was really nice of Joel. I hope he's still listening.
That was very nice. And next, from A Prompt, I'm going to take it that's a username, back on March 31st of this year. Great show, 5 stars. And what he had to say was, really easy to get into and great tips on collecting. I'm going to start collecting now, and we'll hit up your sale threads to fund your future buys. Yes, please.
Duke's got an Aladdin, I think, for sale.
I do. And it says we'll be joining RF Generation very soon. So hopefully he did. Maybe I don't remember an A prompt, but maybe he came under a different name.
Maybe he came under DOS user.
Who knows, right?
Mm.
But thanks, guys. Really appreciate you guys taking the time to rate us. And a few other people have given us ratings, which we appreciate, maybe not written anything out, but, if you guys have 2 seconds, go over there and write a nice review. Let people know what you think of the show. If you don't like the show, then don't. Write a review.
Yeah, if you don't like the show, it's not called the RF Generation Collectorcast. It's called something else.
Yeah. Giant Bombcast, I think is what that show's called. If you want to write a review of that one, feel free. Oh, but seriously, thanks. Thanks very much. And something kind of akin to that is we got a donation, guys.
Woo! We love money.
Well, we get so many of those, I misplace them sometimes.
Yeah, it's the money just flows in like a tap.
Yep.
I think what we should do
dropped.
is I heard about this wacky thing where you start a Kickstarter for like $10, and then you put crazy stretch goals to fund your podcast.
I read this great review, article on how to do a Kickstarter, and like every other tip in it was just so you know it won't go viral. And then the next tip was something real, and the next tip was like, seriously, it's not going to go viral. And then another tip, then another. It said, listen to me. I know you think it's going to go viral because like 50 of them have, but there's 40 million of them out there. It's not going to go viral. So. If it were only that easy, start a Kickstarter, $80,000.
Yeah. I don't see that in our future, and that's okay. We'll still be happy to provide you the show at our expense, but we do certainly appreciate it if you would like to donate. So we did get a donation from Justin, who goes by Highwind. He recently joined rfgeneration.com, and we'll be mentioning him a little bit later in Small Scores, but thank you very much, Justin, for the donation. We really appreciate it.
We definitely do.
Absolutely we do.
Yeah. And if you want to donate, hey, you always got to hit people up for money, right?
Yep.
Just go to collectorcast.com. There's a PayPal donate button right there. Even if you want to give $1 thin dollar or Canadian loony or toonie or whatever the heck those things are.
We got them both.
We would love it. Just anything is great. You don't have to have any kind of crazy donation. We really appreciate anything you'd like to do.
Right. And I mean we can honestly say that none of this money goes into any of our pockets.
No, the money goes the opposite direction, quite honestly.
Yeah. The money makes it so slightly less money comes out of our pockets to make the show.
Yep, pretty much. But which we're happy to do. Don't get us wrong, we love doing the show. And we'll continue to do it even if it makes us a little more broke. But that's all right.
We'll be the best homeless podcast host we can be.
That's right. With our big cardboard box full of lots of little cardboard boxes.
Yeah, that you can walk around in, like, and then people have, like, question marks over their heads.
So, very good. Now, a couple things have been going on with the RF Gen community at large, right?
Yeah, we have, if you're foreshadowing the community playthrough, Krabby actually, Krabby, was it Arkham Asylum that you guys played through last month?
It was, yep.
Yeah, so a bunch of sites have done this before, community playthrough where a bunch of people kind of get together and play through the same game and kind of talk about their experience. Maybe it's something new, maybe it's something they've gone back to, but just a fun thing to do all together. So a few people thought it might be fun to try to make this a monthly thing. And you might have seen the thread if you're a member on RFGen, but since Krabby is going to be very busy for the next for foreseeable future month or so, Fleech, one of our up and coming members, trying to get more involved, has thought it'd be a good idea to try to make this thing happen. So him and I have been trying to figure out what might be a cool thing to do. So Arkham Asylum, obviously it's a couple of years old, but it's pretty, I think you consider it like a current game, like a current gen game. So we thought we'd go back retro. Now we chose 3 games, and everyone's already said exactly what we knew they were going to say. These games are really short. You can beat these games in a sitting.
That's the idea.
Exactly. You can beat these games in a sitting or two. It's like, well, that's it. Like, we know that some members don't have, hours and hours as much as they'd like to sit down and play games. So, and we wanted to go back retro to the 16-bit days of the amazing Disney Virgin Interactive games. So, we decided on The Lion King. For either Genesis or Super Nintendo. I know there's differences, but whichever you prefer. Aladdin, same thing, Genesis or Super Nintendo, and Goof Troop, which is one I've never played, but Fleets told me has kind of like a top-down Zelda feel to it. So if you're interested in playing those, this show should be released to the general public, hopefully by at the latest early June. Hopefully before that. And Goof Troop, which is, Fleets told me it's kind of like a top-down Zelda adventure type theme. We are going to be, it's trying to do this every month, so these are the games for June. So if you don't have them, pick them up. They're fairly common, so you should be able to find without too much trouble. I think we foreshadowed that Duke might have at least one of these games in his for sale thread.
Aladdin for Super Nintendo.
Nice. And like we said, these games are not terribly long. You can beat Lion King and Aladdin in one sitting, even if you have to learn the game a little bit. And they're just fun platformers. And then Goof Troop, I haven't played, but I'm looking forward to it. For the people who do have lots of free time or maybe want to go after a challenge or two, we just decided that we're going to be posting kind of like a list of goals or achievements. So for you guys who want to try to beat a level like while taking no damage, or collecting all the bugs in a Lion King bonus level, or all the jewels in one of the Abu bonus stages, we're going to put a handful of challenges together just so people who really want to go after the games can. And we are going to post a poll. We're going to have a vote for the next for the July game, and I can promise the July game will not be a short game, nor one you can finish in one sitting.
Mass Effect 3. All right.
Nope.
All right.
Challenge taken. I'm gonna have to one-sitting this.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. No, we're excited, and big thanks to Fleech for stepping up and helping out. And I'm sure that we've already got like a half dozen at least people in for this one, so probably get a pretty decent turnout.
Yeah. And I think we mentioned it on the last show, but we're going to be live, right, Bill?
Live. Yeah, I don't have a better live announcement voice than that.
This is what you get to look forward to.
Live from Philadelphia.
Yeah, we're gonna have like wrestling intro music, I'm sure by then. But yeah, Too Many Games. So if you're not familiar with the show, go to toomanygames.com. It is June 14th, 15th, and 16th, which is why I really hope we get the show out in time for you to hear about it. So right now, and it's in Philadelphia. So if you're in the area or you want to come down and hang out for 1 day, 2 day, all 3 days, it's not an expensive show. 3-day pass is $25, and then Sunday and Saturday are $15 and $20 if you just want to come for the 1 day. So the 3-day pass is a pretty good deal. I just found out just from looking through the some of the other things going on. Power Glove's going to be there.
Nice.
If you guys,
I'm jealous.
Yeah,
I love those guys.
If you guys. So, I mean, most of you guys probably already know about Power Glove. I did not realize Power Glove did the soundtrack for Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon.
I didn't know that either.
That's awesome.
And it is awesome. So, yeah, so that's going to be a fun show. And so, yeah, check out the website, toomanygames.com. Our show has, I'm glad we mentioned last time that we're tentatively scheduled because we did get bumped back 1 hour. So the good news is you'll be early, not late, if you come at the original time. So we're now Saturday at 1 p.m., if you're planning on coming in, just check out the. We'll be on all the schedules, and I'm sure we'll be posted on the panel room there. But Saturday at 1 to 2 p.m., we're going to be doing a live show, and we're going to have people tweeting in pictures of the cool stuff that they've grabbed at the show so far, because there's going to be a lot of vendors. They said more vendors this year than they've ever had before, so hopefully a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, so make sure if you're going, that you tweet us some pics, so that way we don't have to just sit and talk about all our cool stuff.
Yeah. And I can already tell you, spoiler alert, what Duke's probably going to be picking up before the show.
Yes.
Have you heard? Has anyone else heard about there's a new NES game and a new Master System game being released at the show?
There is 2 new homebrews, and I think this, to my knowledge, is the first Sega Master System homebrew release. So, got to get out. You got to pick them up. They're pretty reasonably priced, and I know prices for Dragon's Feet, which came out at the show last year, had a special edition just for that show. Later came out another one for Nintendo Age, but prices have been pretty good on that one. So
yeah, the market is up.
Yeah, I'll be picking a couple copies up. So you might want to make sure to stop over there, check them out. Definitely looking forward to it. New NES games, that's always happy for me. And if you're going to be there, and just catch us on Twitter or something, let us know. We'll be happy to say hey.
Yeah, we'll just hit us on Collectorcast. Anything we just mentioned, the Facebook page, RF Generation. Anybody who wants to meet up, you let us know, and we'll make it happen.
Yeah, be lots of fun. We'll be there for all 3 days, at least part of Sunday, maybe not the whole thing, but we'll be definitely there Friday and Saturday.
I think I might be able to guarantee that if you're an Assimilate fan,
yes,
you're gonna be pretty happy.
That's right. Yeah, Assimilate creator John White gonna be there. He's gonna be tagging along. So.
Yep, riding our coattails.
I don't know. He'll probably be having a lot of fun, I'm sure.
He's got his own coattails to worry about.
No, he does. So good.
We really hope to see. I've mentioned a few times at some of the shows we've been to in the past. If anybody ends up, going out there, but RF Gen, we have a lot of members spread across. Not just the country, but it's starting to get a lot of attention in the Australias and the Japans, and it's really interesting to see some of the traffic. So very, very interested to meet some of the people who enjoy the show and enjoy the site.
Certainly. Well, speaking of the show, let's get on with the next part.
All right, I'm gonna kick it with my good buddy Techie413. So if you're new to the site, Techie's a great guy. You'll learn very quickly that he's great, but at the same time you're angry because he finds all the stuff that you kind of wish you could find.
I don't think anyone wishes they found N-Gage stuff.
Except for this first thing I was going to say, yeah.
So and who fixed the spelling? When it said
I don't remember.
Congratulations.
I have spell check, and I right click all the red lines.
Nobody right clicked that red line. I've been waiting for it. Someone changed it.
Or pro.
Bastards.
Yeah, also we call each other out on spelling mistakes, so Krabby's just a little upset because I got to fix it before he caught it. So Techie, who's my sad Anaheim Ducks fan because they just got eliminated. I feel his pain. He got an N-Gage t-shirt and 5 complete N-Gage games, and he said he's really close to a complete N-Gage set.
Either I'm having deja vu or we talked about this last time, because I remember the awesome N-Gage shirt. I just remember that shirt.
Oh, sorry, because someone told me we left off on page 691.
No, we might have.
That does sound familiar.
Maybe I'm just reliving a dream.
You want to start off? You want
N-Gage every
no,
night.
that's good. Let's go.
All right, so we're gonna run off the assumption that this has not been talked about, and
if so, it's just so awesome. We had to talk.
And
about
Duke was just dreaming about it.
That's right.
So and the Virtual Boy that he picked up, it was just parts. I think it was just the body and the controller. Yeah. And he said it was going to be for parts. So foreshadowing. We'll just hold on to that for a little bit. And he's got a Mario Tennis cart and the Baldur's Gate collection. If you're a PC person, you know all about Baldur's Gate. If you're not a PC person, I believe Baldur's Gate was on the PS2, right, Crab?
Dark Alliance 1 and 2, yeah.
Yeah, so they were there.
They're quite different, yeah, but they're really good games. I liked them.
So PC, they're really politically correct? Is that the deal? Or...
Extremely.
Oh, okay.
You'll never hear them. It's like everything's just like, oh, just say something the way you mean it for once.
How do you fit those discs into the Nintendo? I don't get it.
The same way. Never mind. I had something smart ass, but I'm not going to bother. And then some Atari carts, including Gorf.
Gorf is cool.
You guys familiar with Gorf?
I do know Gorf, actually. Yes, I've got a Gorf on the ColecoVision.
Oh, very cool. Foreshadowing. And then Mary-Kate and Ashley. Yay! Was that the Magical Mystery Mall? Is that the best one of the series?
No, Sweet 16 License to Drive is, obviously.
Okay. Well, that's not what we're saying on the Magical Mystery forums. But you guys
get it together.
The
whole Mary-Kate and Ashley thing was always really disturbing to me. Am I the only one?
No, I don't think it's as disturbing as Bronies, but it's up there.
Yeah, it always gave me that feeling like this is somehow really wrong.
Yeah.
My sister used to have some of their like cassettes where they sang songs, and when we'd go on like road trips, everyone, someone got to pick the music, then the next person. So we'd always have to listen to like an hour of Mary-Kate and Ashley singing songs about broccoli. And,
I didn't know Canada had democracy. It's pretty cool.
All right, we're moving on, right?
What about Cube World?
What about it?
Are you into it? Is it your thing?
It's a thing.
Yeah, I don't know about this thing.
I don't know if I would want to be in a world of cubes. Unless they were game cubes.
Ooh. If you duct tape a couple of those together, then you'd be in a cube world.
Be in the Wii world.
Yep.
Add one more and you're in the Wii U world.
Full circle.
Up next, you got something actually I think is really awesome.
Me too.
Yeah, I was going to let you take this because you were just saying recently that you haven't, somehow in your years of collecting, haven't come across any boxed Nintendo systems?
Seriously. I don't know what the deal is, but I don't see them. Maybe out here in Indiana, everybody just burns their boxes or something. But he got a nice NES Power Set box.
Yeah, very nice looking. And he's not the first Power Set box not the last Power Set box this month.
No, and that's the box that I want for my collection. I want the Power Set. I'm like a Power Pad guy. I need that one.
Oh yeah, with your video, yeah.
Even with the giant Mattel logo on there.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a Mattel version of that for the Canadian market. Let's look into that.
Wait, I think it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Crab, but wasn't it? It's everything before a certain date because Nintendo bought their distribution rights back from them.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
So I don't know when the Power Set was released, so I'll have to look.
You can just slap your own Mattel sticker around.
How's that? Let's cut the one out of my box now and glue stick
You can create a new
there.
variant.
There you go.
And also the theme for this month, or one of the themes for this month, seems to be Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. So this is not the first time you're going to hear. So what Techie picked up was the Oracle of Seasons and Ages combination strategy guide, which is a nice thing that I don't think it's terribly rare, but I don't see it very often either.
All right, what do you guys think? All right, you got Oracle Seasons, Oracle Ages, or would you go with Minish Cap?
Can I pick Link's Awakening?
No, you can't.
I was just thinking that actually.
You can't pick because that's obviously better.
All right, I'll go Seasons Ages.
I'm gonna go Minish Cap.
I would go Minish Cap. All right, because I think the reason I'm saying that I think all three of these, if I remember right, were developed by Capcom. Or I know Four Swords was. I think Minish Cap was. Were these?
I think so. I'm not positive. I think so.
Yeah, and Four Swords is kind of a different league.
Yeah.
Yes.
What it is,
yeah.
So. There we go. Sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Well, we were just that I just wanted to mention Oracle of Seasons and Ages was going to be one of the themes, and then Techie kind of moves in a different direction and picks up some Genesis complete games. Got
Genesis does.
Yep. Sonic and Knuckles, Decap Attack, Blaster Master 2.
Ooh, that's not good. Blaster Master 2 is not good.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do? It happens. It's there. And then he picked up a couple of super common Nintendo carts, Dragon Warrior 2 and 3.
I just throw these out when I find them.
just right along with Duck Hunt, right?
I hoard those Super Mario Brother cards, but nah, there you go.
So, and then Captain Clean Swabs. I'm not familiar with these things, and they might just be some, generic cleaning thing, but I love finding, like, random products like this.
Yeah, I've got, like, some, like, Doc's Fix System kits or something, like, from the 90s.
I remember those, yeah.
Those are cool. I've got one sealed and, like, one that I still actually use.
Do you mean, like, the CD Doctor?
It's, like, the same thing, but it's like a bunch of, like, cleaning, like, things for systems and carts and all this other stuff in there.
Cool. So, yeah, just moving along, he's got his Captain Clean Swab, so he got some N64 boxes. He's got a copy of NHL 97 for the Saturn, you guys.
Do we really need to mention that?
It's got John Van Beesbrook right on the front.
You can tell who wrote these scores out.
I've never even heard that name in my life before.
Yeah.
Well, that's because he's not a Canadian goaltender. Yeah. He's an American. So 5 more N-Gage games. Now, I know you guys have got to be excited.
Boom. He's got to be close to a set now, then. How many games are in that set? Either you know?
I'm actually not sure. I would guess like
70, 100.
30 and 40?
Yeah, I want to say like 40, 50, but I really don't know. It's just a guess on my part, too.
Yeah. So, and actually, Krabby, you tell me, like, so neither of these two carts are ones that I see very often. We got Hudson Hawk and Space Shuttle projects. Are those anywhere in the uncommon area?
I'd say Space Shuttle is. It's not worth anything really, but it's kind of hard to find.
Hudson Hawk is hard to find.
Is it? That one I've never had a problem with. I've seen several of those ones.
I've seen a lot more Space Shuttles than I have Hudson Hawk.
Well,
I wonder
people
if Hudson
don't like
Hawk
space
is
up here.
like. I wonder if Hudson Hawk is like an underground Canadian hero. And then what about Romance 2, 3, and 4? That's got to be cool.
Yeah, well, if you like Romance of the Three Kingdoms games or whatever, right? Those things
No. If you just like romance.
Oh, well, that's fine too. Is Fabio on the cover?
Oh, no, Iron Sword? No, you wish.
I can't believe it's not butter.
And then I'm sure Krabby's second favorite thing, probably after the Power Set box, picked up The Last Story.
It's a good one.
Is it really The Last Story, though?
Of these people, I would imagine,
Probably.
yes.
I'm pretty sure Sakaguchi will make another game.
Yeah, but not with these people.
False advertising.
And they had a complete Galactic Pinball for the Virtual Boy. And I think the story was, for this next little bit, he walked into a store, and they know him obviously very well because he buys all the stuff. And I think he said they just went in the back and brought out like a huge box of DS manuals, and they were like, here you go, yours. So he said right in his thread, if you need a DS manual, hit him up because he's got a whole bunch of them. So... And that's the majority of Techie's stuff for the month, so good stuff.
I gotta ask your opinion, all right? So, have either of you two played Galactic Pinball?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay, both of you. All right. I don't have Galactic Pinball, but like the store over here's got it. It's $10 for a loose cart, which is it's not a great price.
All right.
Worth $10.
Complete in box. I'd pay 15 for it. So for just a card, I wouldn't pay more than 5.
Okay, all right. So even just for playing it, though, is it worth it to play it?
If you're gonna sell it for $8 afterward, I guess.
It's okay,
but yeah,
it's not fantastic.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's not like Devil's Crush or something for TurboGrafx 16 where you've got to have it.
I like pinball.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's middle of the road.
Okay.
I got a copy of again pimping our own sales threads. I got a loose cart copy of Red Alarm that I can't move. For
Really?
just any money. Just anyone take some money or give it to me.
$1,000.
Yeah, one stroppenny.
Yeah, if I were you, I'd hold out for that complete box one with Virtual Boy games, especially that one.
Okie dokie. Maybe I don't.
You'll find one. It's one of the more common titles. Not that Virtual Boy games are really common, but
pinball.
That's one of the easy ones to find.
Sure enough. Well, then we're ready to move over to Mr. Grey Ghost, right?
I think you guys are both going to like a lot of this stuff.
Nah. I don't think so.
Oh,
I think you will.
I know one thing you're going to really like in here.
I'm curious to see how Krabby feels about a couple of these games in here that I don't know what his opinion is of yet.
Oh,
let's hear it.
All right, then. So what did he start off with, then?
Well,
Tell me.
The one that I'm curious to, because I don't think we've come across this on Krabby yet, is Grandia 2.
Haven't had a chance to play it yet.
Is it something that's on your list, or it doesn't appeal to you?
I would like to try it. It looks interesting. Yeah. I mean,
knowing the kind of games you like, I would have thought that you would have. Like, I know people who say Grandia 2 for the Dreamcast is their favorite RPG.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that too. Yeah.
So
There's just so much stuff on the like PS2 that I haven't had a chance to get to yet because there's just so many games in the library, and they're quite long. A lot of them.
Are you a Rune Factory guy?
A little bit. I like it. Rune Factory's a cool one.
Yeah, well, Grey Ghost got that for the Wii, so if you want to borrow it or something, I'm sure you could hit him up.
Just drive over.
Drop it off next time he's out.
And then Devil Summoner.
Devil Summoner.
Never played it.
I really want to.
Really?
I love Atlas games.
Anyway, Atlas, you're down.
Yeah.
Those was, I think I want to say I've got that one, I think.
So you love Wacky Races?
Haven't had a chance to love it yet.
Oh.
What?
Thanks for rubbing it in. I know both you guys have been like passing your copies back and forth. Bunch of jerks.
We're throwing them out the window, driving away from flea markets. I don't need this thing.
I just come by and just rub mine for whatever it's on.
So, and then, so this Final Fantasy X-2 guide, I mean, you see the X-2 guides pretty often, but he picked up the collector edition guide which, I don't know, something about Square Enix games, especially Square RPGs, like, I almost feel like the game's not complete without the guide. Even if you don't use it, like, I almost feel like it's just like supplemental material, you know?
Yeah, I don't care about X-2.
I still have my original one that I bought when the game was new. My guide.
Good for you.
Unfortunately, I ripped out the cool poster in the back that had like all the pictures of the girls and all their different job suits and stuff. But
what'd you do with that one?
I had it on the wall there for everyone to see how much I love 10-2. And I do love 10-2.
I love 10-2. That's not an ironic thing either. I had a Xenogears poster.
Oh, that's sweet.
That I don't even know why I did this, but I had the Xenogears poster and I gave it to this girl I was dating in high school.
Makes sense.
Because girls love Xenogears.
And I think I did it just to show her, like, hey, look how much I love this game. You can have this poster. And she actually,
in like kindergarten or something, like when you would just give like just ridiculous crap.
Your favorite Ninja Turtle or something.
Right.
Yep. So that gives you an idea of my maturity level in high school. So, but yeah, and actually I went to see her like years later, like I bumped into her and like I ended up like hanging out with her. We went to her house and it was still there. And I was like, you got it. Is like, can I have that? She's like, no, I like that poster.
Rip off.
I know.
And then, what did he get? You got Ni no Kuni?
It looks like he came home with Ni no Kuni. Now, I thought that was the hotness, and I feel like it kind of calmed down like really quickly.
Yeah, like, everyone was so excited for it, and it came out, and you heard a lot of good things for like a week, and then everyone stopped talking about it at the same time.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, it's not like it came out and it was like, oh, this isn't as good as we thought. It came out
Everyone
and it was
loved
like,
it.
It's the thing that we wanted, and then just bam. Like, and a buddy of mine who told me it was the best game he ever played. Like after like 2 weeks, I was like, so you still playing it? He's like, no. Like, well, I mean, did it stop being good? He's like, no, it's amazing. I just haven't turned it back on.
Huh.
So I don't know if like the game casts a spell on people, or
they're all still playing it. Nobody has time to type on the internet about it.
Gotta be it. Now this next game, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but it might be my single biggest disappointment.
Okay, I was glad you went that way.
Of my 360 career. Oh, you thought I was
going the other way.
Game of the generation. Yeah. So back a lot of people like obviously Square Enix RPGs, and I was a big fan, big follower of them for a while, and I kind of heard about this game, and it wasn't really getting a ton of press, but like it just looked really cool, and like the way I am, like when I hear about a game that I think is interesting and I want to play, I want to know nothing about it. I want to put headphones on and just don't tell me about it. I want to experience everything firsthand. And I have friends who think that's silly and they try to spoil things for me, so I have to like hide from them. But Last Remnant came out. I bought it day one, which I never do because I was like, oh, this is going to be so good. And holy crap, I played this game for I think 2 hours. I just turned the machine off and I walked out of my house and I just went for a walk because I had to
That's
calm
about
down.
the same spot I got to.
And said, please.
Oh my
please.
God. I said, yeah, I don't even think me at the time, like they already did that law where you couldn't return open stuff. So yeah. I think I eBayed it and it ended up costing me $10 in the end because I sold it for a pretty decent price because it was like launch day. but holy crap, like I wanted to like this game, and it was partially my fault for not, researching at all about it because I wanted to be surprised. But oh man, I've heard there's people who like it, so I mean, good for them. But
Have you seen the guide for that one too? It's like one of the thickest guides I've got in my collection. It's like 2 inches thick, and yeah.
I don't think I've seen it.
I got to about the same part you did, and I can't play it anymore. It's so boring.
So Grey Ghost, we are not making fun of you or your taste because it's beautiful box art. It's one of the nicest covers that you can have. I'm seriously curious if you're going to play this game or if it's just kind of to complete your Square Enix subset on your 360.
Isn't that probably everybody? I mean, like, I've got a copy on the shelf. I'm never going to put that stupid thing in my 360.
Have you played it?
No.
You should try it. It's really good.
It was like $5.
Yeah. It's awesome. You haven't been listening so far, right? Yeah, I paid like $63.
Duke's going to like the next one, finally. Something up his alley.
Yes, I am.
What, the Final Fantasy VIII guy?
Yes. He loves 8. He loves 8 more than 6. Or 3, or whatever he wants to call it.
The Killer 7.
Killer 7.
The Killer 7, man. Do you guys play Killer 7?
Yes.
I haven't played Killer 7.
Krabby's played Killer 7. He knows all about the twisted stories then, right?
I didn't get very far.
What?
Didn't get very far.
What is wrong with you?
I like how you actually thought that he didn't hear you.
No, I knew he heard me. I had nothing witty to come back with.
So how far did you get?
Probably an hour to an hour and a half in.
Oh, really?
I didn't like the controls. Like I couldn't play it very well, so I lost interest pretty quick.
Oh man, the zany story though is just worth it.
Well, you're a what's it called? No More Heroes fan too, right?
Yeah, Suda makes some just. No, don't get me wrong. This is a whacked out game. I mean, it's the story is out there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And you really have to play through the whole thing to really get a good grasp entirely of what the story is about. But it kind of ties itself well enough together that you're kind of like, whoa,
Yeah, there's something to be said about a game's story that really ties itself together well. I mean, most recently, BioShock Infinite kind of floored me with that story that tied together. But I haven't played Killer 7.
You probably, if you go into it, probably like the first hour or something, you're just going to go, I don't know, what is going on? But as you kind of get into it more, it kind of comes together. It's really wacky. I mean, you play as like these group of 7 assassins, and you can kind of switch through, a lot of them at will and certain key things, and certain ones have certain powers you have to get through certain areas.
So wait, are all 7 on the screen at once?
No.
Or you're one of them, and then you can press start and change, and then you become the other when you unpause?
Not exactly. There's certain places where you can go and change.
Oh, okay. I got you. I thought it was like Ninja Turtles on NES for a sec.
But they're really not individuals. They're like the personalities.
Yeah,
I don't want to give too much of the story away.
They give that away right off. But you kind of
they do. And that's why I don't want to spoil anything else.
So you're jacking into the Matrix and switching out?
No, it looks a little bit like that. God, I really wish I could talk more about it. I really don't want to spoil it.
Well,
Go try it out. It's interesting enough that I think everyone should try it.
Why don't I try it, and then we'll do like a spoiler cast on Killer 7.
Oh, it's been so long. I have to try to play through it again. But yeah, I would say definitely go give it a shot. The gameplay it's a little different. It takes a little getting used to, but I mean, it's not that bad. It's not the best. It's not the best.
Hey, Duke.
Yes.
Are you a big fan of Tonberry?
I'm pretty sure I don't know.
How about Doom Train?
I guess if you had to.
What about Eden?
If you had to fight them like in some sort of Final Fantasy game.
I feel like you might need this Final Fantasy VIII guide to kind of get your knowledge up on all those all that draw system.
I guess the good news is that Tonberries are pretty much in every Final Fantasy, so I could just relive it in a good one.
Yeah, like 8.
Yeah. No.
Or 10.
Or no.
So, what about the PlayStation RF generation adapter that Grey Ghost picked up?
Because why would you love to see your console in worse quality?
You need that static when you start it up. That's how things work good.
Need it, yeah. Like Krabby's YouTube channel, I think he like artificially inserts the static.
That's real static there. Nothing artificial about it. No tricks.
Oh, so you static it up before you start the system
Yeah.
up?
He goes full RF.
I go full
Very
RF.
cool.
There's a few games I've gone
thought that
AV, but most of them are RF.
But it pains you inside to do it.
It does. Yeah, I only did it out of necessity.
So, Krabby, I know you're a big sports guy. How do you feel about the Xbox 360 soccer games that Grey Ghost picked up? All the soccer.
He got all my favorite soccer stars.
Did he get PES? Is that your favorite?
Did he get the FIFA one?
I like
He
the
had
FIFA
to have gotten
one,
the FIFA.
yeah.
The FIFAs?
You guys ever play FIFA Street?
I have never played FIFA Street.
FIFA Street is the only game that like non-soccer fans can get into.
No, that's Mega Man Soccer.
That's not a soccer
I think
game.
the only soccer game I played was like NES Soccer.
World Cups.
You guys-
NES World Cup's pretty
you guys-
decent.
You guys didn't play FIFA 93 or 94 on Genesis?
If it's got a year in the title, I usually avoid it like the plague.
It just tells me EA made it. So the answer is no.
Hey, calm down now.
Yeah, no,
You're gonna start a whole thread about that.
Yeah, there's plenty of them out there already. I don't need to start one.
So I know you guys aren't huge fans of these guys. I really enjoyed Halo 3. I didn't think ODST was that great, but I played it anyway.
I've got ODST. It was okay.
It was
I
alright.
still haven't played any Halos.
I hear the multiplayer is where it's at, but I'm more of a campaign guy, and the ODST campaign I don't think was super strong. I thought Halo 4 was fantastic, so Grey Ghost, come on.
I was really close to buying Halo Wars the other day, but it was a little too much that I wanted to spend.
You'll come around.
My buddy's actually,
No
he's
strong
been
draw,
hoarding
yeah.
Xboxes for the last little while. He wants to host a big Halo LAN party, so I'll probably play it in the next month or two here.
But I mean, hoarding Xboxes, you only need 4 of them, right?
I think he's got 3. He needs more controllers, I think,
nice.
is the thing he's looking for
So-
now.
Oh, right.
So do 360 games actually still have a LAN mode anymore?
You know what? I know they got rid of like when Games on Demand became big. They kind of quietly, they didn't take out support for network play, but they just stopped talking about it. But I think but you're talking original Xboxes, not 360s,
Yeah, he's getting
right?
the old ones, yeah.
But you can't. I mean, you're talking about Halo Wars. That's a
No, we're talking about Halo, the first one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking
Right.
about Halo.
No, that
Wars.
was the one I
No,
almost
sorry,
bought
we-
the other day. And then
Yeah,
Okay.
So we switched gears. So
sorry.
so obviously, we're not on Xbox Live or anything, but if you just want to throw 4 original Xboxes on a network switch or a hub or something, those will still work.
You certainly could do
So
that. And then
yeah.
the Lego Batman? Do you guys like the Lego games?
I played the Lego games like up until like Lego Indiana Jones, which I actually really liked, and I just kind of fell out of them then. But I've heard Batman's good.
my son
okay.
really likes it. I get bored with it really quick.
Yeah, I think it's like I mean, I'm sure if you like it, those are fun, but it seems to me like more of a game aimed at kids.
It's
right?
a grind
Yeah.
fest, all this crap you got to collect in there.
It's like a
Well,
like a Banjo-Kazooie game.
No, that one's fun.
Well, that's the thing with Indiana Jones is when I was playing it, it was in my achievement days, and so I didn't mind the grind. But also, I love Temple of Doom so much that and every single achievement in the game was a quote from one of the movies, and that was that just little touch was really fun for
Nice.
me.
Nice.
So also picked up a Burger Time cart. Burger Time is always fun.
Yeah, so that's a fun game.
Little Mermaid for the NES. So we got another Baldur's Gate 2. This time just the part 2, not the collection like Techie got. King's Quest
That's a
collection
cool
for
one.
PC.
My buddy had that.
Yeah, you guys. I didn't realize that you're such a PC guy.
I'm
right?
not. That's one of the few games I have any connection with on the PC. I love King's Quest, all of them,
Very
1
cool.
through 7.
Very cool.
All awesome.
That's super awesome. I'm surprised, like loving all those games, you didn't expand to more, like the Ultimas or anything
No,
else.
my expansion was very shallow. It was like, King's Quest is awesome. I'm gonna play Space Quest now. I'm gonna try Police Quest. I never really moved past the quests.
Oh, that's so. Yeah, Police Quest is another good one. Another Sierra, great Sierra adventure game. So yeah, and then I actually really like this book that he picked up, the Nintendo Player's Guide, the Game Boy one.
Yeah, I think we got that one.
Yeah, it's a cool one. You get an unofficial Tricks of Doom strategy guide. Back when like people actually made unofficial strategy guides.
Oh man, remember when like everybody was making Doom wads?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That was
You
great.
could, like just
And-
download just tons of those things.
Yeah, and actually, I know you guys aren't PC guys, but Steam Workshop is kind of, for me, brings back a little bit of that mod community. We can talk about it another time. It's the same thing where like if you have a game on Steam and it supports Steam Workshop, you just kind of click on Steam Workshop and it brings you to this place within Steam where anybody can upload any mod for the game they want to, and people can rate them and comment, and people update them. And it's really, really cool. I just started messing around with it a bit on Skyrim, but yeah, it's actually it's a really cool way to keep mods alive.
Yeah, and then the last one he picks up is these are perennial sellers, right? They had them on Nintendo games too.
Yeah, the incomparable Jeff Robin.
Yeah, man, it's like his books are on fire here lately. We've seen a lot of these for sale.
That's why we can't find
people
him.
can buy 'em.
That's why we can't find him for an interview, because he's just living on the royalties.
Yeah. Yeah, all these used book sales. I'm
We'll
sure
have
he's
to,
living
we'll
high
have to
on the
catch him
hog.
on his book tour.
Yep.
Oh, man. And then he finally got a really good game towards the end. here.
Pikmin, yeah.
No.
No, what?
Pikmin's awesome.
Pikmin's all right. That's all right.
I think Duke's referring to. Actually, Duke could be referring to all three of these games.
Oh, yeah. That was Final Fantasy 12.
Yeah, I enjoyed 12. I mean, Duke, not as much as Duke, but I did enjoy it.
Yeah, and then Phantasy Star Online 1 and 2.
Yup.
Very good on the ye old GameCube.
Ye oldie game.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
so good stuff. So that's pretty much a Grey Ghost for the month. So some good stuff in there, no matter what they say.
Yeah, it's a nice little mix in there, that's for sure.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
good stuff.
Monkeys 19. Did we ever figure out if he's a big Monkeys fan? I don't know. Like, hey, the Monkeys. Any of that?
I mean, how could you not be?
Well, I don't know. I guess you could not be, but Davy Jones is dead
it's,
now. I
it's
suppose.
like it's like people who say they hate the Beatles. It's like, come on. I mean,
Yeah,
you're just
really.
saying that, right?
Yeah, I agree with you there. They're the Beatles.
Yep. I mean, that's the thing. I think that's what some people hate EA because they're EA. I think that's what you get a little bit going on.
I mean, a lot of people, you have like a lot of people that are like Stones, like the Rolling Stones. Like, oh, I'm a Stones guy.
Yeah.
Like you can't like the Beatles if you somehow like the Rolling Stones, or vice versa. I don't get it.
Right. So I think we actually talked about Monkeys, one of Monkeys 19's first pickups, like a month or two ago. We were talking about Sin and Punishment for the Wii.
Yeah,
Awesome
a lot of people
game.
picked that one up cheap.
Yes,
Right.
Sin and Punishment is a really cool game, and I know we said it before, but your first instinct is going to be to look at the back of the game and say, "Oh, I can play this with a classic controller. That's what I'm going to do."
it.
Nope. Play it with the nunchuck. Play it with the Wiimote. It is made for it, and it's great.
Yep.
Have either of you played the N64 Sin and Punishment?
No, sir.
Nope.
You guys should check it out. I mean, even though it's a Japanese only release, like it's all fully English. I mean,
It doesn't
you can
strike
play
me
it,
as a
no
game
problem.
that I would care about what they're saying anyway. I just want to shoot things and run around.
Oh yeah, but I mean, there's like no barrier to play it. It's definitely worth playing. If you guys are
I
interested.
think it was on the Wii Virtual Console also.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, there you go.
I think
If you're
think
into that sort of
you
thing.
are
No,
right.
yeah, I was gonna say, Krabby boy, you're bringing up the
Yeah,
Virtual
I don't know
Console?
how I knew
What's
that.
going on?
Don't know how.
I think that you're right.
So up next we have the ever popular Mr. Retro Rage, right?
I guess.
You guess?
I guess we have. I mean, he's pretty popular. I think we can say that he is ever popular.
He's an alright guy. Whatever.
Well, I figure he's a 32X guy. So how much can you really trust him?
Oh, okay. So that was Retro Rage. On to the next one. Just kidding. He picked up some Game Boy stuff, right?
if you say so.
This is the
So,
part where
some of
where
the-
the other hosts chime in in the show.
Yeah,
I don't want to talk too much, so I'm just going to give everyone a chop for.
I thought you were
a
going to
minute.
jump in there because of your earlier foreshadowing.
Well, I mean, of course, foreshadowing. So who couldn't deal with the Zelda Oracle of Ages? Where's the cardboard though?
We don't need no stinking cardboard.
Yeah, you're right. The game's all that matters, right? As long
That's
as it
right.
You
plays.
can't play cardboard, man. Forget it.
They'll
Tin
find
Star
a way
must-
one day to
Tin-
emulate
yeah.
cardboard.
Tin Star must be rolling. No. And then also he got the lands, right? Both of actually 3 of the lands.
Yeah, Super Mario Land 2 is really good.
I like that one. Yeah, 2
the first one
awesome.
is,
Yeah, I remember the 6 golden coins was kind of, the jam that everyone had with the new Game Boy, but I feel like not as many people have played Mario Land 2.
Probably not. Well, I mean, I got my Game Boy, on launch, and you had to get Super Mario Land. I mean, that's just duh. What else are you going to get, right?
I just had Tetris with mine.
Really? But Super Mario Land was so primitive compared to 2.
Yes. Yeah, it's weird.
It is. It's like a really weird time warp. And he also got Donkey Kong Land, which...
I actually haven't played it, so I can't say. I will say for the second time, I do have a manual for that game just lying around, and I'm not trying to make bank off it. You pay for shipping, you can have it. So you just let me know, and you can have it.
There you go.
It's not terrible.
And then lastly, one of these Pokemans, right?
Yeah,
so Krabby, you're the Pokemon guy.
Sure.
Play Silver?
No, I kind of skipped a few years and jumped back in around Diamond and Pearl again.
I'm going to be pretty sure that it's just like the rest of them. So
Exactly, yeah. I don't feel like I need to play every one. I just pick it up like every 3rd generation and then enjoy it.
Yeah.
Had enough of a break in between that it's really fun again.
And then he picked up some good games.
Really?
Really?
Unlicensed?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Unlicensed NES.
These are, of all the unlicensed, this is kind of right up my alley.
Tengen is good, right?
Yeah. That I was not being ironic. I was being serious. I love RBI Baseball. I've said it before. People think I'm crazy. It's like my favorite NES game. I love RBI Baseball. Gauntlet's a great one. I can't remember who said it on the thread, but we're trying to find great games for the Play Choice 10 that my wife wants to play with me. And I just fired up Gauntlet on the NES just to let her know, hey, this is pretty much what the game is, and just to see if she'd like it enough to to want to maybe try to track down a copy. And but yeah, Gauntlet's great, RBI's great, Shinobi. It's not my favorite Shinobi, but it's nice to have
not as good as the Master System version.
Yeah, right.
Not as good.
And then Revenge, and then 3 obviously on Genesis. I mean, there's a lot of great Shinobi, but and then Tubin is one I never got into when it was first out, but then I actually played it in the arcade, believe it or not.
Yeah, I played it in the arcade.
No.
It's okay. Not my favorite Tengen game, but it's okay.
What's your favorite Tengen game?
My Tetris. That's the best version of Tetris.
It probably is. You're probably right.
You can play with friends. That's why it's fun.
What about...
I thought your favorite Tetris was the CDI one.
Oh, that's a whole nother train wreck.
I thought it was Tetrisphere.
Oh, Tetrisphere is really good.
It's
not technically not Tetris.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Weltris is actually kind of neat too, but that's totally different. All right, and then he picked up Doom for the PlayStation, right?
Yeah, you guys into long boxes at all?
I am. I don't go out of my way for them, but they're really cool.
Yeah, I think I have an NHL Face-Off 97
Oh.
long box, and I think like Revolution X. Just a handful. Same thing. I know there's guys out there who sell me all your long boxes. So I'm not like that, but they're definitely cool.
I've got a few right now. I'm waiting on locally off a Craigslist thing. The guy he put the ad up, and then I text him back. He's like, "I'm in the hospital since I put that up. I'll get back to you later." So I'm patiently waiting for him to recover so I can go grab these long box games from him, because he had 3 or 4 of them, and they looked like they're in really good shape.
You don't want to text him look, I know you're in the hospital, but I could just stop by your house. Don't worry about it.
Just today I said to brother, text him just didn't want you to forget about me.
The guy's I'm dying.
Yo, how you feeling? The results of that Spinal Tap come back yet?
Pretty much.
How those games doing?
Yeah. You need some money for medical bills? Oh, universal health care? Damn it.
And then last but not least, he got to good old Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, right?
Yep.
I love that game.
Yeah, I actually played that again recently for a little Nintendo Age contest.
I love that game.
Yeah, I've been playing it on the Play Choice. It's it's just great.
It's more of almost like a rhythm game, really, though, than a real fighter, though, right?
I think because especially with the what do you call it? Because obviously once you're in a punch animation, you can't do anything till the next punch animation, and even when you hit a guy. Look at me explaining to people what Punch-Out is. So, even when you hit a guy, there's those few frames where you have to, where you just have to wait for his reaction to be done. So the first time I had people play it on the Play Choice, especially people who haven't played it in a while, they just like try to hit the button over and over and over again. I'm like, no, you have to wait. It's like hit, dodge, hit. Like, people are trying to like mash it, but it's so good, and I love it. I play it like at least every other day.
Oh, really?
So you beaten Mike Tyson yet then?
Yep.
Awesome.
What a jerk.
Just recently, actually, it's because I did back in the day.
Yeah.
And I remember reading in a magazine, it's impossible to TKO him. You have to win by decision, which is not true.
Not true.
You can totally TKO him in the second round. I think I've heard rumors of first round, but I haven't seen a video of it.
Yeah, actually, someone in the Nintendo Age contest did it.
That'd be
very
rough.
cool.
Yeah. That'd be really rough.
Yeah, you've got to
get the star punches.
You got to hit all the right time. Yeah, because the way I do it is I get him close to knockdown in the first round, then I bide my time. And then in the second round, you start with the first like 20 seconds with a knockdown, and you pretty much got it. But yeah, it was just kind of like getting the rhythm back after not playing it for a while, because Tyson's very, very precise, and you're your own worst enemy with Tyson, because you're like in the first minute 20, you're dodging punches that aren't there.
You're just like so
whoop.
antsy. Yeah. And
so
that's it. That game is it's all about rhythm, right?
Yeah.
The game is all about rhythm.
I love it. It's a great one. Oh, and didn't he pick up what was that pirate cart that he grabbed? Remember that he put a picture of it up there. I'm not a pirate cart. I don't have any pirate carts actually.
No, I mean,
Yeah. No, I want to say, was it a Game Boy pirate cart?
I think you're right. Yeah, I'm pulling the picture up of it now. There was a few pirate carts this month, but yeah, I think
somebody picked up like an NES, one of those like 110 and ones or something like that as
yeah,
well.
I think I'm confusing those. Yeah, so the what's it called? The pirate cart he picked up. You're right. It was a Game Boy Color,
18
and it was had and it was like, it's one of the cool pirates because it's not like 18 games you've never heard of. It's like Double Dragon, Contra, Snow Brothers, Turtles 3. Like, it's like a whole bunch of... Bubble Bobble. Yeah, Batman R-Type. It's like a legit, like, piece of thievery from the people who made this cart. So, it's actually pretty cool. Actually, two carts. That was one of them. And then there was another one that had, like, some Dragon Ball stuff on it and, like, a whole bunch of anime-themed games. So
he did say it didn't work in any of his Game Boys, though. He couldn't get it to play.
That's too bad.
Those Chinese knockoffs are usually pretty cheap, so that's not surprising.
I like how instead of Game Boy, it just says Game on the top.
Yeah. Game.
You gotta get as close as you can without being totally sued out.
And then the one over that says Game Color instead of Game Boy Color.
Yeah, and it's like some guy who works at the same factory, and some kid's like, yo, I need like 1 billion of these cases. And he's like, well, I can't because of copyright, but I'll make it just say Game, okay? Is that going to work?
Well, I'm telling you, I was over at Famicom World, kind of posting stuff. And, there's still these Chinese pirate companies that turn out these Famicom pirate carts all the time over there.
Yeah.
And one of them had actually posted in there asking, what kind of games would you like on our multi-carts? And we'll make them.
Man.
How do they make a profit on those still? Like, I can understand closer to the time, but they're still selling enough Famicom carts to make money?
I'm going to guess that, they're so cheap to produce that, they're... I mean, like I said, I ordered Chinese Famicom pirate carts, and they were $3 a piece shipped to the U.S. from China. So, I mean, they have to cost next to nothing to make. So, anything is probably pure profit. Trust me, they're about the cheapest things I think you could ever create. They're flimsy and they're junk, but they're what they are. Now, up next is Mr. Engel, 762. I helped him out this last month.
What'd you help him out with?
He sent me a message. He was looking for a ColecoVision, and just happenstance, I happen to have a spare ColecoVision.
You had your like top hat on and like smacking the cane on the desk in front of you. Like, have I got a deal for you?
Yeah, yeah. No, I'd I had one, and then I picked another one up like a little while back last year, like real cheap. But I told him, I said, hey, this one's got like the power switch issue with it. So, he just threw me an offer. Said, oh yeah, that's fine. So I sent it out to him. It's a pretty easy fix. I told him, if you want to get in there, it's no problem. Just clean up the power switch. But yeah, I was glad to help him out. ColecoVision's kind of fun, so Hope he gets a chance to enjoy that one.
Nice.
Yeah, and you picked up a few other odds and ends as well, right?
Yeah, one of the dot hack games. There were like 5 of those on the PS2.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Dot Hack. Have either of you guys played those?
I've got a couple sitting on my shelf, but I'm not sure which one is the first one, so I haven't actually started them.
Oh, so I'm misremember. I could have sworn that you had played all of them. Who was I talking to that played all of them?
Not me.
Weren't they like supposed to be like in some virtual MMO world or something? Wasn't that the deal?
I think so.
I know that I was talking to someone on the RF forums who plays like all the dot hacks, and they're gonna yell at me for not remembering that it was them, because I definitely thought it was Krabby. But yeah, there's I remember working at Toys R Us when dot hack. I think it was Quarantine. Is it like the 4th one? I think.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's the problem when you don't number your games.
Yeah.
I think they do go together. Like when you put all the spines together, I think there's something signifying like which
image
one.
on the back or something.
Yeah, like a Roman numeral on the spine or something like that. I'm not sure, but I remember knowing by looking at like whatever title it was that this is not the first game in the system, in the series rather. But it's
I want to say, didn't they have like a volume number or something in the title somewhere?
You know what? There might have been like a number in the actual dot.
Maybe. I don't know.
I remember.
Anyway, we're probably going way too long on
Anyway, it's a niche, Japanese RPG game that some people like, and now Angela has one.
There you go. And then picked up a really good game, right?
Skies of Arcadia GameCube Collector Edition.
Yay. I like Skies. Krabby, you're wrong. I'll just say that right off the bat before you even talk about it.
That one, I talk about games once in a while that I try and don't like, but this one I literally played straight through, finished it, so I think I have a valid opinion when I say don't like it. I've actually given it the full chance.
You're killing me, Krabby.
It's boring. Boring.
Oh,
so boring.
I like
Final Fantasy 13 sucks.
Have you played it right through? Your opinion's not valid.
Oh, I played it enough. Push forward and X.
That's how a game should be.
Oh, there you go. And then got a few other odds and ends there, right?
Yeah. From I have a typo.
You've got one later on, I'm really looking forward to pointing out.
Uh-oh.
I'll be nice and I won't go and correct it. So apparently there was a trade from Gamer Nick, but I spelled his name as Nij.
I wouldn't even know how to pronounce that, so I wasn't going to try.
So Gamer Nick, but so some complete PS2 games. Phantasy Star 3, The Last Story for the Wii, which is Krabby. You were a real big fan of that one, right?
Yeah, we did a community playthrough at RF Gen with that one. It's awesome.
Very cool. So Mario Kart also complete. And remember our foreshadowing from earlier? We got a Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages manual. I wonder how many complete copies we could forge with all the pieces that were acquired by random members this month.
3 or 4
big trade there, yeah.
Yeah, at least, right? And here's another big, really cool Zelda piece. So that gold Zelda Wiimote, which is really cool, was the pack-in with Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
If you bought the the version that had it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Club Nintendo is ever going to do the gold nunchuck again, but they go very nicely together. Just keep an eye out for it. And the Dreamcast mouse, which what did you guys ever use the mouse for besides? I'll let you guys go first.
It was like web browsing, and then you could use it like for Quake, right? Wasn't that the deal?
Yeah, Quake 3 was my big one.
Yeah.
I actually don't remember browse. I know I had the web browser disc that came with it, obviously, but I don't actually remember browsing with the keyboard and mouse. I just kind of fired it up to be like, oh, look, the internet's on the screen. Then I turned it off.
Yeah, I did it for about 10 minutes just for the novelty, and then you go, okay, this stinks.
Yep.
I didn't even know it could browse the internet until like 10 years after it died.
Yeah, it wasn't very good. I mean, it was okay.
We just played like Soul Calibur and Resident Evil on it. That was it.
You guys ever play Sega Swirl?
No, wasn't that like a freebie, right?
It was a
download
freebie.
one, yeah.
No, I don't think it was. They gave it away on a disc, right? It was like
yeah.
like the official Sega Dreamcast magazine for like 5 months or 6 months in a row, like every disc like had a full copy of the game on it or something.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
No, I missed out.
It was a
on
real
that.
simple puzzler, right?
Yeah,
Real simple puzzler.
real
game.
simple multiplayer puzzler. It was fun.
Yeah, not too bad.
And then speaking of 13,
Go ahead and get it over with.
the 13-2 collector edition guide, which I also have. So air high five over the internet.
Sure.
And then what's this next one? It's Krabby. What kind? Like something about landers in the sky?
He's getting into the Skylanders. So he needs to get on those giants now, though.
Has
Another-
Skylanders died out as a thing, or is that still going?
No, it's still going. My son
Is
just
it?
had a birthday, and we got several more Skylanders added to the roster.
Oh, so is he still playing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Still playing,
Oh,
and
wow.
like we had a bunch of cousins and stuff staying with us, and everyone was into it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now, is it to the point where kids like bring their own memory cards over, or they don't care as long as they get to play Skylanders?
Here's the cool thing: you don't need to. You bring your own toy over. It saves it to the toy. So
Oh, really?
You,
So
you
I
have
thought-
they have little bags like you can buy to travel your Skylanders around with. So you just put your favorite ones in there, and you take it over to your buddy's house, and you stick your toys on their portal.
That's really
Awesome.
cool. I mean, I knew the toy like brought the character into the game. I didn't realize that, it was kind of like universal like that. I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it's cool. You can go between systems and they're just awesome and really versatile little things.
Cool. Now, he also got a couple of great Super Nintendo games, right? So, Contra 3. You guys like
The
Contra 3?
Alien Wars. I do like it a lot. I'm a baby. I know everyone's gonna say, "Oh, you're a baby. That game's easy." That game's hard. I'm sorry. Like, it's not. Okay, I shouldn't say it's hard. I should say it's not easy for me, and it makes me sad that I die in it. So, I love playing that game with somebody who's like a beast in it because we can just play.
You
like,
see, you
and I
could
cannot
steal
die.
his lives after.
Apparently,
what-
you've been through this before.
So, what's better, Contra 3 or Contra Hardcore?
3.
Yeah, I say 3.
I'm the only hardcore fan, huh?
In the
Come
I
world.
like
Contra
hardcore.
hardcore.
I have it. But yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna have a Contra party, then the Super Nintendo's coming out.
No, I'm going to have a Contra party. It's going to be Contra.
Yeah, yes, is coming out.
Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, the play choice is always out, and Contra's always in it. So
There you go. And then Yoshi's Island.
I love that game.
That's one I didn't play like when it first came out because it was just so late in the life. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's a
Right.
great one. When I finally went back to it,
Yeah, and even the DS port's really, really good.
a little sick of Mario's crying. A little sick of that. But,
Well, you just gotta get
no.
good at it, and then you never have to actually hear that.
Oh,
Which-
I see. Making fun of my skills.
yeah,
right?
which Mario Advance did they make that?
I can't even keep track.
No, that was the DS, right? I don't think it was one of those weird numbered ones. It might
Oh,
have.
those
It
are
might have
just
been.
the
but-
GBA ones, right? Those are just the
Yeah, 'cause-
GBA ones.
You're right. I'm thinking like Mario Advance 1, which was Mario 2.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
think it was after
Yeah.
they got through that weird phase
Okay.
there.
Yeah, I don't know what
I
that was
thi-
all about.
I think my favorite. I think like Mario Advance 4 was Mario 3.
Yeah, I think you're right.
because two was actually Super Mario World, right?
Yeah, that's the one that messed everybody up. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a mess. Well, good deal. Good job, Angle. You get some nice little goodies there.
Shibidi-bop-ba-dow.
And then we have Salsa. Right?
Salza, yeah, my tequila boy out there, and Sal, if you guys haven't seen pictures of Salza's game room, he has so many cool machines, and I think he's got most of them at auction. So the auctions haven't been this way lately, but I'm trying to hit one up next time I see it on the schedule.
Nice.
Yeah. Now you'll have to talk about these PC games, Bill. So what?
Okay. Well, first of all, SimCity 4. I know not everyone's into PC and SimCity, but like I think SimCity. There's a lot of non-gamers that I talked to today that you can mention SimCity, and they're like, "Oh, I totally played SimCity, like some version of it." And SimCity 4 is one of those that's kind of I don't know if you'd say like
Is 4
universally recognized as the best, but
Okay.
I think the only one I ever played was like SimCity,
Yeah.
like
me
the first
too.
one.
are you guys talking like the Super Nintendo one or actually on PC?
Both.
I actually first played it on PC, but yeah, then I played
Hmm.
Super Nintendo as well.
Yeah, because I remember the box art for the Super Nintendo one with like those orange, like kind of angular letters. Obviously, it doesn't translate well to console, which is why it's not like one of the must-have or must-play games. But it's a really, really, really good. If you have no idea what SimCity is, SimCity 4 is cheap. It runs on modern PCs, and you'll know very quickly if it's something that has any interest for you at all. Then he also grabbed Survivor, which I just kind of wrote down because it was in the picture, but you don't have to go play that.
Now, is that like based on the TV show, or is
yeah?
That... Oh,
So,
now I will have to admit it's one of my dirty
Don't admit it.
dirty secrets. I am
guilty pleasure?
Survivor fan. I am a Survivor fan.
Cut it out. I've never seen an episode. I'm glad you like it because to each his own. But...
trust me, I feel guilty just saying that. it is. Everybody watches some crap, and that's my.
That could be another
crap.
episode. We I used to have a VH1 addiction, and I hated that I liked all these shows. I was like, I don't want to watch I Love New York anymore, but it's on. So they should make an I Love New York PC game. I'd buy it. And also, he picked up Rayman for the Wii. It's a good move. And then these, I don't know if anyone else knew about or with Captain Power.
I think we've talked about Captain Power before.
Captain Power. I got a bunch of Captain Power tapes. All I want is the one that I grew up with because when I look it up like on YouTube just to remember what it was like, I have all the lines memorized. So it was like this toy they sold. It was like a light gun, and you just put this tape in the VCR. And like it would just have like planes flying around, and you were supposed to shoot them. And obviously, there's no interaction because it was just a VCR. But the gun itself, like when you would aim it at one of the the glowing parts like on the screen and pull the trigger, the gun would register if you hit like the glowing part. So at the end of like playing through this 15-minute like training tape, you could look at the display on the gun, and it would tell you your score.
And you could also get hit, right?
Yes, yeah.
You could get hit.
So like there's these like there's like red kind of like red and black flashing things coming at you, and you could shoot them down. But obviously, again, there's no interaction between you and the television. So, if to avoid getting hit, you could like aim your gun down like away from the television. So like the equivalent of ducking, which doesn't make thematic sense since you're in a spaceship and like moving your gun wouldn't change that. Or like if you were like legit really good at the game, you could like just like try to shoot them all and like keep your gun pointed at the TV and be like, well, I really hope I shot it. I think I shot it.
but do you guys remember that you could also like shoot against like other people that had them?
No,
I never tried that because it was just me that had it.
You could shoot it like so if you had like the other gun thing, you could shoot, and then like when you got hit too many times, like it would eject your guy out of the thing. It flipped your
right
guy out.
Yeah, because the one I had, I don't think it was like a spaceship looking thing. It looked like a gun, but I know what you're talking about. Like there was actually like a gun, like a spaceship thing. With like a little G.I. Joe sized dude in it.
Yeah.
Yes, that was.
If you got hit too many times, your dude would just like flip out of the cockpit.
Yep.
It was awesome.
That was like version 2.0.
Yeah,
I didn't have that one.
No, we never owned that, but I have really, really vague memories of playing it. And then I was flipping through a photo album one day, and I've got these really sweet Captain Power pajamas when I was like 5, maybe 6. They're pretty wicked looking.
That's awesome. So your boy's gonna inherit them?
Oh, they're long gone.
Oh,
he did inherit my old like 1990 like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sleeping bag though.
Well, that's only because you have a new one.
Exactly.
There you go. Well, that's fun.
It's a nice job, Salza. Got the PC and the Captain Power representing.
Yeah. Thanks for taking me down memory lane for a minute. And then Shadow is up next. He doesn't always post a lot of stuff that he picks up, but he got a few, right?
Yeah, doesn't post a whole lot. But he reads every single piece of data that comes onto the site. Blogs, posts, everything, because he's one of these like encyclopedia people. Like you mention something to him and he knows like, oh yeah, that was this day, that was this person.
Yeah, pretty much.
He knows all the things. But yeah, he and I hate to sound like a really lazy Craigslist poster, but he got too much to list. He really did. He got like all of the Star Wars extended universe. He got like a whole bunch of, and these are all mostly books. He got all like Star Wars extended universe paperbacks, a whole bunch of Stephen King. He got just random like arcade history books. He got some Warcraft fiction, some hack fiction, StarCraft, cheat code books. But
did he get anything written by Jeff Robin?
You know what? I didn't. I think that would have jumped out at me. I haven't spotted
that's a bust there. That's a bust.
It's too bad. Yeah, if you spent more than $5 on that, too much. But also picked up Age of Empires 3, which is another really solid. I mean, Age of Empires 2 is probably like the height of Age of Empires popularity. But 3 is still a very, very good game. And then he got a handful of laser discs and actually really good movies. Star Trek 6, Demolition Man, and T2.
Oh, wait.
Really good
Star
movies.
Trek 6?
Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country with
Oh.
Christopher Plummer.
Oh, man, come on.
Yo, Star Trek 6. Wait a minute. This isn't Klingon blood. Yup. I'm going to watch Star Trek 6 right now. I got to go. I got to go watch Star Trek 6 right now.
Probably better than Superman 4, but
Ugh. Which
not
was
by much.
well, I mean, but you can't argue that it's better than Star Trek 5, God's Spaceship.
Or what? 4, where like the whales.
No,
right?
4, the Voyage Home. Come on, travel back in time to save an ancient species from extermination.
Oh, save the whales!
Why do you not? Yeah, it was the preachiest Star Trek ever. But why do you hate Star Trek?
They were
It's
all
good.
pretty preachy. But...
Yeah.
All right, here's my guide to good Star Trek movies: Star Trek 1, Star Trek 2. That's it. So there you go.
I like 3.
Okay, wait. Have either of you two seen the new Star Trek movie that just came out?
Love it.
I've seen the first one, not the like new one, the second one. Oh my gosh, man.
Why do you hate everything?
I don't hate it. It was just having been a big fan of. I don't want to spoil anything.
Okay, that's a great way to say it because everyone who's seen it knows what you're talking about.
They know. And being a big fan of that,
of the thing,
it was a little too much.
It
was an homage, which I appreciate, but it was a little too much.
I thought it was awesome, and we're going way off on Star Trek.
Yes, we are. Anyway, yes, okay.
So on a quick side note before we go too far, if you're interested in laser discs, I'm just gonna put it out there. I've got like 400 of them for sale. So really cheap. Like you want a list, you email me. This is like my sale. I'm not doing the sale thread anymore. You want to know what I have to sell? Just listen to the show.
This show brought to you by Bill's Sale Thread.
Bill's Laser
and the
Disc
number
Emporium.
3 and the letter C.
And I'm pretty sure I got a copy of actually I got some good stuff like the Star Wars movies, Aliens,
Do you have
Godfather.
any Brad Pitt films in there?
I actually put one aside for you, believe it or not.
Yeah. Is it Sleepers?
It's Cool World.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, I do like Cool World.
Got a Cool World on Laserdisc, and I got a what's it called? I got a bunch of Disney. Bunch of Seal Disney, Woodstock. Jesus. Okay, we got to say something else.
Okay, let's move on to
keep
New
moving.
Foil.
New
right?
Foil.
He got some stuff I do want to talk about. Some stuff I really do want to talk about here.
Loose Master System.
He got him a Master System, which is great. You guys both have Master Systems?
No.
Absolutely. I have all of the different kinds of Master Systems.
Crabby.
Nobody seems to like Sega up here. They never pop up. Never.
Yeah, that's what you've said, is that you've had a really hard time finding it near you.
Yeah.
Can somebody that listens to this show get a hold of Krabby and help him out with a Master System? Please?
Krabby, I got a Master System 1 just lying around. You want to throw it up there? I'll throw it to you.
We'll work something out.
There we go.
I think I would
the
like
proud
the system.
future owner of a Master System.
There you go.
It's the right 8-bit system.
That's right.
You're just gonna feel good about it.
And then he got a bunch of games, right? A bunch of Master System games. And none of these are like huge, crazy ones, but they're fun. They're good games.
Fun games. Now, I mean, Duke obviously is, I think, the biggest Master System guy of all of us. But I gotta say, I really like the great sports games, especially great football, great baseball.
Okay, I could probably pass on this. I mean, I'm just not a big sports guy.
Right.
But, they're okay.
Afterburner? You big Afterburner fan?
Yeah, Afterburner's fun. I like Afterburner.
How's that version of Afterburner?
Obviously it's 8-bit, but it's really pretty good for the Master System. I mean, I liked it. It's very playable.
I think I see the typo you were talking about.
And well,
no, that's not it.
Oh, that's not it. Okay,
No, it gets better.
I will say Zaxxon is not bad. Thunderblade is probably not very good. Even the Genesis version of Thunderblade is not really that good. I don't know what the deal is there. Yes, and then the ever popular Monopoly.
Monopoly.
Everybody loves to play Monopoly.
He also grabbed one of the less common ones you find on the system, a Reggie Jackson baseball. Now the question I had, since in the picture it's the box is closed, there was a blue label version of that cart and a red label. I think the blue label is a little bit trickier to find, so I was just curious if he, which one he ended up with.
Yeah, they did do some Blue Label releases, which is kind of different, but
Yeah. And then the marksman and trap shooting, I think, is a combo game, right?
yes,
Yeah.
light gun game. Outrun's always, and it's a good version of Outrun.
That is a good version of Outrun.
Outrun's fun.
What was the other top-down driving game that I loved on Master System? It was I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't think of it off the top of my head. Aztec Adventure is okay. Hang on, Astro Warrior, Pack-In, yeah, it's okay. But, I really will say, spend some time playing some Afterburn, some Outrun on the
Great
Master
baseball.
System. You'll be
Great
happy.
baseball.
You will be happy.
Great baseball.
And he picked up an Intellivision too, right?
Yeah. I have never played an Intellivision too.
I like the
it's just
remodel. I like
Intellivision.
the number 2. The system, though, it's a lot more attractive than the number 1.
You don't love like the wood grain? I mean, come on, man. That wood grain's awesome.
Oh, do you guys see the you just made me think of like the obviously the wood grain 2600.
Yeah.
There's a t-shirt the other day on Day of the Shirt. It was the Atari logo with kind of like Darth Vader behind it. Instead of Atari, it just said Vader.
Oh yeah, like the black.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty
Vader
clever
Atari.
combination there.
You'll wear the shirt for months, and you'll finally walk by the one guy who's like, "Hey, I get it."
Hey, I get it.
You're
Or
a total nerd. I get it.
Or, yeah, or you go to too many games and everyone's high-fiving you all day.
Maybe. And then he got a gift from the old Zagnort, right?
Norch is like the Santa of. He should do the Secret Santa next year because he already is Santa, just sending people gifts.
Maybe. We sent him a very tiny tube of sunscreen, right?
It just shows that he cares. He's concerned.
Yes, I think the joke being that he lives up in the Pacific Northwest where there is no sun. So
Yep.
that was his lifetime supply of sunscreen.
The sun exists. It's just behind the fog of war.
Right, something like that anyway. So coffee baristas, fog, no need for sunscreen.
Yeah.
Stay inside, drink coffee.
And real quick, I wanted to point out that we've had users before who post blog entries for their scores. And what Newpoil did was just so super smart. He just mentioned his blog entry in small scores with pictures, and he linked to the blog entry. So
Brilliant.
No way for us to miss it. So I can't believe we didn't think of that before, because it just seems so like, you would figure that out if you were trying to, find scores. But for all you people, I know a bunch of you like to do blog entries. If you throw just a post in small scores with a link to it, it just makes it a lot easier, just in case, we miss an odd blog entry here and there.
Yeah, or just post your pictures in there too. Oh, that's duplication. We're fine with that. And then lastly, pizza?
Pizza!
Is that a score?
He was quite proud because didn't he order it off his 360 or something?
Yeah, that's the gig. So it was when the 360 Pizza Hut app showed up, and that was kind of like, it seemed like a big deal on the Twitters and the Facebooks for like the day it came out. Everybody was like just talking about, geez, like we don't, like Americans don't already have like this laziest people in the world reputation. We have to order pizza from our 360. So I think like everyone, the money that Pizza Hut got from just the 360 orders on day one probably funds the company for the next 3 years. So
now, can you order
like
it straight through your Kinect too? Can you just like yell at your TV to get the pizza?
You know what? I did. Yeah,
Connect. I'm hungry.
Or like that's how you like spoof people for like fake pizza deliveries now. Like you just walk into a room with an Xbox, you only get 10 large pizzas and just drive away. And then we got to pay for these things now.
You just, while you're playing Halo, you just Xbox pizza.
You guys saw the commercial with Paul Rudd and what's his face from the Ravens, Ray Lewis?
No.
Nope.
Oh, it's actually really funny. It's so Paul Rudd walks in and Ray Lewis is playing Madden, and Ray Lewis is like, left side wide. I don't know football talk, but he's left side wide out, and like people are like, changing, and Paul Rudd's like, what is that? And he's like, oh, you can like call audibles, and like he's like, oh, that's awesome, and then Paul Rudd yells, audible spike. And then like the dude in the game like just pulls back and like, fourth down, like loses the ball, and then like Ray Lewis wants to kill him. So it was pretty cool.
Say, all right. Well, good job, New Boy. It was a lot of fun stuff. But have fun playing the Master System. That's some good stuff that you got in there.
There really is.
And then Gamer Nick just bought everything, I think, right? He just went out, bought a store or two.
Man, Gamer Nick is the dude that you know when like you read about like people's scores who you know and you're like, oh, I feel so good for that. Like he's such a good guy. It's so great that he found all this stuff. So if you know him, you're really happy for him. If you don't know him, you know all those collectors that post stuff that you don't know and you're like, that mother.
How did he buy all the things?
Yeah, where did he get all the stuff from? But I will say I'm a big fan of his taste in Super Nintendo hockey games. He got two copies, complete copies of NHL 97 with John Van Beesbroek on the front. I'm just saying, you don't need 2 copies of that. And I have 0 copies of that.
Listen to him. He's making a play here. He's making a play.
But yeah, so...
We'll give you 30 laser discs for it.
except Cool World. Probably get really mad. But yeah, Gamer Nick did a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I got him a Chrono Trigger. Right. I think last month was was it last month big Chrono Trigger month too, or
this month there was a handful, but yeah, like over the last month we had a handful of people grabbing those complete ones too.
And then goal. You got
one.
it, right? Yeah. Not the second one.
One.
Joe and Mac.
That's a fun one.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
I like
It's
Joe
a
and
fun
Mac.
Super Nintendo game. Super Mario 3, definitely the best one, probably, right?
And it's a nice looking game. Like that's one that's I mean, do you guys? Well, Duke, I know you don't. Crab in. Oh, actually, so Krabby, you have cardboard on the N64, right?
Yeah.
Do you display any of your N64 boxes like facing forward? Because what I've started doing is like facing out, like kind of like my prime games, and Mario 3 is one that you have to face out.
No, the only things I display out like that are like collector's editions and rarer things.
Gotcha.
I do have a cardboard around my Mario 3 though.
There you go. And speaking of Mario, you also got
one of my
Dr.
favorite
Mario
Marios.
64.
I love the Dr. Mario. I can play that game.
I've never played the
hours.
64 version. Have you?
Yeah.
I actually haven't either. Yeah, Krabby loves it.
Yeah. You can,
What's
you can
different?
You can go 4-player Dr. Mario.
Oh, but still 2D, right?
Yeah, it plays the same. It's Dr. Mario. They just threw on a couple extra players. So if you actually have 4 people, it's awesome.
That does sound like fun.
Yeah.
That does sound good. Yeah, I didn't realize it was the same game.
Pretty much, yeah. I haven't
he
played
got
it for a while. They might have another mode in there I'm forgetting about, but...
You got some junky 32X game next, right?
He got I mean, it is a trickier to come across game. It's one of the ones that people like do kind of go after, like even people who aren't going for a full set.
Because it's got that Sega or that Sonic appeal to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's and no offense to Razor Knuckles, this is not my favorite game in the Sonic universe.
This one is really hard to play.
It's hard to live up to 3D Blast, right?
Right, yeah.
That whole like 2-person like tug on the ring thing.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, if for people who haven't played it, if you're thinking like, oh, it's a Sonic game, but you play as Knuckles, no. It's like imagine that you and another person are like connected by this like big bungee cord, but you can only control one of them.
Yeah, you have to like make the other one stand still and then stretch and then like let go
and then you have to tell them, okay, I'm going to do like a dash. I need you to stop being planted in the ground as soon as I'm moving so that we can both move. But then if you don't do it at the right time, you just end up like standing there together. It's a really weird movement scheme. But for some reason, I mean, probably just that Sonic or Knuckles appeal, it's still a title that people go after.
I think probably people think it's going to be a Sonic game, and then they go, oh. Well, and they had like all those weird characters, like the bee and the alligator and the really weird.
Yeah, it was an oddball, but it's a special little game.
It's special. Yes, I'll agree.
But a bunch of NES manuals, decent ones. I mean, you got Donkey Kong Jr., which is not an easy manual to find, especially for people who are looking for just the manual. I mean, a lot of people are just looking to complete those black box games. So you got Urban Champion, Gotcha is a little more common, Q*bert, Batman, Strider, Zelda, and I didn't see it right at first, but it looks like we got a John White spotting rather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Assimilate.
Yeah, picked up a loose copy, huh?
I'm always thrilled to see like those kind of games. Like, could you like? I would love a world where you just like walk into like a thrift shop or something and you find a homebrew game.
That world doesn't exist, Bill.
It should.
I did find a RetroZone cart at one time, so that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's probably there's probably a better chance of that happening. There is a 1990 World Championship RetroZone cart that my local store was able to pick up, like box and everything.
Oh,
so
that's cool.
Yeah, I wanted to buy it, but then I told him what it was, and he's like, "I'm just gonna hold on to this for like tournaments at the store, like
That's
events
fun.
and stuff."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be a blast.
And then moving on, I got some Ninja Assault. I don't know what's Ninja Assault.
Isn't that a really bad PS2 game?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that one. I've never played it.
Ninja Assault.
For Bill to chime in here.
Yeah.
Hey, oh no, I didn't realize it was on another page. Now, Ninja Assault was a PlayStation 2 Namco GunCon game. It was the least, it's probably the least recognized of those games, because everyone knows like Time Crisis, and Point Blank,
right?
And those guys. But this one stood out to me. I actually, until I saw GamerNet come up with it, I hadn't seen this. So
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's a big box Namco GunCon 2 game.
Yeah, packed in with the GunCon. That's pretty cool.
So yeah, I'm very curious to hear his thoughts on how it plays, if he likes it. And I know lots of people, I say this all the time, people are like, "Well, you just YouTube it." I'm like, yeah, but I like talking to people who I know who have played stuff, so I'm waiting to hear back. Oh, and what's that? Is that a Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons manual?
What is the deal this month, man?
I told you.
What is the deal?
I told you, something's going on. Like someone like who decided that they were going to corner the market on the Oracle games was just like,
unloaded them all at
screw
once.
this.
And then
two for a nickel.
Yeah, and then this this next thing, the Atari 2600
the dice
game?
puzzle.
Oh yeah, the Panda game. And I mean, not being a 2600 guy, I wasn't familiar with it, but Dice Puzzle. He posted the picture of it, and then Single Banana, who's one of our resident 2600 experts, immediately posted like, "Yeah, really jealous of the Dice Puzzle," and he said that he doesn't have any Panda games currently in his very, very illustrious 2600 collection. So I guess it was just this unlicensed company that just started like throwing out Atari games.
Like everybody did.
Yup.
Yeah, that's the problem with Atari.
Control.
Yeah, how can you keep track of all that stuff? Eesh.
Yeah, I think Banana and Shadow have talked about that at some point. Is that like it's kind of impossible to go for a 2600 collection without specifying, certain criteria, especially with all the variants and labels and crazy stuff.
If you ever want to complete it, you have to like define it very specifically.
Well, and and who can afford a copy of Air Raid anyway, right?
One guy apparently.
Yeah, I mean,
if that guy didn't bid, no one was buying it.
Yeah, Air Raid is. I mean, how many copies are even known to exist? Not very many, like a handful.
I think there's 6. I want to say, and like 2 of those have the box, and 1 has the manual.
Yeah, I mean, so good luck if you ever want to go. I mean, that's crazier than NES collecting.
Oh yes.
Any day.
Oh yeah,
Any
definitely.
Day. I think you'd probably have an easier time doing like a full PS2 set than even like a 2600 set.
Probably. I mean, there's a lot of like obscure titles in there, but people do it.
I bet it would cost you less too.
Probably would. Probably would. And then oh boy, I like this one.
This is one of my favorite ones all month. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
I love this set.
And it looked pretty beautiful too.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like a great shape.
It really did. My Retro Games Plus had, like I mentioned to my friend Chris, I was like, yeah, my buddy Duke, he's never got his hands on a Nintendo box, and he really wants a power set. And he's like, oh, I have one in the back room. You want to see it? And he showed it to me, and it's like it was all right. Like it was a little bit of wear here. Like it wasn't awful, but it wasn't great. It's like you see it, and you're like, oh yeah, I know what that is.
Right.
And he wanted kind of like just about what it was worth. So I'm like, yeah, we'll see. Yeah. But this power set,
oh, yeah, it's beautiful.
The GamerNet grabbed. I mean, there's a couple of like little dents in it here and there, but it looks like it's glowing.
Yeah, it looks like you could have pulled it off the shelf from 1991.
Yeah,
and
so I was going to say that it's the same dents you
have when you pick it up in the store, just them bumping in when they put it on the shelf there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, man, that's really nice. Congrats.
Looks great, and I think he said, excuse me, I think he said that was a, where was that? That was a thrift shop. Because I think everything he picked up, that like, because everything else in the other pictures, they all have like little like $2 and $3 price tags on them.
Man, I think I would flip out if I found something like that in a thrift shop.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, just didn't happen anymore.
Nope.
Boy, picked up a Princess Tomato manual, right?
Yeah, that's
one.
another one that yeah. Oof, I mean, and I was told a while ago that the cart was hard to come across, but actually it doesn't seem like it's too crazy anymore.
I don't think it's that bad. Not compared to some of the other ones, anyway.
Right, but it's one of those ones where like the box and manual are, I think, trickier to come across than your average. So
Yeah.
Definitely cool to come across that Princess Tomato manual.
Yeah, very good, very good.
Great shape too.
And then got a couple systems, right? So a Super Nintendo and a N64 with a expansion pack in it.
And you picked up one of my favorite N64 games, Rogue Aquadron.
Oh man,
It's a good one, isn't it?
there it is.
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
Aquadron. I love
it. One letter.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. If LucasArts actually had made Rogue Aquadron, they would still be in business. Would still be in business today.
Oh man, that's so awesome. And the A is right next to the S.
It sounds cooler than Squadron anyway, doesn't it?
It actually
I like
really
it,
does.
yeah.
Aquadron. I can't believe that changing one letter would alter the word that much.
And make it that awesome.
It changes the way the entire word flows. That's so awesome. Rogue Aquadron. Love it. And that's the game that really, I'm telling you, the Rogue Aquadron title screen without
here we
the
go.
expansion pack versus the Rogue Aquadron title screen with the expansion pack, you won't even... You'll imagine how you could have ever looked at that title screen without the expansion pack.
I want to throw something out here while we're talking about N64 and expansion packs. Remember when you bought the expansion pack? It came in the box. You had the expansion pack, and you had that goofy little tool.
Yeah, the little
Absolutely.
grate.
That little plastic tool
Yep.
to pop the one
little,
out.
Yep, little black thing that would like kind of wedge under that you could pop the jumper pack out with.
Tell me somebody who actually still has that thing.
I think I got mine
I had
floating
it
around,
until I sold it
actually.
last year.
What's
I
that?
think I still got mine floating around.
Really?
Yeah.
I've looked
The-
everywhere for them. I can't find it.
You can just
The
use a butter
only-
knife. I don't think most
Well, I
people
know
really
how-
kept
I
it.
know.
Yeah.
I can still do it, but
Yeah, but he's a purist.
no, I want to have it because that's it.
Right.
I'm like,
Well, I mean,
where
you
did
gotta,
it go?
Would you
You gotta
display
be
it
checked.
nicely on the shelf?
Where would
No,
you
just
frame
what
it?
an odd thing. They had to make a special tool,
Yeah.
and then of course, I guess most people probably just threw it away since they were done. But I mean, I had mine. I don't know where it went.
Yeah, I had the only reason I had one is I found in like a whole lot that I bought like probably a couple of years ago by now. There was a boxed it wasn't a boxed expansion pack. It was everything. It was like it was the box, the manual, the cardboard insert, the jumper pack because they had put the jumper pack in where the expansion pack was, and the tool. I had it like on display for a while with a bunch of my boxes, and after a little bit, I just didn't care about it, so I threw it up in the sale thread, and it actually took a while to sell, but somebody wanted to display it, so.
Well, if somebody has one of those stupid tools sitting around and you don't want it, you'd send it my way. Can't find the dang thing. 'Cause I remember just a while back I was looking
Your
for it.
wife
for
probably
some
saw it
odd
on a
reason.
shelf and was like, "What the hell is this garbage still doing here?"
Yes, probably
Yeah, threw it out.
no.
Were your guys' moms like growing up? My mom wouldn't throw anything out because she thought it was something to like one of our toys or video games. So like she would always like leave like a pile of like screws or plastic bits or whatever. And it was like she was like, "What's the like?" She could be like across the lawn, like, "What is this like tiny little plastic thing?" It's, "Oh, that's Michelangelo's." Like,
Yeah.
just put it with him. It's okay. Like it's a.
No, we were kind of the opposite. If it wasn't in our bedroom, it would go in the garbage.
Oh, death to Smoochie. I couldn't put up with that.
Well, I
It's like,
just got used to hoarding things in my room. I had like the
and-
back. You know how when you like open your Ninja Turtle when you're a kid, you keep the back for like an extra month because you want to look at
Sure.
the guys you could buy. I had
Mhm.
like a huge box full of the backs of action figures in my room when I moved out to like when I was like 19 or whatever.
like
So
20 years worth of
so you-
these things almost.
That's funny.
So you had like a makeshift like Turtles catalog.
Pretty much, yep.
Yeah, that's cool.
That is funny. But back there, we had a few other odds and ends.
Yeah, some more Star Wars goodies too. You have some Super Star Wars, and
I love Episode 1 Racer.
I
Episode
do
1
too.
Racer, really good.
Yeah, I was
I
surprised.
really like it.
Have you ever
Would-
played
would-
it on the mode where you use 2 controllers to do it?
That's
too?
exactly what I was
Yeah.
gonna say. Yeah, that was
It's
awesome.
It's actually pretty. I don't know if it was the inspiration for, but it feels similar to like the arcade version where you just have the 2.
Oh yeah.
Throttles for your for your 2 engines.
Uh-huh.
I mean the arcade game's cool, but like I feel like the N64 and Dreamcast versions. I actually don't know if the Dreamcast version supports that 2 controller mode though.
I'm not sure.
You'd be near impossible to try to do it.
Yeah, I mean with the N64 controller having that kind of
That
central
Pistol grip.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had
Yeah.
that pistol grip.
Yeah,
Man,
whoever
that
thought
was
of
so
that,
much
that
fun.
was a really cool like Easter egg after we were done the game. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I played that thing to death.
I love that game. I dated a girl when I was in Florida who like we're just hanging out like one of the first times we hung out, and she was like, "Oh, you want to like I have an N64, you want to play?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's do this." And she brought out Episode 1 Racer, and I was like, "Oh, I love this game." And she was like, "I have to warn you, I'm really good at this." And I was like, "Oh, okay, like, that's cool." And then she's like, "No, seriously, like I dated a guy who like told me there's no way I was gonna beat him, and I beat him, and he got really upset. So I just like to warn people like up front." And
I
I
want
was
to
like,
bruise your fragile male
Yeah.
ego.
and I was like, "Oh, thank you for warning me, but I think I got this."
And then she
uh,
trashed you, right?
I beat her the first race, and she got upset. And I was like, "Whoa, you were trying to tell me not to get upset, and now you're upset." And she was like, "I really didn't think there was any way you were gonna win." So I mean, we went back and forth, which is it's the best kind of person to play with, is someone right at your level. So we had fun.
Good deal. Good deal. And then I picked up N64 Game Shark. The N64 Game Shark was really kind of weird.
Yep.
What did that? I don't even remember what that display did. Why did it have that little red LED number display?
You had like a button on the front, and it would change, but I can't remember for the life of me exactly what it did.
Yeah, I remember it would display like 1 or 2 digits, like numbers or letters, and I have no idea what they were.
Yeah, and I remember there was like so many. There were like different versions, so they would like even like later ones be like 1.1, 1.2. You know.
I had a friend who had a
Yeah.
couple of them around the house we used to mess around with. I can't remember what the LED numbers meant either.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I have one. Of course, who didn't have a Game Shark back then? But that's what
Yeah.
you had to have a Game Shark.
Yeah, back when they were still like the thing.
Yeah. You guys remember when they made consoles? You're like, oh, I can't use a Game Shark on these anymore.
Yeah,
Like, this
I
sucks.
remember when PlayStation 1, like before it went down to the the slim one, because the early PlayStation ones they had that little I/O port on the back.
Yeah.
And then the later versions didn't have that.
Yeah, no
So
Game
if you
Shark.
had an earlier version of the PlayStation, you would just pop it into the back of the I/O port. But then like on a later version, there was like a disc swap. Remember, like you had to boot up the disc.
Oh, yeah.
And then you had to set the codes up, and then it's like, okay, we got the codes loaded into like the memory card that you had to put in. Then it's like, without pressing power, open up the tray, put in the game, and put it in and hit reset. So it was like it became a whole procedure.
Yeah. Oh, man. And I remember. Do you remember there was a PC card that you could get that would interface with the Game Shark for PlayStation 1 and Saturn, and you could use it with a PC to help program codes?
I remember that. I never got into that. I did have a Dex drive though, which I
Oh,
loved.
yeah, Dex Drive.
Loved the Dex drive because I really, really had like I don't know why, but I had like so many more save files than I knew what to do with, and I really did want to back them up. I didn't want to buy like a ton of memory cards, so I like uploaded them all to the PC, and it was glorious.
I've got something similar for PlayStation 1. Like when I first bought it, I bought this thing, and it's like a memory card that plugs in, but it's attached to a floppy disk drive.
Oh, weird.
And you can back up your memory card to floppy disk. So that way you can like reuse it and whatnot. So yeah,
Right,
I've still got this thing in a bunch of stack of floppy disks with saves. And it was funny, just when the PlayStation 3 came out, I got whatever that converter thing, where you could like transport, your cards over into like PS3 saves.
I forgot about
that
that thing.
adapter?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
So I did that, and the discs all still worked. I got like all those saved for all those PS1 games and like transferred them over. And now the future of Sony is going to screw me over, and I'm not going to be able to transfer them to PS4. So screw you, Sony.
Well, you have a PS3, so it sounds like you're doing okay.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on, man. Backwards compatibility.
Hey, whoa. So real quick, let's just get through the rest of the cool stuff he's got real quick.
Okay.
So Aladdin, because he was really excited about the community playthrough coming up. So he got a complete Aladdin. He got a couple PC titles, Monopoly Star Wars. He got Doom 3, which people gave us some crap for being, dark and predictable. I thought it was kind of cool.
Monster closets, man.
That's what people say. And here's what I say to them. Leave me alone.
It really wasn't that good.
It was but it's Doom. Like, here's a gun, kill all the stuff that comes on the screen.
There's a problem. It wasn't Doom.
It was Doom. It says it right on the front.
No.
He also got War of the Ring, which I guess you're going to tell me wasn't Lord of the Rings.
About Lord of the Rings, so whatever you say.
And Fable. And I missed the other Star Wars title, Empire at War Collection, which is real-time strategy, an RTS collection. Pretty good if you like Star Wars and RTS.
I never played the first Fable on Xbox. Did you guys play that?
Yeah.
I only played 2. I only played 2.
I like Krabby. Krabby, you're so pithy.
So pity it. I've been saving that one for the right game.
And you could have spent it on Knuckles Chaotix, and you were like, "No, I got to hold on to this.
Yeah,
Fable's coming up in a little
coming
bit."
up right away.
Is Fable that bad on the Xbox?
I didn't like it, and this was back at the
it.
time when I kind of bought into the hype. Like,
Yeah, they
Fable's going to
hyped
be
that
this
so
amazing game, and then like 5 hours later, I'm done it. I'm like, oh, that was not really any different than any other role playing game I've played.
You kidding me? Peter Molyneux hypes games that are not good? What?
This was the first time I really fell for it, I guess. So
I was just gonna say the same thing. Like what I love about Peter Molyneux is that he honestly believes that everything he's working on is going to change the way you play video games forever.
Milo
on
the Kinect.
And the thing is, I love that there's a person out there that honestly believes that and honestly strives for that. I'm not mad, but I'm really genuinely upset that is not the case with any of his games.
Yeah.
Fable 2 wasn't bad.
Oh, they're good. But I mean, like, the thing is, he's so good at telling you, this is what I want this game to be. And I'm like, Peter, go do it. Please do it. That sounds great. Please do it. And then he brings me a thing. And then I'm like, oh, good try.
No, you can see where it's had like its roots in other games now, but I don't know, at the time it was really underwhelming.
Yeah.
I have friends who, one friend, especially my friend Jamie, loves it. It's like the only game he played. And then when Fable 2 came out, he borrowed my Xbox 360 and played through all of Fable 2 in like a week and then gave me the Xbox back. And I said, "Do you like it?" And he's like, "Well, the cover of the game, it shows that like if you end up bad, your eyes will turn red." And my eyes never turned red. And I said, "That's the one thing about this. You play this game for like a solid week. That's what you had to bring to me." He's like, "Yeah, I really wanted my eyes to be able to go red, and they don't."
Nice. But you could have an undead wife in that one.
Heyo. Just don't give her a Phoenix down.
I remember I played that a lot for whatever reason. Never played the third one. Heard bad things. So
Yeah, me too.
After the first one, I've had no interest in the series.
Yeah,
two wasn't bad.
They actually gave 2 away like briefly. I forget what it was, but it was like it was like a giveaway, like an Xbox Live sale or something. So I have it like the DLC. I know it's not real, but I have like the DLC. It's like on my Xbox 360's hard drive. I just haven't fired it up.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I remember I played it and I was so disappointed that my friends to try Jade Empire, and that one did it for me. That was a much better game that I was looking for, that kind of had the good and evil, the choices and stuff like that.
Right.
That's the one out of those BioWare games I've not gone back and played yet. I need to go
played
back
through
and
that
play
one like with every character, good and bad. Like, it's really fun. I liked it.
I need to go back.
Me too. That's on my go back retro list.
Maybe 3 games that I justify owning my Xbox for. I hate that system, and Jade Empire is one of them.
and then Bloodwake is the other.
You like the KOTOR games, though?
No, hate them.
Ah!
Hate them.
Ah!
Okay,
I tried
so
them.
we probably should end the show forever.
If they would have, thrown the Aquadron in there, I would have really enjoyed them, I'm sure.
It is. It's an Easter egg. You got to uncover it.
I just didn't play long enough.
I know.
All right.
I will tell you, I liked the KOTOR games. I don't like them as much as everyone else in the universe seems to like them.
Aww.
But I do like them. But I do see a lot of the beginnings of Mass Effect in the first KOTOR.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I didn't really like Karth very much, but I loved HK-47 or whatever.
Oh, yeah. I think he was everybody's
writing
on their top list.
Oh, my gosh. The writing for that character was hilarious.
Yep.
Oh, man. Anyway, KOTOR. Foreshadowing.
Yeah.
All right, so up next we've got Zagnorch, right?
Yep, up north we got Zag next.
And he found a couple games, but he also found some mysterious symbol of power, right?
Yeah, and courage.
Was it wisdom?
I think he defeated Purple Ganon to get this next one.
Found the Triforce.
He found the Triforce.
Now, where exactly did he find this? Does he live near it?
He mentions it's the greatest score of all. It looks like it's some sort of nature trail at the site of Englishtown at Camp Mount Madonna.
Now, I think what he really should have put, though, is he found the Triforce symbol on the sign, because that means that's just like pointing you towards the temple where the Triforce is located. You still have to go get it, right?
Or it could be right under your feet. The other thing he pointed out was that this shrine was dedicated on October 1992, which was the same year Link to the Past was released. So he's doing some investigatory work.
So maybe if you time travel to the Dark World of 1992...
There is a shadowy place in that picture.
But he did pick up a couple legitimate games, right?
Well, one of them's legitimate.
All right, and that's KOTOR. KOTOR 2.
Awesome.
Yes,
Discworld.
KOTOR 2.
Discworld 2. Come on.
What? No, come on, man.
Discworld?
Yep.
Are you a Discworld fan, Krabby?
I've only played the second one. It's not bad.
It's not bad. That's a ringing endorsement.
Yep. Wait.
His favorite game.
I would not chew my own hand off if I had to play
Well,
that.
I'm going to take the nod out for the next one you're talking about here.
Yeah. Next one, KOTOR 2. The KOTOR was fun.
No.
Bill, you played KOTOR, right? Both of those?
I played the first one. I didn't play the second one.
What?
I didn't play the second. I'm sorry. I didn't play the second one.
I'm the only one that played both
Bill
of those?
refuses to play Star Wars games without Aquadrons in them.
There should be an Aquadron in that game. I remember writing to BioWare and saying, "Yo, Aquadron's my favorite."
They'll put that in next one just for you. They'll name one of their characters Bill with one L in the
to.
Aquadron. But yeah, I picked up KOTOR 2. I'm trying to find an affordable copy of that one still. It's every time I find it, it's like they want like $20, and I don't know. To me, in my head, $20 is a little high, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just wrong.
It's been kind of sitting around that range for a few years now.
It's pretty cool, though. It's kind of like, I think, Bill, you said before about KOTOR. It's like the genesis of the Mass Effect. You can see the seeds of that stuff in there.
Yeah, I really do. Like from just like the exploration of the that huge, you would end up in a huge area, like the spaceport, kind of early on in the game, and you're exploring, you're talking to people, you're getting like a whole bunch of side quests that have to do with that area as well as main story quests. It just that whole style of Mass Effect gameplay really seems to have kind of had its first public showing in KOTOR.
So did you play that on PC or did you play that on Xbox, Bill?
Xbox.
Okay.
Yeah, that was back. I don't think, now correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it came out on PC right away. Am I wrong?
I'm not a PC guy. I'm not sure if it was a simultaneous launch or not.
I could have sworn it was only on Xbox at first, and then it went to PC a bit later. But someone can correct me if that's not right. But yeah, definitely played it on Xbox. On Xbox first.
Cool. So fun stuff. So Zagnort's got a truckload of other things, but we'd be here all night, I think, if we went through the rest. But those were just a couple gems that we wanted to point out. Next, I never know how to say this name.
Focassus.
Is that okay?
Focassus.
I would like. Could be like Focassi.
Focassi?
Focassis. I don't know.
No matter how you say it, I'm mad at him.
Because you picked up
No,
your favorite solver box games.
Oh, and they just keep on. The best part is autocorrect has no problem with the word solver.
Love it.
The Konami solver boxes.
Konami solver
those
box.
are great.
Konami solver box games. He got Gradius for I think he said like less than $11.
Pretty cheap, yeah.
Oh,
And you still need that one, right?
Yeah, that's one of the two. That's actually I did pick up Lone Ranger, in a lot not too long ago. So Lone Ranger was one that I'd actually forgotten about. I was like, oh yeah, like that's totally a silver
Yeah,
box.
it's like the oddball one everyone seems to forget about.
Yeah, and then I'm not
Oh.
sure if I count Ninja Turtles 3 because the front, like what makes it a silver box to me, is a lot to do with the front cover art, like that very specific style. And Ninja Turtles 3 definitely does not have that, but the spine is silver with the title over it. So even though I don't consider it a silver box game, I will be putting it right alongside my other ones when I get it.
That game has some of my favorite box art on any NES game. I love the Turtles 3 art.
Still say you need to go for those European.
Oh yeah,
silver box games.
I'm sure I will. Probotector, what was it? Roller Games is silver over there.
Probotector 2
Metal Gear and Snake's Revenge are silver over there.
and Silent Service.
Silent
Yeah.
Service, the big
I
one.
might have to go for that one.
Yeah, I think when my U.S. Silver boxes are done, I will start keeping an eye out. I mean, and as far as like the European stuff goes, I think I'm pretty much going to have to resort to eBay or overseas trading for that.
Sure. Now he picked up a couple other odds and ends, right?
Yeah, some
He
more
got-
solvers.
He got the Adventures of Boy.
Yeah. Adventures of No Neck Billy and Jack Nicklaus Golf, which oddly enough was a tricky one for me to track down, but another solver box. Track and Field 2. I didn't have trouble finding that one. Track and Field 1 actually kind of threw me for a little bit. Blades of Steel. I actually do have the box and the manual for the red box Blades of Steel. I believe that was Banana who hooked me up with that. I had already sent my red label cart to Krabby because he wanted to have one. So now I'm looking for another red label Blades of Steel cart to complete
Oh,
that.
no way.
But, yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, I'll come across that cart
Yeah.
for
It's just
$5-6 or something.
funny that happened.
It's just one
yeah.
that, yeah, right.
You just got to
So,
comb eBay. You'll find one, yeah. Cheap.
I'm sure, yeah. And then, excuse me, it's not it's not hard to find at all. But I just like the Super Game Boy.
Yeah, well, I mean, next to the Game Boy Player on GameCube, it's pretty awesome, right?
Yeah.
And you had the borders, right? Why didn't... There's my question, right? So you had the borders in Super Game Boy. Why did those same borders not work in the Game Boy Player?
Weird, right?
Yeah, why couldn't they do that?
Maybe
The
they lost the
mystery.
licensing agreement with the clip art company that they got the borders from. Oh,
What
and
a
speaking
crime.
of, and we were speaking of SimCity earlier. There's that SimCity Super Nintendo cart, right in that same lot, and he also got Castlevania Chronicles. Now that was Symphony of the Night, and what was the other one in that game?
We talking about the PSP one?
No, the original PlayStation Castlevania Chronicles.
I don't know what was in that one. I don't recall.
I can't see either.
Quite honestly, I don't have it.
I might be thinking of the PSP. There was one Castlevania
PSP
compilation
one
disc
had
that had Symphony, but you couldn't play it until you unlocked it by playing
That-
the.
that's the PSP
Yeah, I think-
one.
I think
That's
what
PSP,
you're thinking
okay.
of.
I'm thinking of the wrong
Yeah,
one.
yeah. Not sure what's on that one. I would have to go back and honestly look. I don't think I own that copy of that game. Then you get a couple other odds and ends. Steel Talons. Did you guys ever play Steel Talons or like the arcade version of Steel Talons?
Nope.
I don't think so.
I remember playing that when I was they had that like at the Putt Putt. So not that
Wait,
it was a
you-
great game or
So
anything.
you call it Putt Putt too?
Well, that's what it was. It was Putt Putt.
Hey,
Putt Putt Golf and Games. That's the name of the place.
If you up where you live, if you go to a place where you're just putting, what is that place called?
Mini golf.
Yeah, okay. And I'm not saying one's right or wrong. It's just it's interesting. You meet people like my wife calls it putt-putt because that's what it was. We're, in Buffalo. But here in New England, that's mini golf.
Well, the place I went to was putt-putt. I mean, that was the name of the building. I mean, it's the business, right?
Okay, well, so what happened was they had miniature golf at the business called putt-putt.
Yes, well, that's what a putt-putt business is.
Well,
it's the name of a company that has miniature golf courses.
And there was a theme song. It was putt-putt for the fun of it.
Putt-putt for the fun of it. Yep. Oh, yeah. Because when I lived in Oklahoma, we had putt-putt there, and then I moved back here, and then we had putt-putt here. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize it was a franchise. I thought that you called the sport putt-putt.
No, it's a franchise, yeah.
Oh, that makes more sense to me now. Sorry.
Yeah, they would have miniature golf, and then on the...
I thought it was a soda versus pop argument.
No. Miniature golf, and then like an arcade inside, It's kind of, or like this one had steel like batting cages and stuff outside too. So it's kind of like that scene in Karate Kid, right, where they go to the arcade with the,
That's all I want. I said it, I think, on Facebook a while ago. Like, can someone please, like, that's what I want. Like, for my birthday, I want to go to the date montage from the Karate Kid. Like, I want a roller skate, I want mini golf, I want laser tag, I want arcade. We don't have one of those anymore.
That place is still there, though. You know that? That place that was in the movie?
Yeah, the place out in California. Yeah, it's actually, like, on a lot of the tours. Like, when you, the drive-by tours.
If Elizabeth Shue was there, I would go. I don't care.
1987 Elizabeth Shue?
I don't care now, Elizabeth Shue. I don't care. Are you kidding me? Talk about childhood dreams. And then he got Turok, right? Do you guys ever play Turok?
Yeah. I played Turok 1 and 2.
Oh, man. Turok is...
I had a friend who was really into it when it was new. He played it all the time. He had all of them. I couldn't get into it. It had a really cool idea at the time. I loved dinosaurs when I was a kid, but I just couldn't play it.
The arrows, right?
I love the 30-foot blood sprays out of people's necks in that game.
I forget which Turok had it, but that cerebral bore weapon was pretty cool.
Yeah. That was so awesome. I think we talked about that before.
So,
that was so awesome.
Whenever I
because you would just shoot it, and it would just like right into their head.
Yeah. Yeah. Whenever I hear that Twisted Sister song, I Want to Rock, I always hear it as he wants to play this game. Because it starts off like, I want to rock, but then he slows it down. It's like, I want to rock.
You need to edit a YouTube video, music video now.
I'll try.
And he also picked up some classic literature, right?
Anything by Jeff Rovin's classic, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How to win at the Nintendo games. 3.
Gotta know how to win at them.
Nintendo tapes. I'm still looking for 4. I don't have 4.
That's the one I'm missing too.
Yeah. I've got both versions of the first one. I got second, third. I got Super Nintendo. I don't have Game Boy. I don't have Mario Brothers. I don't have 4.
Yeah. Always on the lookout.
Somebody needs to...
I only have 2 so far.
Somebody needs to remedy that problem. So. And then Donkey Kong Game Boy. Do you guys play Donkey? Man, that was so good. Did you guys play Donkey Kong Game Boy?
I didn't play it.
Nope.
I didn't have a Game Boy, though.
Krabby? Donkey Kong Game Boy?
Nope, just Donkey Kong Land for me.
All right, do yourselves both a favor. If you don't already have a copy of Donkey Kong on Game Boy, go get it and then play it. It's awesome because it starts off like Donkey Kong. You think, oh, okay, I'm just playing Donkey Kong. And then like once you beat that level, the last bit of it's like then it opens up and there's like all these crazy Donkey Kong levels afterwards. I mean, it's huge. It's really cool. You guys ought to check it out. A lot of fun.
It does sound cool.
Play it in your Super Game Boy. With
the cool backgrounds.
Yeah, trust me, it's really awesome. If you haven't played it, it's not just Donkey Kong. You really owe it to yourself.
All right, I'm sold.
And then there you go. I'm telling, and it's not expensive. It's really great. RPG Maker they had that whole series of Maker games, right?
A few.
Yeah, Fighter Maker. Yeah, I actually think this has the potential to work out much better, in this time as opposed to the time that it came out in. If nothing else, because like you could make your own RPG, and then it was like awesome. Now I can play the RPG that I made. Whereas like now, if this was a thing,
upload it.
you could then share, even if it was just like a couple of levels. Like here, I made this 35-minute crazy awesome dungeon. So this is one that I picked up a while ago from Fibro Freak. Actually, I bought RPG Maker from, and I haven't. I dabbled a tiny bit with it, but it's. I always thought the idea was really cool.
How on earth would you survive trying to write out lengthy dialogue with an on-screen keyboard?
I could do it. I would have I would have a helper.
some immigrant labor or something.
Yeah.
That you would bring in.
I bet you could. That's right. Yeah, there wasn't a keyboard for the PS2.
Yeah.
Was there like an unofficial keyboard? Wasn't there like a USB unofficial keyboard for PS2? I wonder if that would work.
There's no USB
For the PS2,
slot, so
you could plug a keyboard in.
Yeah, but this was a PS1 game.
I thought Bill said PS2 though. There was a version on the PS2, I believe, of the RPG Maker.
Was there?
Yeah.
I thought this was a PlayStation 1
This
game,
one
but-
is, yeah.
Maybe
But
they
I think
made-
there's another one
yeah.
later on.
Ah, okay. Maybe they made RPG Maker 2.
Something like that.
So-
They definitely did.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that would make much more sense at that point in time. Because, man, could you imagine just... doot, 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 boop,
Yeah.
doot, 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 boop, having to type in like 600 pages of dialogue.
Yeah, it's
You'd
why
probably
no
wean
one
it down.
sends like messages on their consoles. Like they have like the chat pad for 360 and everything, which helps a little bit. But
I've got
I mean,
one
why-
of those.
yeah, I do too. And I only use it to like enter in like my username and password for certain things. Like everything else, it's like I'm just gonna talk to that person.
Who wants to talk, man? Forget that. And then we move on to Mr. Understatement. Right?
Understatement. Looks like a pretty snazzy Laserdisc player. I don't know if I pointed this out yet
Laserdisc
or not. I've got some. I guess if you're looking for Laserdiscs, I have them.
100 or so, right?
I have all of them,
Well, maybe get a
Except-
hold
except-
of you.
except for, of course, Cool World.
Nice.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
That's already reserved. Yeah.
I'm actually really excited about that for some reason, and I have no way to watch it.
You'll find a way.
I will
You'll
find a way.
Pull that laser active out that you've got no doubt sitting around,
Yeah.
right?
Not yet.
You have a laser active? Oh, I want a laser
I
active.
don't. He's just teasing.
Oh, good. I feel better
Once he
that you
starts
don't
his-
have one.
Once he starts his gaming metropolis up down there, then he'll
Then
find
the
one, I'm
Laserdisc
sure.
players will be flowing.
But he did get some 64 games,
Yeah,
right?
a bunch of decent titles.
Yeah. Conquer?
Have you finished all of them, Crap?
Not Conquer, no. I didn't like that one at the time because the language really put me off.
I never played it.
Yeah,
Never
you got
played it.
Conquer, Mario 64, a couple of the Mario parties, some Star Fox.
I like
Good
Star
games.
Fox 64.
I do
It's a
too.
lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm replaying. What do you call it? I'm playing Star Fox on the 3DS right now.
Yeah, good stuff, right? And then over to our old fellow Canadian buddy Fleech, right?
Yeah.
Leech.
Now, he picked a couple of things up,
Some
like,
role-playing.
yeah, Radiata Stories. You guys familiar with that
A
one?
little bit.
I'm
Played
not
it?
actually.
I haven't put
I've got a copy. I've never
I
played
haven't
it.
put much time into it. I put like half an hour into it. Just kind of wanted to see what it was. I don't think I put enough
It's a
time
Square
into it
Enix
to actually
game, right?
figure that out, though.
Yeah, I kind of thought that I knew about all the Square PS2 RPGs, but I guess this one slipped by me. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I've not played that one a whole lot
See-
either. I mean, the art on those are always beautiful.
Yeah, it
but-
seems like one of those hidden gems. Like I don't remember anyone talking about it when the PS2 was out, but now a lot of people really love the game.
Well, good. And then Seventh Saga for
Yeah,
the Super Nintendo.
That's a really cool one. I remember playing that when I was a kid.
I've got that one. I've played it
Yeah.
a long time ago. I don't know if I've given it any time
I
recently.
put a
But
ton of time into it and got nowhere when I was a kid. I probably spent 30
'Cause I
or
wanna
40
say-
hours and barely got past like the first dungeon.
didn't that one and ActRaiser kind of come out pretty close to each other?
They might have. I remember
'Cause
renting
I remember
it about the
playing
same time,
around that
yeah.
time. I remember playing like a truckload of ActRaiser, but not like Seventh Saga so much. Because this ActRaiser was great.
ActRaiser was great.
And then Axelay. Remember Axelay was around there too?
Ugh,
Oh, man.
I don't like that one.
You don't like Axelay? Oy. All right, fine. You're a Phalanx guy, right?
Eh,
You don't like shooters.
I
All right,
like
let's move on.
shooters. Just the good ones. You know.
Gradius 3?
I'm not a big Gradius guy either.
I like shooters, just the good ones,
Yeah.
but none of the ones that you'll ever
Hey, you
mention.
sold me on Zanuck. I like Zanuck.
All right, yeah, Compile is
There
pretty
you go.
awesome. Oh, Space Megaforce. Do you have Space Megaforce?
No, I don't.
That's Compile. That is amazing on the Super Nintendo. You need that
All
one.
right, it's on the list.
If you like Zanuck, you'll love Space Megaforce. And it has an awesome title screen. The guy goes, Space Megaforce, presented by Toho.
Oh, you just love the audio in those old games, don't you? Do your B-52
I do,
bomber
that's
for us.
awesome. B-52 bomber. That ain't got a gift from Razor Knuckles, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love
I
this
won't
gift.
try to make any noises about this one.
Whoa, what's the problem?
I can't really make the Dreamcast logo.
Oh, okay. I thought you were okay. I
Making
misunderstood.
farting
Yeah,
noises into the mic.
So Razor sent Fleech a Dreamcast. I mean, because he has them just lying around the place.
Who doesn't? Jeez.
Just send him a Dreamcast, a whole hookup cables, couple controllers, a VMU even. Yeah, so that's really, I guess Fleech must have mentioned that he didn't have a Dreamcast, or
That's awesome.
Razor just sensed it because he can sense households in countries that don't have Dreamcasts, and then he just mailed it. But yeah, it's a very, very cool. And he, of course, I mean, you got to send a couple Sonic games. So we got a Genesis Sonic 1 and 3, and Fable 3. So just like a handful of gift.
Cool. And over then to Mr. Johnny Nintendo. I haven't seen as much from Mr. Johnny Nintendo lately, but
He's been posting a little bit, yeah, but he kind of went on like a hiatus there for a while.
well, I think he spent everything he had. I guess for a while he was loading up.
Didn't he have a life event?
Oh, twins, right? He might just be
Yeah.
busy.
Twins, but he was still buying at that time, so
Yeah, he was.
he spent, I guess.
Good dude. I still have the card from him. I think I actually still owe him a game. Like I think like in like a sale or a trade that we did, I was, it was in my favor a little bit, so I still like owe him a thing. So,
Well,
so,
he
like,
was
whenever
asking about Bubble Bobble 2 there. You can just send him one of those.
He doesn't need it to be real, right? Like I can just Sharpie the number 2 on a Bubble Bobble 1 card.
He'll be happy with that.
It's good enough.
Yeah.
It's good enough. But he picked up a Super Famicom import. Another
Have
shooter.
you played this one?
Acrobat Mission. No, I kind of looked at the video of this one for a minute, and it looks all right, I guess, as far as shooters go. It didn't seem too impressive, but it's definitely one I've never heard of before, so it's kind of cool to pick something like that. If I ever come across one cheap, I would pick it up just for fun. I like shooters. Sure, it looked like your typical space shooter fare. So, the thing that gets me, I was seeing the other day, you guys play Truxton on the Genesis?
No.
No? Okay. All right. I was hoping for something. Answer's no.
Yeah, no, I totally played it. It was great.
Truxton was like an really early Genesis like shooter release, and to me, I've like had Truxton for an eternity, and to me, it was always like, oh, this is just like got to be $1 or $2 game. So the other day, it's not selling. I mean, it's getting up there a little bit. I'm like, really? Is there like a resurgence for Truxton or something? But
Yeah, I hadn't ever heard that word.
oh well, you should check out Truxton if
Is
you
it a
haven't.
shooter?
Yes, it's a space shooter.
Okay. Is it like Gigawing 2?
No, exactly. But the weapons are kind of cool. It's pretty neat. So I would say
It's
check
got
it out.
an X
It's
in the
fun.
title.
Oh,
And it does, because everything sounds cooler. with an X.
unnecessary X.
And speaking of X's in titles, next we have Mr. Nine-Tailed Demon Fox.
X-Tail Demon.
That's
That is what I used to call him.
because I think it's nine-tailed,
Yeah.
right? Like nine-tailed demon. Yeah, so you got to
Threw
really
me off.
pay attention to that one.
Right. Now the game he got was nothing that was too terribly crazy, but I wanted to just talk for a minute about the Final Fight games on Super Nintendo. So he picked up the original Final Fight on Super Nintendo, right?
Awesome game, yeah.
Yep. So since we're a show about collecting and stuff, it's always good. You guys know about the Final Fight, and then they had like Final Fight Guy,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And the whole reason behind all of that and everything, right?
Didn't they say they couldn't fit the extra character into the game or something ridiculous like that?
Right. Yeah, it was memory, like the storage size on the carts.
Yeah.
They didn't. So you had Hagar and Cody on Final Fight, And then if you wanted Guy, you had to go get Final Fight Guy, a totally separate game. And then
Which
you had
seems to make
Hagar
so much
and
sense.
Guy, right?
Can you imagine a fighting game that had like 8 characters, and then Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition came out, and they were like, "Oh, it's a different card." Like, but you can
And then-
only play as Vega, Balrog,
You
Bison,
have to get
and
Street
Dragon.
Fighter Guile to play as Guile.
Yeah, that was so crazy. I mean, so, Final Fight Guy is the one that's really hard to find and expensive now because most of the cards were just regular Final Fight, but I still don't have Final Fight Guy. Do either of you have that one?
Haven't come
No, I've
across
never
it.
even seen one.
Yeah. My recommendation, though, is Final Fight on the Sega CD. Oh, man, it's the best version of Final Fight. It's really
I agree.
Good. Really good. And then the other thing we picked up a couple like these boxed handhelds from the 70s, which I remember these. They're like the Mattel football and the Merlin.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had another one as well. Like, can't remember offhand what that one was. But you guys are too young to remember these, right?
Yes.
My grandparents still had a couple old ones like lingering around the house that we never played with.
These were kind of neat at the time, but like Merlin, if you look at it, looks like some ancient cell phone or something.
Yeah. Wait,
Um,
is Merlin baseball, football, and then Blip he got too?
Oh, Blip. Yeah, I remember Blip was supposed to be kind of look like an electronic game. I think it was one of those Tomy kind of games.
Yes,
But,
that's what it was. Yep.
Yep, Tomytronic. There was a bunch of those. And it really is not very electronic. It's like barely, but like a flashing light kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
he gets a lot of stuff because he works at a store that I don't know if it's what
He
exactly.
works for, like, a
store it is, but I
thrift,
know
doesn't he?
works-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because I mean almost every one of his scores is like, this is what I got from work today.
Yeah.
So he seems to be like on the ball as far as like grabbing the cool stuff when it comes
The
in.
cool stuff like Hannah Montana.
Yeah. And
These-
Merlin.
Yeah, these handhelds were really a big deal back then. They were a lot of fun. A lot of people had them. It was also popular in that same time where everybody was doing Simon.
Oh yeah.
You remember Simon?
Yeah, we actually had one of those.
Yeah. So all that stuff was big at the same time. Merlin was a game where it had like several different variations you could do, and have like it was a matching game, like memorize things, and then Mattel Football was just like this LED football game. But at the time, it was like so awesome. They had like Mattel Baseball, football, all these other ones. So taking me back memory lane a little bit. For those of you that are older like me, you remember those. For those younger, whippersnappers, get out of here.
We had sweet things like Tiger LCD handhelds instead.
Oh, Double Dragon, Tiger Electronics.
I saw those two. Those were pretty cool. Those were good. And then Mr. Crazy the Possum. Where does that come from? Crazy the
Great
Possum.
name. I don't know if that's like a character in a game that I don't know about, but it's cool.
I have no idea. But he picked a console up, right?
Yes. First, he picked up a Wii U, and he wrote right underneath the picture, "Ew." So I don't know if he was happy with it or if he like lost a bet or something. And then next, he says at work he got a bunch of empty game boxes for Xbox, GameCube, PS2. So I'm assuming that he might work at a game store or he might work at a thrift type thing. But now he's looking for loose discs for all of those things. So hopefully he didn't just like go to a GameStop and steal all the empty boxes. Because people do that, and they get home and they're like, my friend who owns the store, he's like, dude, you wouldn't believe how many people just steal cases. He's like we have all these discs and no cases for them anymore. He's like, it's ridiculous.
Do you think they're looking for
Yeah,
like
'cause they've all-
download codes or like EA passes or Club Nintendo codes
I
or
mean,
something?
He doesn't carry a whole lot of current stuff. I mean, it's mostly like PS2, Xbox, Dreamcast,
Okay,
like that
yeah.
kind of stuff. So I don't think they're I mean, I
It's
guess it
people-
could be someone trying to complete their game, but
Yeah, it's people that bought all those cheap games when GameStop was clearing them out. Now they're like, crap, I need cases for all these.
yeah.
That's fun. But he picked up. Now, Krabby, okay. Quick update for the show. So you've had a Wii U. It's getting close to 9 months or so, maybe
6 months, isn't it?
now. 6. Okay, 6 months. So far, well, yeah. What's your verdict on the Wii U?
We're still happy with it. We bought all the games we wanted right when we got it, and haven't needed to pick up anything else because nothing new else has come out. But yeah, we got our money's worth on it. Nintendo Land alone, we've played a buttload of. Like every time we have like 3 to 5 people in the house, we play that game because it is so much fun in a group.
Can you define to me exactly how much a buttload is?
A buttload? That's like
Yeah.
about 10,000 hours, roughly.
Okay. All right. That's a lot. What do you
We
know?
played a lot.
Oh, good. Well, I still on the fence myself.
And I can understand that completely.
Because I'm waiting. I'm thinking, don't you think probably price drop soon? Don't you think?
It has unofficially.
Unofficially, yeah.
Yeah, like there's a whole bunch. Like it's not the same price everywhere, but like Target, it's like $40 off, and like it's like everyone thought it was like a sale, but then like the week after, like it was also. So I think the marketing behind that, or the PR behind that as well. If you do a price drop, then everyone reports on it. If you just have it for sale a few places, it's not a price drop, but it boosts your sales a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, I can't imagine it, not having an official price drop before the holidays.
Really? I'd be surprised if it drops this year. I think it'll drop
Yeah.
next
Really?
year.
So you think these new consoles are going to come out and no, they're not going to do
I
anything?
don't think Nintendo will do anything, no.
Huh. Okay.
I think they'll have like Mario, maybe Mario Kart, and something else out by Christmas, and they'll figure that's enough for this year, and then next year they'll have the price drop.
You know what I'd be happy? I'd be happy if they left the price the same and bundled a game, like did a holiday bundle.
Yeah, I could see that too. Yeah, because they already did the like Zombie U bundle, and I think that one had Nintendo Land in it as well as Zombie U, so I could see them doing another one like that for Christmas.
Okay, now this might tempt you. If they did Super Mario U and that new Luigi Land or Luigi World U, if they put all that together maybe in a bundle, I would interest me. Yeah, maybe.
I still wouldn't do it. I have a friend who bought it and is like really unhappy with it, but won't sell it, so I could borrow it anytime. So
Oh, that's a good deal then.
I kind of have one like in the on deck if I ever want it.
Nice.
Gotcha. He also picked up some Super Nintendo games. All right.
I love Street Fighter 2 box art. It's one of my favorites.
Pretty good. Pretty iconic.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. So Street Fighter 2, Chessmaster, Populous is one of my wife's favorite games. We have a complete copy of that. Another Sim City. So we should have said foreshadowing earlier with all these Sim Cities coming up. Sim Earth, also complete. And then one from Koei, Inido. I'm not familiar with this one.
Yeah, I don't know that one either.
No, me neither. But when I was a
Knowing
kid,
Koei,
I never
though,
played Koei games.
I
I've
don't know.
gotten into them more recently.
Right.
Yeah, probably some deep strategy game or something, no doubt, right?
Yep.
On Super Nintendo, I played Genghis Khan 2 a lot, but never that one.
Yeah, I played what's it called? Herzog's Way
Okay, yeah.
on Genesis, and that's like the only like outside the realm of like normal platformers game that I played.
Yeah, that was early RTS, right?
Yeah.
And
I
then
think a
speaking
lot
of
Koei games
Genesis,
are strategy. Yeah, got a nice boxed Sonic bundle, Genesis 1.
yeah, because Genesis does. I think we just mentioned
And then
that.
right. And then with Phantasy Star 3, the best Phantasy Star, right?
Something like that, right? Something like that.
Got you know what? I don't see these very often. The Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego. You see them for Nintendo quite a bit, but for Genesis, I mean, maybe I'm just not looking for them. But like with the encyclopedia and everything.
Yeah,
We had that one as a kid. We didn't have the encyclopedia, though.
Yeah.
You got Might and Magic. I played that one. I liked Might and Magic.
And speaking of Koei, you got a Gemfire, which, if you're new to Koei games, I'd say that's probably the best one to like start with. It's
training wheels.
Yeah,
on that
it's
one,
very user friendly and not nearly as time consuming as the rest of them.
Yeah, Battlemaster. I kind of remember playing that one back in the day.
Yeah, cool
The
game.
D&D one I did not like for some reason back in the day.
I didn't play it.
That was a little tough. And I never played Powermonger, so I don't know anything about that one either. But I remember that cover art on Powermonger. Looked pretty cool. So
Yeah.
There you go. And then up next we have... Hey, you picked up some oddball stuff, right? So, Super Mario 64.
Always a good decision.
Yeah. Mario Kart. And then kind of going back again to the game where everybody's playing for June, right?
Yeah,
You
he's got
the best
you
version.
saw it in there. It's a loose Genesis Aladdin. which
the
I
best one.
believe is the right version.
Yes.
And also a Gunstar Heroes, what do you call it? Treasure game.
Gunstar Heroes is pretty cool. Really, to me, that game pushed what the Genesis could do a lot more than a lot of other games could.
Yeah, I like treasure games a lot, and that's a really good one. And
Is
actually,
that one like what?
you mentioned Mario 64, but so three loose carts are Mario 64.
That's money
So,
right there.
Yeah, it really is.
That's
Seriously,
money.
like there's no shortage of people looking for that game, like new N64 owners, like casual owners looking for that game. Yeah, you'll sell those.
Yeah, no problems. And then up next, Mr. Tech Wizard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's
And
got
this is one
some good
that,
stuff.
one Krabby was just talking about. Maybe the price has come down a bit because of its digital version that's available, but
Is it digital
still a
too?
strong
I knew
game.
it was in that like Shadow of the Colossus
I'm
Psycho
sorry,
bundle.
no.
Did they do a digital
That's
one
what
too?
I meant. No, that's what I meant. I meant the
Oh,
bundle.
okay.
I misspoke. I don't think it's available.
You
by
shouldn't
itself,
swear on the podcast, Bill. I'm gonna have to bleep that out now.
but-
Yeah.
digital.
Don't worry, on the PS4 it will be. You'll play that on Gaikai, I'm sure.
So yeah, and he
then-
also got probably the best Mario game, right?
Probably the best Mario game.
Which one are we talking
Yeah,
about?
Super Mario Sunshine.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I want to go back to my probably the first Mario game. No.
Sonic Mega Collection. That's a good one.
Phantasy
Hey,
Star Online. Phantasy Star
Sonic
Online.
Mega Collection.
No,
You
Phantasy
got
Star
the
Online.
and for current gen, he picked up that Mass Effect trilogy. So for people who haven't played, like maybe just getting into Mass Effect now, that's a great deal. All three of those games in one
I
package.
love those games so much. And I was just berating Krabby last night because he's still not played through 3.
I'll get there.
Still has not played
I'll
the
get
third one.
there.
It's so good.
What?
I gotta find it for my Wii U first.
What?
There you go.
It's got
What
the
is wrong with
DLC
you,
on it.
Krabby? No, it doesn't have all the DLC.
Yeah, but it's
Whoa,
got,
whoa,
it's
never
got
will
more
have.
than you can buy on any other disc. I'm pretty sure.
I think Trilogy has a lot of it too.
Probably.
You heard it. You heard it here first. Krabby wants the DLC.
Yes, on a disc.
The
Oh,
disc
man.
loaded
Yes.
content.
Disc loaded content. I like it.
I was trying to talk to him last time. Tell him, look, the DLC is so good for the Mass Effect series. He's nothing. I can't. It's like talking to a wall. I mean,
You just have to tell him that it's on the disc. Like it's that's what DLC is. It's disc loaded content.
and you're just buying an unlock key. That's all you're doing. It's already on the disc. Trust me. It's just a giant 9 gigabyte unlock key.
It's a really complicated
Oh.
encryption.
Oh man, yes, Mass Effect, great. Go play it, Krabby. Shame
I
on
will.
you. All right, and then Voodoo Monkey.
You remember.
I just hit applaud on his on that post because that deserves a small golf clap.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got some awesome stuff. Really
Oh,
awesome.
man, yeah. I mean, you got Slim PS2, which hold on, we're getting there. So Slim PS2, and then after that, $50. He got some complete Game & Watches. He got a Super Mario Brothers. Got a Fire Attack. Got a Manhole. And then he got. I don't think the Popeye was complete, but still nice.
Oh, yeah.
And then he got a very similar to the one that I picked up when I got my Virtual Boy. He got a boxed Virtual Boy with a complete copy of Waterworld, and
I'm sorry.
a handful of other loose games.
That's money there. Yeah, that Waterworld.
Yeah, sell Waterworld. Do yourself a favor.
Sell Waterworld. I mean, if you want to, play it if you want to play it, so you can say, yeah, I played it first. But yeah, sell that game as soon as you can, unless you're going for a complete box library.
I'd say no. If you have any intentions of even putting that in your Virtual Boy, just watch Waterworld, and you'll be so scarred you'll never want to go
I like
back.
that movie.
What?
You guys know that the little girl from Waterworld is the girl from Napoleon Dynamite?
I did
No, I
not know
did not
that.
know that.
The one with the side ponytail.
Yep.
Nice.
I did not know that.
Yeah, go back and look at still shots from Waterworld, and then you'll be like, oh man, it's the
I
Napoleon.
was watching it though, and one of the smokers.
Deb, that's what
I'm
it
like,
is.
why do I know that guy? And I kept watching the same scene. I'm like, it's Jack Black, and he's
Yep.
it's awesome.
Oh man, I have pity for those that have invested much time in Waterworld.
Yo, if you want a Waterworld on Laserdisc,
Oh,
I'll
no
hook you
way.
up.
Oh no! Oh, the horror. And then over to a new poster, right? Nova.
Nova! And he's got to be Canadian, right?
Why is that?
Why? I would
Because
think that'd be Spanish.
he bought something off Kijiji.
Oh, yeah. That's how we do it up here.
Oh.
No one uses Craigslist.
Yep. So yeah, so so the game lot off Kijiji was the NES game. So some good titles: Super C, Mario 2, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3.
He doesn't even have to worry about which one's the best. He got both the good ones.
Yeah.
It's
And
two.
then
It's three.
I think this. Well, he didn't get 4, which is really come on. I like 4. But then he actually posted pictures of his game room and everything. And I think this might have been his first post. So he mentioned I'm not really sure. Am I doing this right? Am I supposed to put all these pictures in here? And I said oh no. I mean, if you have a World Nintendo display case, you're certainly doing this right.
Those things are beautiful.
Yeah.
They really are. It's a really nice one too.
Yeah. So let me ask, Contra or Super C?
Contra.
Yeah, I'd go Contra.
Oh, really? I thought you were cause, on the Play Choice 10 survey. I remember you listed Super C, so I thought you went the
Didn't
other
I have
way.
both of them?
You may have. I might have overlooked, but yeah, I don't think Super C is bad. I love Contra.
Yeah, it's just so good.
Contra Force was the right answer.
Oh.
I was in a store when they had a Contra Force for $60, $80, whatever it was, and someone was like, "Wow, what is?" It was someone who had no idea. So, what is that? And he's like, "Oh, it's the rarest one." And the customer's like, "Is it any good?" And the guy's like, "No." He's like, "You're buying it because it's rare." It's I think he told the customer that it was an abomination.
It's got the best music in the NES ones, if you ask me, though.
It is pretty good music. I will give you that. But yeah, it's like the B team got to work on that one.
Yeah.
Or something, right?
Yeah,
Not very good.
that's the off year for Call of Duty.
Yeah. And then he got the he has, I guess, the Famicom Game Boy Micro. I like that. That's pretty.
There, it's the best one. That's the best
Yeah.
micro.
That's pretty. And then he had that Zelda Sword and Shield. I'm like, did he beat Miyamoto up after a precedent or something, or what happened?
I think that's a master. Is that a master replica?
I have no idea.
I think it might be the same company who do those Force Effects lightsabers.
Oh yeah.
I know that somebody out there makes a full on replica Sword and Shield. So I mean, I think you can still buy them. I don't think it was too limited. So, but yeah, I mean, definitely an awesome thing to have on your wall if you're a Zelda collector. So, but yeah, to answer your question, yes, you're doing it right. The camera's a little fuzzy, but you got to spend money on Nintendo display cases, so I can understand why you got a fuzzy.
Just take a picture with your Game Boy camera next time. Print it off, scan it.
And then print it and then scan.
Speaking of replicas, have you guys seen whoever does BioWare's where they make the life-size guns?
I saw the thing you posted about that.
They're like $200 a pop.
Gun. Yeah.
And they do all the different weapons. It's so awesome. No way I could afford that, but just so awesome to have one of those things.
Yes, I mean, when you go to conventions, it's one of the coolest things is to look at all those replica, the Gears of War guns, all fully done. Some of the weapon replica companies are really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna do the cosplay thing, I can see you gotta invest. But wow, that's pretty awesome. And then over to Silver 80. I don't think we ever really got to the bottom of why it's Silver 80, but because I think last time you went on some weird tirade about California or something, but
well, yeah,
and that was wrong. We found out that was wrong.
The silver boom.
Yeah, that was wrong.
Silver boom. Silver boom.
And then you got some Super Nintendo cards, though, right? Some good ones, some fun ones.
He really only wanted the one for the June playthrough.
Yeah, is that really?
Picked up a loose Lion King cart, as well as Mario Worlds, which again, money. Yoshi's Island, which Krabby really can't recommend highly enough. And then Donkey Kong Country 2, 3, Contra 3, Alien Wars, which seen a couple of those this month.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he got a really cool gift from his fiance for his birthday, right?
Interesting birthday gift, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've seen Earthbound repros, around, but to have your fiance provide you with one is it just goes to show that some relationships can make it.
Yeah, my wife would never think of something like that.
Nope.
Ever.
I'd
Ever.
have to give her the URL. Like, here's where you go.
Yeah. So, Krabby, I'm curious. I know you're not big into like stuff like this, but since this is like a Nintendo game and actually a prototype was done and it was going to be released, would you ever want a copy of
Yeah, I
this?
think it's pretty cool.
Okay. All right. I think you'd probably have fun playing through.
And I'm an Earthbound
okay,
fan.
so the same thing.
Yeah.
Would you do the same thing with like the Final Fantasy 2 for NES?
Yeah, I'd
'Cause it
have
was
less
done.
desire to get
Yeah.
that one, but yeah, I could see myself picking one up eventually.
I've thought about that too for Final Fantasy 2. Is I think I would do the same thing. I think given a good opportunity, I would grab that.
Final Fantasy 2 Repro. I don't have the Earthbound yet, so very cool. And then Mr. Highwind is up next, right?
Yep, more solver boxes.
Yeah, another beautiful solver box.
It's so yeah. When we talked about it earlier, Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego? The Nintendo version this time with the full desk encyclopedia, which is it's just cool. Like I just think it's weird how like with how big the internet got. I mean, encyclopedias really the only like almost don't exist anymore. I mean, you can find them in libraries and in people's basements, but there actually used to be books that were alphabetical that if you wanted to like know about lions, you would go and grab the L. And you would look it up, and you would have like a few paragraphs. So I actually do think it's interesting grabbing the encyclopedia, especially for things that like maybe have been updated since the printing. So like you'll see things that aren't true anymore, and it's
you know what I like to read is those old like 70s like world books. They're like the same kind of idea, but it's like current events.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. Some of us were alive in the 70s.
No one was alive.
I was alive. Okay, anyway. And then he picked up one of those. I mean, these things are kind of prolific. You see them everywhere. But a little NES pirate card, like 110 and 1 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, these things are kind of littered the scene. And I always kind of, I mean, you see these posts all the time where people will find one and they like immediately post like, "Oh, is this
So excited,
rare,
yeah.
valuable? Is this awesome?" And you're like, "Nah, it's like maybe $10 if you're lucky, right?" Because they're just
I think so.
everywhere.
Yeah, I think someone was selling one for like $20 on my local Craigslist, and I sent you a PM like a year ago, and it was like, "Oh, should I totally grab this thing?" And you're like,
No,
"You don't
not
have
really.
to."
Yeah, wait around long enough, you'll find one cheap. And they're cheaply made. They're kind of they're fun though because a lot of times you'll get a lot of Famicom games on there that didn't get released here, and so you can play them. I mean, they're fun. They're just not worth much.
Right.
And then it looks like he picked up an N64 game, right?
Yeah, Mario 64. It's the player's choice, the million seller box, but still complete Mario 64.
Doesn't matter. Sounds a good game.
Yeah,
Good
it's still
game.
got a nice badge on the front.
Yeah. And then up next is Mr. Single Banana.
I know he made you
Yeah,
pretty
he got
jealous
some
this
cool
month in
stuff.
particular, hey?
Oh, yeah. He picked up. What is the deal? Like, I think every show for like the last 2 or 3, everybody's picking up a Power Strike for Sega
I think
Master
they're just
System.
mailing the same one around to make you jealous.
That would be the best. Can I get it next?
Let's just burn him. Here it is again. But yeah, I will say this. Okay, so cross your fingers that the magical gaming gods are with me. I have a bid on a Power Strike in right now, and currently I am still the high person with one day left to go. So we'll see if I
So
win.
I should edit the show and get it out within a day so everyone can hear it and bid against you.
No,
No?
no. That's the
Hang
good
on, I'm
news
looking
is
it up.
by the time
I'm
anybody
looking it
hears
up
this, it'll be too late. Too late. But yeah, I think as we talked about, and I've no doubt talked about many times before, Power Strike was a compile shooter. Compile shooters are awesome, and this one is pretty cool for the Master System. So, very cool. Good job. And then what on earth is Normie's Beach Babel-Rama? What is that?
I don't know,
Nobody?
but I want to go to there.
No idea what Normie's Beach Babel-Rama is about, but it does sound
Just waiting
fun.
for Bill to pick up on that one, I thought.
know
Sounds
what
like a
that
Bill game.
Bill
Did I make
enjoys the oddball PC game or whatever, right? Isn't it?
It has to be. I can't find it on the page there. I'm trying to find like where I got that from.
It's all right. While you're messing around with that, he also got Dracula X for the Super Nintendo, which I think he got off another RF Jenner, right?
Super
Yeah,
common.
didn't who was it?
Super
Tech
common.
Wizard had it for sale.
I think so. Yeah. Not as good as the PC Engine game, but still pretty cool.
Oh wait, wasn't Normie's Beats Baby-Rama, wasn't that a pinball machine?
I don't know. He got the Gottlieb. Was that did he get a pin as well? Sorry, while Bill does our crack research on Google, I'll talk a little bit about the Gottlieb volley pinball that he got. So got a really beautiful Gottlieb pin. It's an old EM volley. It's a tennis themed. They showed some pics of it, and the thing was really just beautiful.
It was.
Do you play that one, dude?
And I've not played that one. I'm not a big fan of Gottlieb as I am some of the other ones. So, like back in the EM days, you had the major guys. You had Williams, you had Bally, you had Gottlieb. And at a certain point, you had Stern. But me, I'm usually like a Bally. I prefer Bally games usually, even up through the solid state stuff. But Gottlieb's not. Those are kind of fun. There's some fun ones that are out there. And this is one of the newer ones. So it was like after the wedge heads, I think. So it was probably in the 70s, early 70s, if I had to guess without looking at it. But it's a new pin. Pins are always awesome. So I didn't know if he was planning to keep it, restore it, sell it, what he's going to do with it. But it looked nice. And nothing on Normie's Beat Baby-Rama.
No, it was the Genesis game. I just can't find the spot in the small scores where he actually mentioned it or pictured it. So it's a Genesis game that he got.
Okay. I've never heard for Genesis?
Yeah.
I've never even heard of that.
That's why your collection is not complete.
I guess it never will be. So are we going to guess it's some maybe volleyball game or something? I don't know. We need to do more research, see? We're so prepared. And then over to Royudo. Got a couple Saturn games, right?
Yes, we.
Sweet.
Panzer II.
Spy.
Panzer II V.
Spy.
Well, he didn't get the German edition.
Why did you never notice there's a lot of Japanese games where they use German in the game or in titles? Why is that? Is it like a World War II thing or?
Well, yeah, I mean, right? Because they had, I don't know, they were kind of on the same team.
All the Xenosaga games have like subtitled under them like Der Will Zermacht, and it's all German, and I have no idea what it means anymore.
Yeah, like Dracula X on the PC Engine is like all the voices and all the text is like in German. Einhander, German. Ehrgeiz. There's tons of that stuff. I don't know why that is.
Do you guys say Ehrgeiz?
Yes.
I'm not German, so how should you pronounce it?
I say Ehrrock.
Haven't heard from that guy in a while.
He's been missing. So
I'm sure he's got like 30,000 tabs open on his web browser, just ready to submit all of the.
I'm worried because we're in the middle of the submission contest right now, and so far I think I'm in the lead, but he hasn't done a thing. So I'm kind of worried that like the last like 3 or 4 days he's just been like stockpiling images or something.
He's written this elaborate script on his computer, so he like pushes a button, let it begin, and then he crashes the whole site. Who knows? Hopefully we'll hear from him. But in the meantime, Royudo also got Myst for the Saturn. So either you guys play Myst?
Not on the Saturn.
Not on the Saturn.
But you've played it though, right?
Yes.
Boy, Myst was just really a product of its time, really, right?
Oh man, I played it like last year. Like it was like $1 on like I forget like Good Old Games or something. I was like, why not for $1? I'll have it on my PC too. And I played it for like an hour, and I was like, oh my god. How did I ever play this for longer than like 30 minutes back? But like, and you could tell like none of the actors in it were like, you could tell it was like the guy from like Coding down the street. They were like, hey, put this robe on and just save the funds. It was so like kids in college just like making a game. It was interesting. I mean, kind of like, at the time, like, exploring this island, figuring stuff out. Oh, I got to go back here and do this. It's not the kind of thing that could like thrive today though.
No, but I think if nothing else, people should go back and play it just so you have an idea of where things were at the time, because that's what led to all, like, that was before the crazy FMV boom and everything really went nuts.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat milestone. I'd agree. Everyone should check it out. Yeah.
Give it a shot. I beat it way back when, but boy, it's a mess.
I couldn't play it much even back then. We got bored with it really quick.
Yeah, it was very interesting. We'll say that. And then up last before we get to our stuff, Mr. New Order 79.
He might have got the best deal of the month too.
Yeah, holy crap! That's all I got to say. How do you what?
I mean, there's a lot of good deals this month, so
come
on,
man.
This one's kind of ridiculous.
So you walk into a store, a thrift store, and they just have a big plastic sack of Super Nintendo games for sale, right? They're just going to sell them to you. Didn't even bother to take them apart. Just, here's a big sack of games. I'm just going to, who cares what's in it? I'm just going to sell it cheap, right? Who does that?
It looks like it came from Value Village to me, those kind of bags. I've seen them hang up a few games. Not as many as he got, but like 3 or 4 I've seen in one bag before.
Yeah, so he gets this thing and opens it up, and it's like the holy grail of freaking Super Nintendo games inside of here, right?
Yeah. Oh.
So he gets an Earthbound inside this random bag, and then a bunch of other like awesome titles.
Yeah, lots
right?
of playable stuff too. Yeah.
Oh man, like a Turtles in Time, like a TMNT 4, whatever, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I like it just a ton. Didn't he have like a Super Metroid or something in there too?
And some Marios, I think. Yeah, he hit the mother load there.
Yeah, I just couldn't imagine that. So, congratulations. It's like, man, I think I would flip out if I saw something like that in a store. And didn't he put like, he just like had to ask a couple times or something? Like, are you sure? Wouldn't you feel like the whole time like, oh crap, they're going to see that game. Oh crap, they're going to see that game. And then they're going to like change their mind.
Probably not at a thrift store, but at like a pawn shop or something maybe.
Yeah.
That's the guy, my buddy Chris, who was at actually a plane trade before they went out of business because they were terrible and they didn't know anything. They didn't like video games. I don't know why they ran this store, but like he's buying games like in bulk from the owner before they went out of business, and there's a gun knack in the pile. So he has this whole pile of games, and like the owner's like, yeah, like $3 a game.
Awesome.
So it's like, okay, and then like the owner sees the gun knack. He's like, oh, wait a minute. I think my son told me this one's like worth a lot more. And he's like, I mean, you said $3 a game. He's like, well, I can't do this one. So he browses around the store for a little bit, and then the owner like goes in back, and like another kid comes out, and then he goes back to that kid. He's like, hey, so these are $3 a game, right? The kid's like, yup. So he got the gun knack for $3, and like with a bunch of other comments.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Good deal. I had something similar like that at a pawn shop one time where we went and they're like, yep, all these games over here are $1. And they were like 360 games and everything mixed in with like PS2 games.
Yeah.
I remember that story you told on one of the early podcasts.
Yeah. So me and my buddy just like every 360 game, we were just stacking them up. We take them up and then the lady's like, no,
no, not these.
and we're like, hey, she told us. That was awesome. All right. Well, on to our goodies. So, man, Grabby, you got some stuff.
Yeah, I finally had a decent NES month again. It's been a while since I've had one of those. But on my trip down to Edmonton, Calgary, I picked up Destiny of an Emperor, Defenders of Dynatron City, Motor City Patrol, Le Empereur, because I was so jealous of everyone else last month picking them up.
I want to see you play that.
I'm going to check it out. And this one's I'm most excited for, though, is Toki.
Going ape spit.
Yeah, I'm not particularly interested in the game itself, but it was the last Taito game I needed. Yeah.
Awesome.
So
Congratulations.
That's a really hard...
Toki's fun.
It's not bad. Yeah, I played it. It's not bad. It was just that's such a hard subset to finish with a couple of those games. It was really awesome to finally cross them off the list completely.
Yeah, I think there's one in particular that makes it pretty doggone hard to cross off.
Well, not for some people.
Not for some of us.
Flintstones 2 is getting pretty stinking expensive.
So is Samson there too.
Yeah, that's true.
And Jetsons is getting up there, and
Is it now?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh man.
There's a few of them. It's a pricey set.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is like the last like rays of the bubble,
Sure. Yeah, whatever you say,
Yeah.
Bill.
and then they'll come back down to like 2 for a nickel.
2 for a nickel.
I keep hoping for that Atari style crash, but not yet. Not yet.
Yeah. Anyway, when I got back to town, one of my favorite stores of the year and the pawn shop right next to it are both closing out. They're owned by the same guy. He's selling everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first day they were selling everything, I went in there and cherry picked all the gaming stuff. Nothing
Very
too
good.
valuable, but everything I got good deals on. Was all like $1 or $2. But I did buy like a big box full of guides and magazines. So I got some role playing guides. And I got some old Dreamcast magazines. So I got like issue 1 and 2 of the official Dreamcast magazine and 1 and 2 of the unofficial Dreamcast magazine. Yeah,
Cool.
some cool things.
Did those come with those discs and everything?
They were supposed to, but they weren't in the boxes. I looked around for them.
Oh.
Yeah. No demos for me.
I think I've still got some of the discs around. I don't have the magazines.
Maybe we'll have to
I've
work
still got
something
the
out.
discs.
Send some discs over here.
Mm.
And while I was in Edmonton, I was at an expo there, and so I got a few of my NES carts signed, so I could make my collection a little more unique.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
So I got.
So whose signatures did you
Since
get?
you just made the Yoda noise, we'll start with Empire Strikes Back. I just got signed by Carrie Fisher.
Awesome.
King of the Ring.
Did you have to look at her though and just go, I had such a big crush on you back then?
No.
You didn't?
She didn't think I was getting it signed for me though. None of them did, I don't think, because I've got like a feminine name, so they all thought I was getting it signed for someone else. I had to, yeah.
Like Crabmaster's not a masculine
Apparently
name.
not. Yeah. I got King of the Ring signed by Bret the Hitman Hart.
That's
That's
awesome.
awesome.
It was pretty cool. I don't even like wrestling, and it was pretty cool.
How is Brett?
It's looking good. Looking good. I was talking to my dad when I got home, and apparently I told him I got this cart signed by him, and he said that my cousin, who we used to live with, went to school with Brett and his brother, and they used to like walk home together, and they were good buddies. I wish I would have known that before I went, so I could have asked him about it, see if he remembered him.
Yeah, because Brett's brother passed away,
I
right?
think so,
A
yeah.
number of years ago. Yeah.
And Brett's like a Canadian hero, right?
Yeah, and like in Calgary in particular, wrestling's really big. So yeah, they had a few old wrestlers there, but that was the only one I was interested in getting to sign anything.
Did he still have like the really long hair and the sunglasses?
He had the really long hair, and he was literally selling replica sunglasses like at the table.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. Like back when he was like really big, everyone in the crowd would have the Brett, like, because he used to give his glasses to like
Yeah.
a kid before he would get in the ring. So
Yeah,
glasses,
that's awesome.
glasses were
Yeah,
a big deal.
he's still
Yeah.
peddling the glasses. Yeah, and he's still got the hair. Yeah,
Awesome,
just,
man.
You would recognize him in the street. Other than it being gray now, he looks the same.
Cool.
Who else did I see? I saw Stan Lee. So I got him to sign my Silver Surfer box with a silver pen because I love the box art on that one. It's just amazing.
That's awesome.
And lastly, and probably my favorite signed thing, is I got my Terminator 2 cart signed by Linda Hamilton, Michael Biehn, Peter Kent, and I'm going to forget his name now. Oh, who's T-1000? Help me out, Bill.
Arnold
Robert
Schwarzenegger.
Patrick.
Thank you. Yeah, so all four of them I got to sign it.
That's my
It's-
favorite.
Yeah.
I saw that you got some signatures. I saw Linda Hamilton. I didn't see that you saw Michael Biehn. I love Michael.
Do you?
Yeah, I really do. I'm serious.
Follow me if you want to live.
Well, that's not the same guy. That's. But yeah, I really do. He's the lead in Blood Dragon.
Oh, okay, did not know that.
Oh, okay.
So they got Michael Biehn, and when you watch the trailer, it's like it's Michael Biehn as Rex Power Colt, and then when you know it, now that you know it's Michael Biehn, when you hear him talk in the game, you're like, oh my god, that's amazing. And he was at the Dark Tower is one of my favorite book series, and he was like signed on to be the lead villain in that, and then the whole thing just got canceled. So unfortunately,
No, it was really cool. Yeah, to get them all, have them all there. I just need to track down Arnold and Eddie now, and I'll be set.
yeah,
Yeah, good deal.
it's awesome. I told you that my sister went to like the like some NFL thing for work, and Deion Sanders was going to be there, and I said, "Can you bring my copy of World Series Baseball starring Deion Sanders for Deion Sanders to sign?" And I didn't see her like before she left, so I was like,
Oh,
that could have made that rare game even that much cooler.
yeah, that would be pretty awesome. Well, good. Anything else there, Crab?
Yeah, lots of little odds and ends. I did pick up a Vectrix system, but it is not it's not quite functioning. So I got it for really cheap though. So I'm got a little tinker project to see if I can get it going again. Yeah, it was weird because I was at one store and he had like 3 Vectrix systems. I'm like, you have to let me play one of these. So we hooked it up and I'm playing some Mindstorm and having a blast. And he originally wanted 400 for it. And I'm like, I can't pay you like half of that. And he's like, okay, 200. And I was like, well,
whoa, no, I just said I can't pay half that.
So I'm like, I need to think about that. And I go away, and we're at the next store like a few hours later, and I didn't see one around, but I asked the guy because I was talking to the owner. I said, do you have a Vectrix around here? And he didn't even take a step. He just like leaned over behind the counter and picked one up and slammed it on the counter. He's like, I got this one. And he's like, it doesn't work. Make me an offer. So I got it for like $10, and he had a couple loose carts with it. He threw in, and he's got the Mindstorm cover that goes over it. So I've got some of the picture back, but I don't have the sound back yet, and I don't have a controller or anything. So it's still got some issues, but I'm making some slow progress.
Did you go back to the first place, like like Goodwill Hunting style, and
How
just
do you like them
put the
apples and
receipt?
slam a Vectrix into the window?
Yeah. You should totally do it.
I wish I would have thought of that.
Do you like Vectrix?
How do you like them Vectrix? Yeah, so
Oh, bad Goodwill Hunting references.
yeah. They picked up a few.
Get it? Get it? Goodwill Hunting.
Yep.
Picked up a few more things over the month, but nothing too exciting worth mentioning. Lots of little things I hope to flip. Yeah.
Good. Well, sounds like you had a nice time down in Edmonton.
It was a good trip. Yeah, I got to hang out with a couple guys from Nintendo Age. 4 guys actually I met up with Nintendo Age. Went game hunting with one of them like the whole day. The guy I was just talking about that sold me the Vectrix. He's on Nintendo Age. He owns a few stores in the Edmonton area. Yeah, I met up with a couple other guys at the expo. One of them actually, we went to his house the next day, the last day of the expo, and just played Nintendo for like hours. It was awesome.
That's a wonderful day.
And Duke's always telling me I need to try Crisis Force, and he had Famicom, so we played some Crisis Force there, beat it in our first try.
So fun. It's so fun. Just fun.
Yeah, it was great, yeah. I think he was really excited to have someone who could keep up to him in some of his favorite games too. So it was awesome. We were pretty evenly skilled, so we were having like button mashing competitions on like track and field and stuff. It was awesome.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear you had fun.
It's a good trip.
I don't know if I've got any kind of crazy deals like you did and all that. A few odds and ends I kind of picked up, but a few I think I'm happy about. I finally picked up a copy of Lollipop Chainsaw, cheap enough. So, not that that's a big deal, but I finally want to play it. And have you guys all played it yet?
I have beaten it. Yeah, I love that game. And I'm not as sold on the suit of games as you. Like, they're really hit or miss for me. That one's one of my favorite ones. I'm really excited for you to play it and hear what you think about it.
Okay, I think that's next up in my pile since I finished my current game. So, looking forward to that. I'm an oddball NES peripheral collector. So, I picked up this thing called the Freedom Connections from Camerica, and it's basically like an infrared remote thing that you can use any controller on. So it's got like one part that plugs in like to the NES, and then another part you plug your controller into, so that way you can sit kind of wherever you want. Not that I think I'll actually use it or anything, but it was kind of neat. That's a neat idea. I guess kind of like the same idea, kind of as a satellite, but only 2-player. I finally ordered a copy of Battle Kid 2. That one's been hard because there's not, every time it's like gets in stock, there's not very many copies and it sells out really fast. Yeah. So I was lucky enough to win. He posted on Twitter that there was some for sale, so I hopped on like right away and ordered a copy. And I got my nice, beautiful box sealed Battle Kid 2 in.
I got to figure out how to use that Twitter, do I? Get me some games.
Yeah, it might be pretty useful to you. put that out there. I picked up a wonderful Jeff Roven book off eBay, the How to Win at Super Nintendo. Didn't pay much for it. It was pretty cheap. And I had some eBay bucks sitting around. It was about to expire, so I said, man, I'll pull the trigger. Pick one of those up. My pawn shop locally has, they just always have like random stuff. I went in there, and usually, they have like all their games, no matter like what they are, pretty much are like $5 a piece. And usually they're nice enough. I'm in there enough that I'll say, can you do like 5 for $20, and they don't care. So I picked up some Coleco carts, ones I don't see very often. I picked up Frogger 2 for Coleco, Popeye, Pitfall, and Looping.
That's a great name for a game. I like it.
Yeah, those were kind of fun. And then Mr. Fleech, which we've talked about already, he was very kind to me. I've just looked in the mail one of these days, and I have a letter, and it's from Canada, from Fleech. And I opened it up like, what on earth is this? And he was nice enough to send me a 3-month Xbox Live subscription card, because he said, I think you'll get more use out of this than I will, because I think he's a PlayStation guy, I think.
We all
really
hate
nice
Xbox up here. We just feed them to our beavers. That's all they're good for.
Keep their teeth sharp.
Exactly.
Right? So that's good. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for thinking about me. And then probably the biggest thing I picked up, I was at work, and we have like an area where like our IT staff are, and then next to that is also places for like the people that prepare all the medical equipment are there as well. And they have like a big bin that they put like electronic equipment in that they're going to recycle. And I was happening to be talking to somebody, and I just look over in there, and I noticed that there's two of these Sony PVM, color, these awesome like studio monitors sitting in there. I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, are you guys getting rid of these things? Yeah. So I tracked down the guy that's in charge of all this stuff. It's like, I know you got these in the recycling bin. Is there any way, I can have these or buy these or anything? And he's like, oh yeah, sure. Just whatever. Just take them. So I loaded those up. So now I brought those home. They're really in beautiful shape. And, these are these professional grade monitors. You can do the RGB hookups. You can do PAL. You can do all this stuff to it. So I grabbed that up.
Snap some pictures when you got them all set up and going?
I am. I've got some cables ordered, so stuff is starting to come in. I should have a PAL NES here really soon, so I can try that out as well. And I know Bill and I are going to be at Too Many Games coming up here in June, and so I sent him a message like, "Hey, you got any interest in a monitor?" He said, "Sure." So there, Merry Christmas. There you go.
Yep.
So,
got my first RGB connection available to me now. So besides the arcade machine, obviously.
yeah, so I'll be trucking that one out with me to Pennsylvania. So he'll get a chance to live some RGB glory as well. So
yeah, I've seen you on Twitter actively lately, trying to. What were you looking for, like a SCART adapter?
Yeah, I was looking. There's like a few oddball ends. I've been looking for PAL NES. So PAL, because there's two regions: PAL A, PAL B. I've got a PAL A. It should actually be at the post office as soon as I go get it, maybe later today. And I'm working with a person on Twitter that kind of back and forth from France that she says she's got a PAL B French NES that she would trade me if she can dig one out. So hopefully that'll pan out as well.
Oh yeah, I saw you guys talking about that.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. Hopefully that'll come together. And then you got to kind of get the cabling. So the easiest way to get RGB out of most consoles is to do SCART. So I had to get you got to get the SCART cables for the consoles for most of them, and then you also need to get a cable that does the SCART breakout to RGB. So I've got the SCART to RGB cable sitting around, and then I've ordered a Super Nintendo SCART cable, and then I'll probably work on some of the other ones a little bit later as well. But even just the S-Video, I'm telling you, I plugged in just the S-Video from Super Nintendo into this thing, and the picture is so crisp and it's gorgeous. You can tell why they're professional grade monitors. The scan lines, there's no bleeding, everything is super crisp. It's beautiful.
Interesting.
Really nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to, Bill, you can give yours a nice little playthrough too, but pretty cool.
Yeah, looking forward to it also.
And then last but not least, just real quick, I picked up I told you that I have that guy that every once in a while just messaged me and is like, hey, I've got
Yeah.
stuff. Do you want it? You know,
Your
that
little
guy.
hoarder friend.
So somehow, he gave my information to somebody else because I got like a random text and it's like, hey, I've got like a Super Nintendo. Guy says you buy these. And so, yeah, sure. So, I said, I'll give you $10 because I've not seen it. I don't know if it works. Anything. I'm just like, I'll give you $10. Yeah, that's what I do. Sight unseen, take it or leave it. So they said, yeah, sure. So I met them after that, picked it up. And I opened it up. It's a little yellowed, but nice inside. It has that S-Ink chip. So I was gonna keep it, but now that I can do RGB, I've got it in my sale thread. So it's one of those ones that's really easy. You can do the component video mod to it, like 3 wires. You can get component video right out of it. So if anybody's looking for one of those, I've got one on my sale thread. If you want to, if you can't do RGB, that's the next best thing you can do is get a beautiful component video out of your Super Nintendo. So give that a look if that interests you. And boy, I guess it didn't seem like a lot, but that's me.
No, those monitors are really cool. I'm pretty jealous of that.
Yeah, and I never would have thought at work. And the thing that kind of got me a little bit, because after he goes, like a year ago, I think we just like pitched a couple 20-inch one of these. I was like, no. I said, well, if you run it anymore, just let me know. So who knows? Maybe we'll see. But good. Bill, you get some stuff?
I got a game.
A game.
It's not hockey, is it?
It's a hockey game.
Oh.
I got a complete copy of NHL Breakaway 98 for the N64.
Is that a
Is
thing?
that the one with those like square men on the back?
Yep, it's got Keith Kachuk on the front. Try to spell
I
that.
don't even know who that is.
I'm sure there's a K and a Chuck in there somewhere.
There's a T, a K, and then a Kachuk. But yeah, so Keith Kachuk's on that. But yeah, it's I haven't fired it up yet because I have things. If I start playing, I gotta I can't just play it forever. So I have to ration my time. Yep. So I got that, and then the only other thing I got, I'm long overdue on some more box protectors. I had like 30 something complete NES games that I hadn't filed into the library yet. 'Cause I hadn't reordered box protectors in a while. So there's actually a sale. I went to order them a few weeks ago from videogameboxprotectors.com and Jim over on Nintendo Age there, and he was out of stock on them, and he had a coupon code for 10% off for when they came back in stock. So that worked out well. I got another 50 of those,
awesome.
And it's not really a video game score, but I picked up Cards Against Humanity. We have friends who own it, so we've always been able to play it, but we enjoy the game enough that we thought we should own our own copy. And we got to merge in our PAX promo bundles, which are all like video game and kind of geek themed. So they're a good laugh.
Do you want to explain what that is for people that may not know?
Sure. Cards Against Humanity is extremely similar. You could even say like the exact same thing or a ripoff of Apples to Apples. It's the adult version, and the tagline on the box is a party game for horrible people. In a nutshell, what happens is everyone gets dealt 10 cards that all say something on them, and then so you draw a black card which has a question on it. So I'll just give you one of the sample questions. Press down back towards B to unleash blank. And then everyone has their 10 white cards. So everyone has to kind of come up with like the best or funniest answer. You give them to the first the player who asks the question face down. They shuffle them up and then they read them one at a time. Then decide who's the winner. The winner gets the black card as like 1 point. So it's not really a game you play for like points or to win because it's just hilarious and you're laughing the whole time. But it is really, there are some extremely offensive cards, which is part of what makes it really funny. So if you haven't played it, a lot of I actually hadn't heard of it too much about it. So then when I discovered it, I started telling people all about it, and everyone I talked to was like, "Oh yeah, I know, I have it." So I guess it's bigger than I thought it was. It was originally kickstarted, but now it's available on Amazon. It's a really, really highly recommended party game.
That's fun. Well, good. Well, as usual, thanks everybody for taking the time to submit their stuff. We love talking about it, and we'll get on with the show.
So today's topic, we're gonna kind of hit on two things that often clash together when you're a game collector, and that's your two different mentalities. You got your collector mentality, and most of us also have a gamer mentality because honestly, that's why we got into collecting, because we usually start with that gamer mentality and it grows into some hideous monster later down the road. So we're going to talk about how those two often collide and don't always get along.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting... I've been waiting for this topic for a while.
Funny because I will see messages from people and they'll say, oh yeah, I like to play games. I'm just going to go pick up a few that I really like from my youth or something. And my response is always, that's always the way it starts.
That's exactly how it starts.
I said something similar on the arcade forum about, I said, well, I've got my play choice right now that's really, like, I don't really have, like, too much more space or too much money to spend on it right now. So, like, this is the only machine I need for right now. And the next, like, 3 posts were, like, famous last words. Like, once you get it, once you kind of, like, you get your feet wet with something, it then becomes,
the new
like,
obsession.
Oh, I need more of this thing.
Yeah. That's it, though. I mean, I'm kind of curious. I mean, before we even get too far on the topic, to me, does this start because of nostalgia? I mean, do you think, is that the root of this, or?
It did for me, and I would imagine it's the same for a lot of people.
I think that,
because does anybody just wake up and go, you know what? I just bought a 360. I want to collect all the 360 games.
I think there's some of that. Yeah.
Okay, so you think even some new, but it doesn't have to be just nostalgia.
So. There's just, especially in like young men, there's this collector mentality. It's just kind of like a fun thing to do, regardless of the nostalgia.
Right. I mean, think about some of the other things people collect, like coins and stamps and baseball cards. Like, some of those things do have like a nostalgia attached to them. Like baseball cards, like these are players that you watched growing up, or that you're currently watching, or that like you might have done it with your dad or your brother or something. It's just something that has meaning to you. Whereas like coins,
I use coins.
Might not necessarily...
I used them when I was a kid.
no.
I remember using those.
Loonies and
It's a lot of fun to buy candy.
Yeah, right. And it's I feel like the coins have, and the thing is, the baseball cards have like the history behind them too. Like like the World Series of '68, or like the playoffs of whatever. And the same thing with coins. It's like there's a different kind of history attached to coins, where it's like, oh, this is the way they were manufacturing silver and the way they were pressing things, and this coin was spent the year that Kennedy was president. I mean, like there's still a lot of cool pieces that go along with that. It doesn't necessarily have to, like, you don't have to have grown up loving coins to collect them. You know what I mean? But I do think that nostalgia drives I think nostalgia drives a lot of, people who maybe grew up with the system and who have revisited it or are still gamers. They kind of, see a Nintendo and like a Genesis or whatever in a storefront, and they just kind of get that feeling like, oh, I used to have that. I would love to have that again.
I agree.
Because everybody wants to relive their childhood, right? Because that was like the perfect time in life when you didn't have all the responsibilities. You had a lot of time on your hands, and that's where people want to go back to, right?
And the games are still fun for the most part too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There was a really good blog post not too far back. I believe it was by Fleech, that RPG milestone post.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And it was mostly talking about Final Fantasy VII, which is a very, often talked about a game in the series. And one of the points that that Fleech made in the responses to it is one of the big factors is at what age did you play the game at? There's impressionable ages, and then there's the age where like you feel like you play the best video games ever, you listen to your favorite music ever. So it's like I often wonder, like, is my favorite game not really the best one? It's just I played it at that perfect time.
No, I agree with that completely.
Yeah, I would probably say that's sure. Yeah, that time in your life kind of definitely colors everything else that comes after it. Mm-hmm. So, you kind of mentioned, Krabby, about young men. Do you notice that you definitely see? I mean, you definitely don't see very many women collecting.
Not nearly as many,
right?
no. I'm definitely not a psychologist. I've taken some intro courses, and one of the things that's come out a few times in the early childhood development, especially in like boys like 8 to 14ish,
Mm-hmm.
is collecting is like a big thing to them. And what I forget where I read this, but it was like a psychologist breakdown of why Pokemon was so popular. And it was because it literally hit like everything that a young boy wants at that age. Like they want to fight, so you've got the battles in there. They want to collect things, so you've got to collect, your 150 Pokemon. You want to explore things, and it was just everything they could want all in one game. And the collecting aspect I found really neat, though, and that I think a lot of people collect in some form when they're a kid, whether it's, you collect rocks you're finding outside, you're collecting stickers, you're collecting action figures, whatever. Then when you're 20, you still have that drive. You just find something more age appropriate to collect.
Yeah. But do you think that people that continue to collect, do you think that's some kind of psychological issue, or is it just part of that nostalgia, right? Because you are nostalgic for that time in your life, probably that 8 to 14 range, and that's kind of ties back into that.
I don't know if I'd call it an issue, but I'd definitely say it's psychological, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because some people have that desire, and some people just don't seem to, right? And I always find it really fascinating, though, when I come across a female game collector, though, because I want to know, maybe someday we can find one and bring them on the show, because I want to know what motivates a woman to do this, because is it the same thing? Is it something different?
I think that would make for a very interesting guest.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got several active female followers on the Collectorcast Twitter account that we chat with. There's a couple that Famicom collectors in particular. There's a handful on there that we chat with on a pretty regular basis. It's we haven't gotten to the point of the interview type analysis of like what got this all started. I mean, we've talked about kind of what got us started, and I think a lot of people, especially in the video game collector space, have been gaming for a long time. It would be really interesting to see different points of view on it.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see if we can round one of those up and do one of those in the future, because I think that'd be fascinating. I mean, myself. So having said that, okay, back to this gamer versus collector mentality. So obviously we all like to play games. That's why we collect them in the first place, right?
Absolutely.
But, okay, so tell me, to you guys, what does it mean? I think we understand gamer mentality, right? You like to play games. It's fun. It's a good hobby. So what does having one, like being a collector more than a gamer, really mean to you?
To me, that means you're spending more of your free time on the collecting aspect rather than the gaming. So instead of playing your games, you are, searching on eBay auctions. You are going garage sailing. You are organizing your collection. You're uploading it to RFGen. You're cleaning stickers off of things. You're researching new games you want to buy. You're looking for that system you've never found. Like, you're spending all your time.
You just described my time.
You're spending all your time with games, but not actually playing them.
I kind of think of it as like back when I used to play hockey, like your coaches, or any sport, probably your coaches tell you, the game is not when you're working. Like the work is like the practice. Like you practice way more than the amount of time you spend practicing is way more than the time you spend actually playing the game, because like you want to be so good that once you get to the game that it's just second nature. You're having fun. You're letting it flow. So I kind of always put that towards the same thing with gaming is like the work you're doing is the searching, and it's the putting leads out and talking to people and like setting up events. So it's almost like when you actually sit down to game, like that's like the vacation. It's like, now I can just sit down and enjoy all this. And then when you're done with that, it's back to work. You gotta go find.
If only it translated to gameplay skill, right? I still suck at Contra, but I've been reading about it all week. Damn it.
Jeff Roven, why aren't your skills transferable?
But really, isn't collecting almost like a metagame unto itself?
I look at it
Absolutely.
like that, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, because
it
have
really
wins
is, and you have achievements.
You
whether
do.
or not you whether or not you look at them as like the same way you would as like an in-game achievement type thing. It's I mean like I know I have okay, my Konami silver box set, I'm this many away, or like my black box set, like people, and I find a lot of collectors have like individual. We even have a thread on our channel about like individual
I
collecting
just
goals.
finished my Taito subset, 100 gamer score to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
It really that's a great way to put it. Like the collecting part of it is a metagame.
Yeah, so I mean it's similar things. I mean it's just like in an RPG you grind to get experience points. Well, in the real world you're grinding to get games, right?
It is a grind.
Sometimes,
It can be. If you let it, can be maybe too consuming.
I think it doesn't pop up so much on RFGen, but I've seen it on a few other sites where you get two groups kind of arguing over what to do with their games. Like, people don't like sealed games, or why do you buy, the Barbie game to sit on your shelf? And that gamer and that collector kind of clash. I think a lot of the people that are all gamer mentality don't have that collector mentality. They don't understand that the collecting side is really fun for some of us.
Yeah, and these are probably the same people that as soon as they're done with the latest game, they go to GameStop, trade it in, and get a different one.
Some of them are, probably, yeah.
Yep. I think that too, like about like so gamer versus collector. Like I kind of see the gamer who like the 100%, because it's not like all one or the other. It's like the slider kind of moves like in the varying degrees. So the 100% gamer and 0% collector, just wants to like play that game, have that experience. They might want to hold on to it for future experiences, but if they're playing for a single player campaign or experience, they're not going to play multiplayer or want to replay it. The 100% gamer goes and he purchases or he obtains his game somehow, plays it, and then sells it, trades it, like wants to play the next game.
Or it might be the proverbial Steam player that doesn't care to ever have anything physical, just wants to play it and then move on to whatever the next deal is.
And the asterisk or the caveat on that
Steam
is,
collectors.
there can't be very many of them, but like, so the thing is, I don't collect games on Steam, like even though I have like a library of games on there, and I don't set them up into like, okay, so I've got my EA fighting games here, my real RTS. But at the same time, I like looking at my the list of like the library of games I have. Like I look at that as like kind of like, it is a digital collection, but you look at it as like, and people say that to me, like people who like I meet and I add me on Steam, like it's linked through Facebook or whatever. They're like, hey, I saw your Steam library. That's awesome. Like the same way they would look at like your physical library and like
finger through it for their favorites.
They go through that, like you can see what people are playing, like and it tells you like who's got what. But like, yo, you have like 190 Steam games. Like, yeah, I mean, it's those Steam sales are a killer. Like 30 games for like $5 or $6 sometimes, and they're good. So, so I was saying before is and then you like if the slider just moves a tiny bit, you can still have people who like they trade in the odd game once in a while, but at the same time they have their like favorite games that they will not get rid of, even if they're not going to play them again, because they want that game sitting on the shelf. So it doesn't mean that's like a full on collector. Or
that's like you said. There's that slider.
Yeah. So there's definitely people who are more into one than the other. But Krabby's right. There are some people who, don't understand people on the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah. I hear where you're coming from. I was kind of interested to hear that bit about Steam, because I mean, personally, I have 2 Steam games, and they're both because they're free. And honestly,
you're doing it wrong.
I've never even played them. I've like put the code in, and then like that's it. I've never even bothered to do it.
Same way. When the PlayStation Network went down and everyone got the free 2 games to download, I still haven't touched the 2 that I downloaded either.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I think it was more because they were games I didn't really care for in the first place. It's just like, well, if they're giving them away, I'll download them. But yeah, I haven't touched them.
Yeah, that's the way I've been with Steam.
I'm trying to get better at that in the same way that I'm trying to get better at playing physical games that I purchase. Because for a long time, I was purchasing lots and lots of Nintendo games, and then it came to like someone said to me like, oh, like what have you played lately? And it just got me like actually depressed, thinking like I haven't played any of these games in like forever. And Krabby's like beating 3 games a day, and like everyone's like playing stuff. So I'm actually trying to get like I have this new like mini rule I've imposed on myself. Like when I buy stuff, so like whatever I buy in 1 week, the next week, like I'm not buying a whole lot anymore. So whenever I buy 1 week, like I can't buy a new thing until I've at least played a little bit of something I bought the week before. And it's working out pretty good so far.
That sounds reasonable.
I like doing something like that just to find like little hidden gems.
Yep. And that's the thing is like you'll find them. It's I mean some games don't age great, but some games just still play great. So it's really really cool to find that thing. And someone's like, "What are you playing?" And you're like, "Oh, I'm playing Outlaw Golf on the Xbox. It's amazing."
And they look at you like,
Why?
"What?"
Yeah, and they're like, "No." And that's the other thing is like people say like, "Oh, I heard that game's terrible." And you're like, "Well, have you played it?" "No, but I read a review that said it was terrible." It's
The
like,
Metacritic
oh,
score is
I got this
awful.
one friend. Whenever we meet up, he doesn't play old games. He likes to hear me talk about them. I think so. He asked me like, "What are you playing?" And I'm like, "Oh, I was playing Vey this week." And he's like, "Well, what's that?" And I'm telling him all about this old Sega CD game he's never heard of. He's never gonna play, and he just sits there and enjoys it. I think it's just weird.
He to subscribe to the
he
show,
gets
and he
to-
can get tons of it.
Yeah, he gets to live vicariously through your gameplay.
Something like that.
I can see that. All right, so obviously doing this show, we're collectors, right? So our slider is farther on that end than the gamer end, I would say, probably for all of us. Is that true?
I like to think mine's near the
I'd say
center,
so.
but yeah, definitely more than
Okay,
the average.
Yeah, Krabby does play a big majority of what you have. You do a good job of that.
You know what I'd say for me? I'd actually say that my slider is super towards the gamer side for current gen and super towards the collector for the older stuff. I do play it. I do play my NES and my Super and my Genesis. I do play the old stuff, but all the current gen stuff that I play, I have little to no interest in collecting beyond the fact that I like seeing like that big Steam library list.
I would say I'd probably tend more towards the collector side, but don't get me wrong, I still like to play. I do still play games. All right, so do you guys ever catch yourself? This is one of those collector traps. So, do you guys ever buy games because of their perceived like their rarity or their value versus like actually being a fun
All
game?
the time.
My answer is a little more complicated. I'll let Krabby continue.
I've gotten to the point where I've even bought in games that for some reason, I thought were valuable, and then they turn out not to be. Like I read an article or I recognized the name from something. I'm like, oh, just because I recognize it, I've got to pick that up. Like I was in a pawn shop and I saw that Korg DS game where it's like a synthesizer on your DS.
Yes.
And I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know why I know of this. It has to be like some rarity chart or something. So I picked it up. And I'm like, it's nothing. It's not worth anything. It's kind of a ridiculous thing. But, I had that perceived value or rarity, so I had to grab it.
And Bill?
For me, it's more about completing a subset. So, I mean, I'm not looking to... I know Gradius is a great game and everything, but I'm not looking to get Gradius like just on the merit that it's a great game. I'm interested in completing that silver box set. The same way how I'm not really interested in buying Spider-Man Web of Fire to play Spider-Man Web of Fire.
Really?
I want to complete that 32X set. So, I mean, for me, the subs... And the same thing with the black box games. Not that, they're not all, pretty decent games, but, I mean, soccer is not an inexpensive game to find complete. So, and, there's better soccer games out there than that game, so... So for me, like the subset has a lot to do with it. I do find it difficult to spend big dollars on like individual titles that aren't related to a subset that I like, that I don't look forward to playing. Like Little Samson is actually a really great game. So that one, like it's a little bit easier for me. But like for games that just have the value, like Contra Force you mentioned earlier, it would be difficult for me to spend. The money that a Contra Force demands, mainly because, it's the only interest I have in it is, to put it in the library and, like, maybe fire it up once in a while. So, It's I like the.
We can all agree, right, that people only buy Odyssey 2 games because they're fun, right?
They have an exclamation point at the end, man. They gotta be fun.
Yeah, Odyssey.
So here's the thing I would say. All right, so you got to ask yourself this question honestly, and this will tell you probably a lot. Have you ever bought a new game because you thought its value was going to go up?
Up? No, but hold on to its value somewhat reasonably, not like, drop half price in a couple months. Yes.
I did with most recently with Xenoblade
Yeah,
Chronicles.
that's a good example.
Yes.
It was when it was still new in the store, and it wasn't starting to get expensive even yet. But I remember thinking, because I'm usually like I'll wait for a good deal type guy, but I was like, you know what? It was a limited run. It was only to one retailer. It's not going to be available forever. There's no way the value is going to go down. I'm just going to get it. And I didn't buy it to resell it, but I bought it at that point because I was like, there's no way the value in this is going to stay, $40 or less.
That helped me justify my purchase of this, like all three of those Project Rainfall games. I thought I'd have fun playing them all, but it's like I'm not really gonna find these much cheaper anytime soon. So yeah, I'll pay $40, $50 for them.
Yeah. So Duke, were you more so asking buying a game new that you maybe didn't have as much intention of playing, like just for the value aspect of it?
Yeah, just to be a collector.
I can't think of a specific time where I did that. I mean, if I'm buying a game new, it's almost always because I want to play that game. The only time that I really spend money on a game, because that I want to have in the collection that I'm not going to play is kind of when it's been out for long enough where it's like it has that reputation of being like rare or valuable or again like part of a subset. But I can't remember the last time I walked into a store and I was like, let me buy that Mortal Kombat complete collection. I'm not going to play it, but I just want it in the collection.
Yeah, I mean, I would put I would have a couple like my Xenoblade Chronicles. Yeah, I bought it. I didn't even know if I'd ever get around to playing it because I bought it and said, well, like if the worst comes to worst, if I decide to sell it, I can make money off of it. And it's still sitting on my shelf sealed. I don't know if I'll ever play it.
That's I'll let you. I know because yours is still sealed. I'll let you borrow mine if you want because it is really, really a
I
good
might have
game.
to take you up on that because mine's still sealed too. I'm really tempted to crack it open, but I know I don't have time to play it right now.
Yeah, no. If either one of you want to borrow it, let me know. I'll mail it out.
And just like Metroid Prime trilogy, you know what I mean?
I think a lot of people
deal
bought
on
that one just to hold on to it. Yeah,
That's a great example actually because that was a limited. Same thing. Like I don't think they said it was going to be a limited run, but like very.
I know I didn't believe them.
It was
I'm
like
a
wow.
Nintendo limited run, whatever. I'll just pick it up in a couple months, and then it just disappeared.
Yep, I remember it being at Best Buy and like they were sold out, and I was like, I checked the system to see like how many we had because I was going to buy it that day, and I looked in the inventory thing and it said, like 5 copies or whatever, and then on the top right it says like what the status is, and normally it's active, and it said discontinued, and I was like, what? We're not getting these, and then I looked on like Amazon, it was the same thing, it was like all like individual sellers, so I was like, I need to jump on this right now.
Yeah.
So. But at the same time, there was still that part of me that was like, I mean, I'm definitely interested in playing all 3 of these.
But you can.
I can't.
Right? You just play the individual games.
Yeah, you could. But I mean, I can't think of a time when I bought something with zero intention of playing it just to put on the shelf.
I've had a few.
Except
I've had a few.
For new games, I should clarify.
At full like launch retail price, I haven't, but I have once they've dropped. I've got some sealed games sitting around that I really have no intention of playing.
I would say when I bought Metroid Prime Trilogy, it was lower than retail. Amazon had a sale on it. I think it was like $30 or something like that.
Yeah, I think I got mine for like 40.
Yeah.
And I did buy. I should say there's little exceptions. I did buy 24, the game for the PS2.
Okay.
Just because I was like a 24 fan and like I've never played it. So, and I hear it's actually pretty cool. I hear it like takes place in between 2 of the seasons. So I actually was thinking about giving it a try one of these days. Like if I ever like rewatch the first like 3 or 4 seasons of 24 that I actually liked.
That's fun. So, Bill, you'd kind of mentioned already that you have like some kind of rule to kind of make yourself go back and play things that you collect. But obviously, being a collector, sometimes that's it. It's part of being a collector more than a gamer. Sometimes is spending more time just doing everything that collecting goes into. Right? I mean, there's a lot of different pieces to it. Yeah, obviously, you have to go look. Right?
Yes. I mean, there's like I don't look at the garage sailing or my weekly trip to the flea market. Like, I don't consider it work at all. Like, it's fun. I enjoy it. So it's not like the collecting part of it is a chore, and then you finally get the game, which is the prize. Like, the fun of it is the journey, is like all those things that go along with it. So yeah, I don't see I don't really see. Sometimes the line blurs a little bit because like you're having fun while you're out doing it. You grab something, and sometimes there are a lot of things that you get to have in the collection, and that's the end goal. Like, you don't even want like kind of like a miracle piano. Like, it'd probably be fun to like fire it up once in a while, but no one's buying this thing to use it.
Want one to use?
I'd probably play through it and learn a few more songs, but
Krabby's gonna play some synth rock or something.
Oh man, can you imagine if
some flock of
Final
seagulls
Countdown
or something
was on there?
Flock of seagulls. There we go.
There you go. And
I'm a big Judas Priest guy, so I'm gonna play some Turbo.
Oh, there you go. Right. But then you have
it's
the other parts, right? So, like, I think we've all, I know definitely you guys have talked more about, because your stuff's out more than mine. There's that time to just spend with the collection, or to organize it, or to, you know what I mean?
I really like that time. I really do. Like, I go to my parents' house where I have like most of my box stuff downstairs, and I'll just go there, and I'll just go down there, and it sounds so silly when I like say it out loud, but I'll just go and sit there and like look at it. And I'll grab like a random game, and I'll just like read the box as if I were in the store in the 80s. Like, I'll pull it out and be like, oh, like, what is this? And like, I'll try to let like the spine of the game like grab my attention. Be like, oh, like, wow, like low G man, because it stands out like super, super bright.
Yeah.
And you grab that out and you look at it and you're like, oh, wow, that's cool. And then you put it back and you grab DuckTales and just look. So like, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like make-believe time in my basement, but I think it's really
and
cool.
that's even a shared experience at times, because like when I went down to Calgary, I mentioned I got together with a few Nintendo Age guys at different times. The first guy I met that I went game hunting with, we went to his house first, and we just spent like 2 hours in his bedroom, like checking out his collection. He had a really awesome complete in box Nintendo collection. He had the full like N64 library, so we're pulling out titles and chatting like, where'd you get this one? This one's awesome. He's like, watch out for this one. This one's kind of uncommon. Looking through his NES stuff, I'm saying, I got this one. I don't have that one. And like, we just spent hours just going through his shelves. Like, we did not put anything into play.
And that's great. I mean, like when you meet someone who shares the interest, that's one of the coolest things is like, show me your stuff. Like, let me see all your things and let's talk about them for hours.
Yeah. And again, that's the collector side of things. I mean, and I think a real gamer would be like, just screw that. Let's just play a game and play, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the really extreme, like all the way on their side of the slider, would be like, you know how many games you could get if you sold all these? You could buy so many new games.
I hate that when people do that. And do you ever? I know you do. You have those people come to your house, they see your stuff, and they go, "Man, why don't you just sell all this? You know how much you can make?"
Do you know how much this is worth? You could buy like a PS3 and 5 games if you sold all this stuff.
And you're like, why in God's name would I do that? Yeah, because I always notice I have those friends, right? And they'll come over, and what you'll get is that they'll just look and they'll go, wow, well, look, I haven't seen one of these in years. And then like 2 days later, they're asking, they're like, do you have like double dribble? And then they want to play double dribble, right?
I love the random games that people, because like, I mean, obviously you as a collector, like that's valuable. But people will be like, oh, tell me you have Bionic Commando.
Yeah.
And or just like whatever game they grew up with, and then you just show them that box, and they're just like, oh.
Or don't you just pop it because they want to play it, right? They're like, can we please play this? They don't want to look at all the other random games. They don't want to ask any questions. They just want to play that game, right?
Right.
Yeah. So let's play some double dribble. And I'm like, okay.
You know, I now there goes Duke again mentioning a game with a title screen that speaks its name.
Double dribble.
Double dribble.
Yeah. But it's, you know what? Here, Indiana, where I'm at, basketball is probably the biggest sport. So when people come over, if I tell them I have like almost all the almost always it's, do you have double dribble?
Stick in some round ball.
And they want to play. They want to play double dribble.
Only because they didn't make a Hoosiers game for NES.
Probably. But yeah, it's one. But again, you know, that's it. Some people like the game, and they don't really care where I got these or anything else, or they have no idea, and that's fine too. I mean, it's not their thing.
So I've got a question for you guys actually.
Yeah.
So and this is an interesting one to me. It's So I know obviously that you guys that all of us are, you know, if we see a Nintendo game that we don't have, that's something that we, you know, are interested in.
Mm-hmm.
So besides like the Nintendo games, so let's say like for the Wii or for the, you know, PS2 or something maybe a little bit newer. So keeping games that don't have any, you know, like very much retail value, like it's not like something that you could really resell for more than $1 or $2. And it's not something you're crazy about playing. So this is when the So this is when the really big collector side might come out. So is it more worth it for you just to have that thing on a shelf, taking up space, adding to the collection, or having no play value and no retail value? Does that affect your desire to have it in the shelf?
I've gone through times where I've purged those things from my collection, but they always seem to seep back in. And then, like, every 2 or 3 years, I've got a lot of them. And I'm like, why do I have this? How did this get here? Like, I sell them all. And then, yeah, I'm in the same situation, like, 2 years later.
Well, that's it, because you see it, and you just go, I don't have that one. And it's a good deal, right? It's like a couple dollars, or it's $1, and you go, I don't have that one. You know, like, am I ever going to play, you know, like Bad News Baseball on the NES? No. You know what I mean? I'm not. But it fills that hole, right?
Yep. Even with sets, I'm not going for complete. Like with the NES, I'm going for a complete set. But like you said, PS2, I've probably got 3/4 of my PS2 games I'm never going to touch, and I know that. But they look awesome on the shelf.
Okay. Yeah, that was mainly because, I mean, obviously for the stuff you're collecting for, it's different than for something you really don't have any.
Yeah,
you know,
some things have certain appeals. Like I really like the look of role-playing games for the most part. I think they have like the best box art you can get, especially on like PlayStation era up. So I've got a ton of PlayStation 2 role-playing games, and most of them I'll never play. But I just think they look awesome, even if they're not worth anything.
I agree. The PlayStation, and it's partially to do with that I'm going after the PlayStation, the SquareSoft games on the PlayStation 1, but also I just think they look good. I think they're really cool, and like I know I have a thing with spines because most of my games are spined. If the spine of a game is really cool, I like having that game. Like one of the ones I point to sometimes is just I really just like the style of the art style of the Onimusha games.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
I know some people like these games. I'm not crazy about the games. I really liked it. Was it the third one when they brought Jean Reno in?
The whip.
Yeah, that was really cool. So I really enjoy having those games on the shelf because I think they look awesome. So part of it for me, I mean,
you know why those games are awesome?
Really
tank
does
controls.
Make a difference. That's what's up. Tank controls. But didn't Revelations have tank? You didn't like that?
I liked the controls. It kind of ended there. Started strong and then bleh.
Feel bad about that. That game traveled.
It got a lot of playtime. Don't feel bad. I was really interested in it.
I have that same kind of problem with like racing games. It seems like I end up like a lot of other junkie. If I'm not particularly collecting for a system, I get rid of like most sports. But for some reason, I want to hold on to racing games for some reason, even though I don't play a lot of them.
It's an odd one. You don't hear that
I just
too
like
often.
having them.
Usually, it's like shooters or fighters or role playing. That's a weird one.
So when racing games come out, so Duke, are you give me one as an example of one that you've held on to?
Okay, like Cruisin' World, like on the N64.
Oh, okay. So because one of my I kind of thought that it might be like for me like Gran Turismo. I played
like
hell
all
out
the
of
Ridge
Gran
Racers,
Turismo.
like all the Ridge
Okay, yeah.
Racers. I don't
I
like
played the
Ridge
hell out of
Racer
Gran
that
Turismo.
much.
I put hours into 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then 5 is the one that I kind of didn't go back to. But the same thing, like I'll play the hell out of it. I'll finish it. I'll get as much enjoyment as I want to get out of it, and then I know I'm not going to play that game again. But I almost feel like the time I invested in it, I'd rather keep it, put it on the shelf, and be able to look at it and like think about like, oh yeah, I remember playing that game. That was awesome. So sometimes for me, that has something to do with like not getting rid of a game.
I've had a bunch of Gran Turismo games. Again, I never played any of them. I don't like them.
So on games that you haven't even played, you'll still hang on to racing games.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I
That
have in
is
my
weird.
head sometimes that like, oh, this is going to be good. I'll play
I do that
it.
sometimes with like ones that have superheroes on them. Like I've got some Justice League games. I don't want to play them because I know they're going to be awful, but they look really cool.
I mean, I even tracked down the force feedback racing steering wheel for the Xbox 360. I played like a couple of the games. I was like, okay, I guess I'm good.
I know it's like the smallest detail in like the storm of crap going on right now, but I'm actually kind of excited for vibrating controllers.
Oh, for the Xbox One.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it anymore because I know it's just going to start a fight, but I am
don't think
excited.
to start a fight. I
That
think
is
we're
a
all on the
neat
same
feature.
page.
That's a neat feature.
Okay.
I would like us to maybe visit that topic again when there's really more information.
3 weeks from now,
Exactly. Yeah.
There's just not enough yet. There's
not. Yeah.
And I know every other show has had to come out with their, let's talk about the Xbox One release, but there's just not enough. There's not enough to go with. So if you actually care what we think, we'll probably get there. But once there's more information. Okay, so have you ever done this one? I know, Krabby, you have because we mentioned this one before, right? So you ever have a friend that's like, oh man, you just got to play this game. And you're like, oh yeah, I want to play it. And they're like, look, here, just borrow my copy. And you're like, no, I'll get a copy. I'll come across a copy.
So I had okay. So there's I have borrowed games from people for because like I have no problem playing someone else's copy and then having the save file and then once I get my copy just keeping going with it. I absolutely will not do it with a like a friend of mine let me borrow Mario the 3DS Super Mario 3D Land and like to go on vacation with, and I played the hell out of it, and then I didn't even think that when I have to give this card back to them, the save file is on there.
Yeah.
So when it's a memory card, when it's on an Xbox, when it's on a PS3, whatever, like the save file, like you can move it wherever you want. But on card-based games, so like on like like an N64 or something that supported saves, yeah, I absolutely would wait for my own copy. But for stuff where I could have my own save separate, I don't mind playing it separately.
No, I have a problem with that. I've had a friend who's a huge Suikoden fan. He's got them all. And he's always bugging me like, here, I've got Suikoden 1 and 2. Take them. Borrow them. Play them. Let me know what you think. And I keep telling him, no. I'll find a copy eventually, and then I'll play it.
Can you give him my address and tell him that's where you're staying for the next
he's been telling
months?
me to do this for like at least 6 or 7 years. I still haven't found a copy of them, but I still refuse to borrow it because I am determined to find one and just bring it home.
I have a friend who swears up and down that it's the greatest game he's ever played. 1 and 2, 2 especially is what he likes. And he always gives me crap. He's like, that it's like way better than Ocarina of Time. And I said, you haven't played Ocarina of Time. He's like, yeah, still, like it's better than it. But he says, I really think you should just buy it on PSN because you could put it on your PSP or whatever. And I was like, I'd really like to find an actual copy. And then he's like, honestly, at this point, if you haven't found a copy, you're not going to find one. And he's not really in the collector scene, so like
That's not true.
I always have the hope in the back of my head that I'll come across it. There it is, But he's bugging me to get it digitally, and I just can't bring myself.
Don't
to
get
do
it digitally.
Yeah.
No.
I do that. Just like I've got a friend, that just finished up BioShock Infinite. And he's like, oh, man, I'm done. You want to play it? And I'm like, I do really want to play it, but I'll wait until I can find a copy cheap that's new. I don't know why that is.
That's interesting. I mean, yeah, because for me, the save file on the cart is like the big block to that. But if someone has a game and wants to let me borrow it, it might have a little bit to do with I have little to no interest in collecting current gen stuff. So for me, like BioShock Infinite, I'm glad that I have it in my Steam library, and if I ever wanted to go back to it, I could. But if someone had let me borrow the 360 version, I would have played through it and handed it back to them and said, "Thank you very much, I'm all set." And then same thing. When I found a cheap copy, if I really wanted it on the shelf, I'd get it. It's interesting you guys would hold off from playing because you want to play your
I think with
copy.
me, maybe, too, there's probably a part of me that's holding back because I know I've got enough stuff to play here that I haven't played yet. So, yeah.
I hear that a lot.
Maybe if I had played everything on my shelves, then I'd go, bring Suikoden over, I'll give it back to you and I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of look at the same thing as well. I'm going to buy BioShock Infinite at some point in time, and I've got a big backlog. I'm okay with waiting.
Yeah, I hear that a lot from people on Steam, like especially when so it's not like a borrowing type thing, but like for instance Tomb Raider, like the new one that just came out in March.
Yeah.
It was available yesterday, for $13 on Steam. And I had like a $3 credit to the store that was selling it, so I got it for like $10.60. So and I remember saying that as like, hey, like Tomb Raider's $13 right now if you don't have it, and a lot of people are like, yeah, that's a phenomenal price, and like I probably would buy it at that if I didn't have so many things to play right now. They'd rather not have it on the pile, even at a good price.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, if I found a physical copy of it for that price, I'd buy it, even if I knew I couldn't get to it right away. But I'm like, for example, okay, GameFly has a sale going right now with Witcher 2 for 360 is like 17 something, right?
Yeah, not awful.
I've been wanting to play it. I'm probably going to wait till it comes just a hair lower than that. Maybe like 15 is my buy. But I've known ever since that came out that I wanted to play it. My buddy wanted it. He bought it on launch. And so the whole time he's had it, and I could go borrow it anytime I want, but I'll just wait. I've got plenty of stuff on my pile. I'll get a copy that's mine. I'll play it. No big deal.
I didn't like
right?
it. No, I really thought I was going to. Really, really did. High hopes. I bought it really cheap on a Boxing Day sale here. Plugged it in. Hated it. Just can't stand it.
From the beginning?
Everything about it.
It's probably because you bought the PlayStation version,
I don't
right?
think there is one. I think it's only 360.
Oh, there isn't? Oh, okay.
Hey.
That doesn't count. We don't talk about those guys. I'm going to bleep out every time you say Steam. I'm going to bleep it.
And you guys, they're the company that made it, CD Projekt Red, I think they're called. They're working on their next game, or one of their next games is called Cyberpunk. And that's exciting.
I think I heard a little bit about that. Yeah.
Interesting. So is that going to be like based on a property or anything, like a Philip K. Dick or Donaldson?
I don't. They've only had a teaser, which is kind of like a pre-rendered thing, so no gameplay or anything. But the teaser trailer, it looks very like Blade Runner, Deus Ex type of style. So it's really, really interesting, like slow motion rendered video that just trying to kind of give you like the feel of like the universe. So, but I mean the Witcher games. Not to get too far off topic, the first one I've heard is really, it's not a great game. You just play it for story. And then Witcher 2 is really where it's at. But it's interesting that you didn't care for it at all.
It sounds like something I would love. I don't know why I can't get into it.
Okay, here's this next one. I know this is going to... I already can tell Krabby right away on here.
Am I that predictable?
Okay, so you find that game that you want on your shelf, and it's like, okay, I'll give you an example. I saw a copy, we were just talking a little bit more about KOTOR 2 for the Xbox, right? Mm-hmm. Saw it in the shop. The price was decent. Cover looks okay. I open it up.
No manual.
You
leave it sitting on the shelf.
I did. I put it right back and I went, okay. That's it.
I take out my phone. I bring up eBay. I see if there's a manual shipped for like a couple of bucks, and then based on what's available, I still buy that thing. Like Donkey Kong 3. There was a box copy at the store a few weeks ago. Wasn't in great shape, but that's why I got it for such a good price. I think he had it marked at $60, but because of the condition on it, he had a 50% off tag on it, so $30 for a box Donkey Kong 3.
That's great.
Had a little bit of a tear on the front, so you can't. So Donkey Kong's face is gone, but still. it's. I mean, I can't be, if I'm going to be a box collector, I can't be picky. Unless I have $1 billion. So I opened it up, no manual. So I go online and I find one of my favorite. I love when I find something I'm looking for, and it's like from one of my favorite sellers. So he had the manual for like $7 or best offer. I offered $5. He took it like immediately. So I told the guy in the store, I was like, the manual cost me $5. Will you take another $5 off? And he's like, yes, no problem. So, I can work with a missing manual. It's condition that I can't work with.
So, Krabby, what about you?
It varies depending on the system or the game. I'm a stickler for end labels on cartridge games. So if they don't have end labels, like your N64 or your Virtual Boy, I need a box with those. I cannot take it any other way. The only exception I've ever made for that is Sculptor's Cut. I have a loose one.
Okay.
But then there's things.
Yeah, I really don't like the way N64 carts are. If you just have them all, like loose carts like lined up, like I hate not knowing what those games are.
I agree. I don't even like shopping for them because you have to thumb through all the stupid things.
Oh man, it's terrible. And then like the only solution the store has is to put stickers on all of them.
Yeah.
Like, so then it's like, oh, now I got to take the stickers off. I mean, it's usually on the plastic, which is okay, but yeah, N64.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No good way to.
Why did they do that? Right? They had it figured out. Ugh. Anyway.
And Krabby, I think you said you like, and it's mainly because your Nintendo games are obviously they're spined like almost everyone's is, and you just want a really nice. Clean
Yeah, I want to
end
be
label.
able to find the game when I want to pull it off the shelf. Yeah.
So if it's faded, out of the question.
That depends on the price and the game. If it's a rare title that I'm not going to find again, or an expensive title I'm getting for a decent deal, I can deal with a little fading, a little wrinkling, to a point. But if it's something I'm sure I'll find again, even if it'll take a couple of years, but I know another one will pop up, I'll leave it.
Yeah, I've got a Wario's Woods with the end label is ripped off of it, and it really just drives me crazy. But
I got a few of those.
That's the only one I got. So one of these days I'll trade up, but other titles to track down.
The further I get into my collection for NES, the less picky I'm getting with my labels. I used to be a real stickler. And then, like when I bought this Vectrix, the guy gave me a good deal on the Vectrix, so I was like, I'll go grab a couple more things. And I ended up getting a few games I needed for my NES collection, but they all had like label damage, but I didn't care because they were cheap.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes price.
I'll get another
makes
Fist
a
of the
difference.
North Star eventually.
That's interesting. For some reason, I think I've said this before. Cardboard boxes, I don't give a crap if it's missing that. But if they have the nice plastic cases, I'm really bummed out when there's no artwork or when the manual is missing. It really drives me a little crazy.
Would you prefer like those like rental sticker or like rental instructions?
The photocopied ones
that company printed out. It was like
no,
not even the photo like the blue ones. There was actually like a company that would like they made like a single
like a little cardboard kind of almost
those
thick
little
paper
blue cards. So you'd prefer like anything as opposed to nothing?
No,
it
needs to be the manual. I mean, don't get me wrong, I bought stuff without it, and it does perturb me a little bit, but it's got to be a really good deal to make me go, okay, fine.
So now I've got a little caveat to that is cartridge-based games that came in plastic shells like Genesis. I'm not terribly offended if they don't have the manual. I obviously like it when it's there, but I'll take it without. I've probably a third of my Genesis games are missing manuals. Doesn't bug me, but if it's a CD-based game and it's missing the manual, like a PS2 game, a 360 game, that drives me nuts.
Like if you like pull the case out and you can see the disc from the front of the case, it's a deal breaker.
I hate that, especially when you see the spine on the shelves at a store and you're like, yes, and you grab it and you're like, no.
No.
Yeah, you're like, oh man, come on.
That's funny.
Which I guess you could do what you talked about, Bill. But that doesn't enter my mind to go. Oh, let me go manual shop.
There's rare occasions when I'll do that. If it's like a valuable game, I'll piece it together over the years.
Right, and that's the thing. If it's like a game that should sell complete for between like $5 and $7, I won't even bother. I won't even look. But like if it's a Donkey Kong 3 that I'm about to get for $24, I'll do it. I bought a box Shatterhand, no manual. And I was like, oh, that manual, that's a tricky manual to find. Like, I haven't been able to find one on eBay in a while. I see a lot of carts with the manual, so I'm actually considering getting the cart and manual and selling the cart. I ended up talking the guy into like $12 for it, so that's a win.
Yeah.
So, but I think for this particular question, since we are all so on the collector side of things, this might be a thing that like a game, like you ever like go on Craigslist or someplace and like there's people selling like 30 or 40 loose discs. Like,
I hate that.
Could you imagine being a person and you buy a game, take the disc out, you put it in a binder, and then you throw the case away?
Oh my gosh! Oh, how
people
horrible!
did this. So, that's I guess that would be like more along like the gamer and I don't care about the collection
Who
aspect.
does that?
I've had people give me funny
Why?
looks too. Like I went to pick up Kirby's 30th anniversary collection for the Wii, and I was under the impression it had the little pink slipcover and the little book that came in it with the history and stuff. And I went, he just had the game, and I was like, I'm sorry,
Nope.
I'm not interested. And he gave me the weirdest look I've ever seen. I'm like, I thought it came with this extra stuff. He's like, the game's all here. Like, I don't understand. Thought we had a deal.
You don't get it.
You don't get it. Now I'm wondering if he like. So wait, so this was not.
This
a store.
was Kijiji.
This was like a person you were buying it
I
from?
went to the guy's house.
Oh, okay.
And,
I thought you meant you like went to a store and like the store had like thrown away the outer box.
I have creeped out
and
store
stuff.
employees too, though. They've like taken an old receipt out of the game and thrown it in the garbage. I'm like, actually, can you pull that out of the garbage and stick that back in there? I kind of want that.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Well, there's the store Game Dude when I was out in L.A. a couple years ago. It's a really cool store if you're ever in the North Hollywood area. I actually everything is kind of like jewelry display cases, and then behind the jewelry display case they have like the wall of games, so you can't reach them from the sale floor. But you can just you get someone's attention and say, hey, can I see like this game, this game, this game, this game? And they don't like hand you like the case. Like they open the game up and they put it down on the jewelry display case in front of you open, because they know that everyone who's considering buying something from them wants to know what the condition is on the inside.
Good.
So it's a really cool practice the way they do it. And also they have like Funcoland style price sheets with trade-in prices for every system.
Oh, I've seen they used to have ads in magazines. Yeah, I've seen Game Dude. They've been around for a long time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, even to the point where like when I go to the game exchange I go to all the time, I mean, I know the guys, I'm there all the time and whatnot. They're really cool with me, because what I'll do, like if there's a game I want and they've got multiple copies or something like that, I mean, I'll be like, hey, look, can you hook me up? The insert in this one is better, and the manual in that one's better. Can I mix and match to build a nice copy? And they're like, sure. Or if it's like, okay, here's a Saturn game. I want the game, but the case is junk. Can I swap it out for another game that's got a good case? And they're like, sure.
I've totally done that with Saturn and Sega CD games, and more often, what I'll do is I'll open the games up. I'll be like, hey, like, would it be okay if I take the sponge, like the foam from one of these other games, because this one doesn't come with it?
Yeah.
And they're usually fine with it. But you do get a weird look once in a while, like you want a foam brick? Yeah, you can have that foam brick.
Yeah. Now, do you guys upgrade condition like piece by piece on things you get in the house too? Like I mentioned, I've sold several Icos throughout the year. I usually check it to mine, and then I've got I've Frankensteined like the insert disc case and manual from like 7 or 8 different Icos now I've gone through to like have this pristine copy.
I always do that with when I buy lots. That's the first thing I do with lot games is check them against the ones I've got, swap out for the better ones. It's always.
I almost never do, but I don't really find a whole lot of boxed NES lots locally. If I did, I would certainly, any games I already had, I would compare the condition. The only times I normally do that is with NES manuals, because I got so many of my manuals from the closing video store, and they all have like a sticker on them, which doesn't really bug me. I mean, it's in the box. I'm not really going to look at it, but I kind of know in my head that it's there. So if if I find a bunch of games that have manuals with no stickers, I'll just do a manual swap. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that I would compare condition to anything I already have.
Yeah. To me, that's fun, though. Like, that's the good point
Yeah.
of buying a lot. It's like, okay, A,
Yeah.
I'm going to resell these and make money, but B, I can upgrade what I've already got in the process.
Yep, level up.
Okay, now can you tell me if you've gone one step farther with this, and I have? Frankenstein consoles.
Ooh, other than I think I've stolen a pin connector from an NES and switched into another one. Outside of that, I've never gone further than that.
I've done shell swaps.
Yeah, I can't ever remember a time where I was like, oh, this is the only piece on this system that I wish I could swap out with something. I mean, because when I get my systems, like I open them up, I take all the electronics bits out of them, and they get a bath. They get like the toothbrush,
I do that too.
Warm soapy water bath, and like usually when I'm done with that, there's not any like glaring issues. But I mean, I would do that if I had like a working system that had like, you know, a piece that was like faded to hell or just needed to be swapped out with like maybe. The thing is, I don't have like an inventory of broken systems that I can piece out.
Let me give you an example, right? So
Okay.
I just got some Super Nintendos I went through. And doing the RGB thing, I did some research and found that there's one particular motherboard that you can get the best RGB out of. So I started going through the ones I've got, and I go, okay, here, I found the motherboard for the one that's got the best output. But the shell is a little yellowed. But I had another one that didn't have that the shell looked great. So you do a little Frankensteining, and then you have a beautiful one that's going to have beautiful RGB out.
So you just did a shell swap, so the guts exchanged.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I haven't done that, but you know, once I get into the same situation that you're in right now with the beautiful RGB monitor,
yes,
I would certainly not be geez.
You wouldn't be against it?
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed. That's what I was looking for.
I don't know why it's never occurred to me to do that for cosmetic issues, because I have done it for technical issues. It sounds like something I'm going to start doing now that you've brought it up. Just never occurred to me to even do that. Yeah.
I need to get on the Duke school of opening up. Like I don't get a whole lot of systems just because, you know, like my focus is like NES games. I have like an inventory of like 3 or 4 NESs that I haven't gotten around to selling yet. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I just, you know, I give them the regular bath and I make sure that the pin is working good, and then that's pretty much it. But I got to get more on the ball of like looking at the chips and finding that Super Nintendo sound chip or finding the RGB stuff. You know, I just never look at that stuff.
Well, it's going to allow you to sell a system for more to the right buyer.
I need a Duke blog entry on what to look for.
Just listen to the show, I'll tell you. But yeah, definitely. Okay, now this next one, I know, Krabby, you're guilty of this one. I can guarantee it.
Guilty of a lot.
I know you've done a whole lot of this, and that is playing those terrible games just because you have them.
Yep. You don't know if they're terrible until you try them, right? Some of them have that reputation, and I don't think they're often deserved.
So what does that come about? Because it come about was like this guilt thing where you go, crap, I've got all these things. I should at least put the time into playing them.
I was meant to, and then I just realized one day, like a few years after I've been collecting, that the game is so much easier to get games in faster than you can play them. Even with short games like Atari and NES games, it's still easier to buy them faster than you can play them. So then, I was like, I'm going to sit down and go through all this stuff, and I don't care how bad the game is. I'm going to play through it until the end.
How many hours have you sunk into bases loaded games?
Probably right around the 100-hour mark, and I haven't played bases loaded 4 yet.
You could like take a college course.
Yeah, I'll be the bases loaded professor.
And how many hours have you put into
0?
Oh, yeah.
None of the hours.
But Bill, have you done that too?
I actually, to hear you say, you know, a lot of, like Krabby said, a lot of times those like reputation for like being an awful game is not deserved. I totally agree with that. There's a lot of games that have reputations for being bad that are genuinely bad. But there's, you know, every once in a while you will find like, I don't know what people were thinking about this. This game is great. And a lot of my, and that's why you talk about hidden gems. Like, you know, a hidden gem And a hidden gem is not a hidden gem for everyone. I mean, a great game is not a great game for everyone. Like, it's you really like finding. Like, I don't expect everyone in the world to love Outlaw Golf. It just happens to be one of my all-time favorite golf games.
I was going to say the top 10 list is probably pretty short.
It's that one and like Hot Shots or whatever. So, but yeah, it's and a lot of times, more often, what I'll find is this game that has a reputation for being fantastic. Like, this game isn't that great. So, but yeah, it's interesting
and
to,
not just good and bad. Like I like reading people's like top 10 hardest lists, top 10 easiest lists, and top 10 quirkiest lists, and then playing them and being like, no, that list sucks. Like it doesn't fit for me at all.
Yeah. But that's the thing. I mean, if you've ever played your Sesame Street games, I mean, you're guilty, right?
Right. So take that take the argument a bit further. So playing a bad game just because it's in your collection is one thing, but just playing it. But are you talking about playing it like through to completion, knowing that it's awful just because you have to complete it? Because that might be more towards the completionist than the collector.
Krabby? You played some stinkers, man.
Do you think that's a completionist aspect? I know you do like the challenge through Nintendo Age. They were doing like the beat all the Nintendo games challenge last year and this year. So I know that so maybe that's a little bit of a
no. That one was more. I just used that list to help me choose games I wouldn't have pulled off the shelf. So I'm not like taking all the obvious ones, the Contras, Zeldas, and Bionic Commandos. Like people play the popular ones, so I want to try. The games that nobody talks about, like the Overlord and Wampum and Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
Pugsley, yeah.
Pugsley,
yeah.
So that was just more of a way to pick the games that I ended up playing.
Okay. But if this Nintendo completion challenge was not going on, do you think you would still find an excuse to pull them off the shelf and get through them?
I have a blast even with some of these horrendous games, like... I've learned like from playing like what's a good example, like Dragon's Lair the last boss was just insanely hard. Back to the Future 2 and 3 was so confusing, but there's such a sense of accomplishment after sludging through some of those that I feel it's worth it in retrospect. So I don't mind it when I come up against games like that again.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so like I played.
At least you can say never again. Right?
Exactly, you can say I did that. I don't feel the need to do most of them again, but yeah,
I would hope not.
Fun, and it's like that accomplishment or that achievement too. I've literally got a list at home of the games that I've beaten on the NES, and I like to see it grow. And the closer I get to all of them, the better it feels.
Yeah. I guess it's time to plug your YouTube channel, right? They're all on there.
There's a little over 300 of them. I think 325. And that's all licensed games, so I'm right around the halfway mark, which is kind of cool, I found.
Yeah, 2000 Crabmaster.
A friend of mine, someone on my Twitter account, just made like a random comment someday, did anyone ever finish Jaws for the NES? And just kind of making that comment of like, geez, like how many harpoons do you have to throw in his before he dies? And I just replied with the link to the Krabby's video of completing it, and he was like, "Thank you. I didn't think anyone had ever done it."
Yeah. It's kind of like when I remember beating Deadly Towers as a kid, and people were just like, "Holy crap, you beat that
one's got quite a reputation to it."
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know how. It's been too long ago, but I remember because I even took a Polaroid of the final screen. Because that's what you did back then, so you could prove it, right?
Polaroid. And then you sent it in a Nintendo Power and said, hey, look at my high score.
I was going to, but I didn't do it on that one. So I do have a rejection letter or like a thank you letter from like Nintendo, like where I send in a score or something. It's one of those thank you for sending in your blah, blah, blah.
Didn't make it into the book type thing.
I didn't, but that's cool. I've got it still in my collection. It's fun. Okay, so this next one, I don't know if you guys, I am bad about this one.
Are we talking about peripherals?
Yeah, I'm bad about it. I buy all kinds of junk, I guess, probably.
I have like 20% of what you have.
Yeah, I like doodads and little add-ons. I don't know why that is.
Let me clarify. I don't mean I own 20% of the things you own. I mean I have 20% of the peripheral sickness that you have.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, so like I know you buy like everything.
If it's cheap enough, yeah.
There's a handful of things that I really do want for like little to no reason because they're ridiculous or quirky or weird, like the laser scope.
I want a laser scope too.
I want a Konami laser scope.
Somebody's selling one of those boxed.
And quirky.
I think on Racket Boy.
Oh really? I'll have to go look.
I think so.
But like we mentioned before, the Miracle Piano, like that's actually like decent enough where I'd probably like fire it up and see what it was like. But like I know you guys both have a U-Force.
Oh yes, the U-Force.
But you like that?
I do.
Thing,
I don't
right?
think Duke.
No,
does.
it's horrible.
I enjoy it.
It's not good at all. That's not the point.
But you need to have it on the shelf.
Especially the NES, I've got some weird sickness to where if it's a weird, goofy peripheral I've never seen before, and I can get it for a decent price, I'll buy it. I mean, I've got these joysticks that are horrible. I mean, they're just terrible.
I'm a lot different when it comes to peripherals. I only need them if they're required to play a game. So, like, I need a power pad because there are games that require it to play. I need a zapper. I need, what else do I need? I need a power glove. I don't need the U-Force. I don't even have an NES Advantage because I don't need it for anything.
I mean, I will... Okay, because this is almost a little fun for me, too, because...
That's surprising.
There's not as many people that like to do that, so I can kind of troll eBay when I'm bored, and sometimes find these things dirt cheap.
Yeah, I've heard that I forget who the other peripheral collector is.
Speedy
like
NES?
the big one.
He's huge,
Yeah, I couldn't think of his
all.
name, but and I think people have talked to him and the other few peripheral people. It's like when there's only like a half dozen people who are hardcore peripheral, like you can get away with murder on some of these eBay auctions.
Yeah, I've bought big sets of stuff for very little.
There are a few exceptions I have, like Duke mentioned the laser scope. You don't need it to play Laser Invasion, but it would be cool too. But I really, really want a NES hands-free controller. I think those look awesome.
Oh, that's some
bucks. Yeah, there's not a lot of them floating around, but I think it would be so awesome to play something with that.
To me, one of those is about as far-fetched as the zapper scope. I'll probably never have one of those either. Because those things sell for a lot of money.
I don't know if I know the zapper scope.
It's an accessory. It's literally a scope that fits onto the zapper. And they sell
you can
for
lay down and snipe those ducks instead of just putting your gun up to the screen.
Are you're not talking about the quick shot?
Yeah. It's the scope.
That little gray thing.
Yes. That little.
Do you need it to?
That's a cheap, junky piece of plastic that sells for a ton of money.
This thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I didn't know that thing sold for a ton of money.
Yes, it does. Especially you find them sealed, which you see them on eBay regularly sealed. But yes, they go for some cash.
I didn't know
Quick
that.
Shot made all sorts of goofy peripherals, and I still have quite a few I don't have yet. So I do. Sometimes when I'm bored, and if I've got a couple eBay bucks built up, I'll just piddle through eBay on my phone or something, and you never know. Sometimes I come across them as oddballs.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I had no idea that Quick Shot sighting scope, I mean, it doesn't look like crazy. I mean, there's like a buy it now for $40, but still $40 for a little scope.
Yeah, for a little tiny piece of plastic. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And there's people asking 80. Oh, wow, I had no idea.
Yeah. So if you find one, good luck. Yeah, but that's I guess, again, that's collecting, right? There is no value or purpose to one of those.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, yes, this made my, Bayou Billy experience so much better. It's just, you just do it. You just go, this is neat and quirky, and I don't see that. And to me, it's kind of like, I don't see that anybody has these, So it's kind of a neat, unique thing. Like, I would love to have, like, all the different colors of, like, the zipper controllers. There's, like, the hot pink and the green and the yellow and the blue. Yeah. So, if I could find them cheap, I would probably have all the different colors just because Why not?
I'm not a sucker for the peripherals, but I am a sucker for like the collector's editions that come with extra little goodies in them, even if they're ridiculous little goodies.
Heck, I mean, even Connect. I've got a Connect. You guys probably don't have that either,
Kinect.
do you? You have a Connect?
I got one.
Both
Yeah,
of you do?
I got mine early. This kid was selling it for
Oh, I
cheap.
forgot, Bill. Yeah, I know you. Yeah, you've got one. That's right. I forgot.
But I'd have some kid at a gas station
I
for
don't
like
care.
$40 with 2 games when it was like brand new. It was awesome. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Very cool. Well, sorry, that's my weird little thing, I guess. My quirk. Okay, how about this next one? I know this next one has got to get into at least Krabby, all right?
Oh, me, yeah, definitely.
Do you guys have multiple versions of the same
I
game?
do.
Yes, I'm not as bad as I used to be. I remember when I first came to RF because of the checklist initially, and I remember just seeing those little like variants listed on the checklist and think like 3-screw, 5-screw. What is that? Round seal, oval seal? Oh, now I get it. There's like different variants of the game, and I would never go actively seeking a variant, but if I found a different version of a game I already had, I wouldn't get rid of it. So I would have like the 3-screw, the 5-screw, the oval seal, the round seal, whatever. And after a little while,
There are
I
exceptions
kind of,
though, right? Like you'll
in
go
my
after the classic series Blades of Steel or the alternate art Metroid, right?
definitely, yeah. So like the both of those are really good examples. I will go after both. And the only game that I've gone so far as like to get every single version of it is The Legend of Zelda on the NES. I've got like 4 boxed complete versions.
I think you're
game.
missing
Very
like
nice.
7 versions of it. And I'm not exaggerating. There's a guy who's got a list of them on Nintendo Age, and I think there's like 11 or 12 variations of that.
There is a lot.
Oh, wow.
There is a lot, yeah.
Yeah, so I've got all the ones on the RF Gen checklist. So I'll
Yeah,
have to
he's
compare
got
with
the minor
Nintendo
variants. Yeah,
Age,
RF Gen's
checklist.
got, you know, like the seals and the colored shells and stuff, but he's got all of the minor little tweaks to the box art and stuff. It's nuts.
Oh yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't go that crazy, but yeah, it's. I used to have like 2 copies of Paperboy, 2 copies. Like I had like 2 box copies of a whole bunch of different games, and I was like, you know what, it's really not that important to me, so I put them on the sale list. But I'm a 0 greatest hits guy. I know some people, I have the greatest hits games, like for whether it's for variant or they don't mind the greatest hits, but I don't allow platinum, greatest, green label, whatever games into the.
I will, but
That's
then I'll
funny.
like upgrade them when I can find a black label.
Yeah, I'm that.
The
I'm
only
that
exception is sealed. I did come across a sealed greatest hits Xenogears. So I picked that up, and that was just for a resale because I already had a black label copy. But a sealed Xenogears, even greatest hits, that's a good buy.
Yeah, I'm like Krabby. If I want to have the game and all I have, or I get a good deal on greatest hits, I'll do it. But yes, if I have the opportunity to change it over, I will. Isn't that weird? Is it? I mean, when you stop and think about it, does it just strike anybody else as that's just plain why? It's the same stinking thing.
That's, I mean, like we talked about earlier about how important like the box art and the look of the game is. And I feel like that green label or that platinum hit label, like it really does throw some people. Nintendo didn't do a terrible job in the N64 generation by just like kind of putting that like seal on it, the platinum seller or the million.
I think they did
million
okay with
club
the
or whatever.
Wii Nintendo Selects too, because the spine is still good.
Yeah,
The
it doesn't,
front
like,
is super
stick out.
ugly.
It's just
but
got like
at
a
least
little
the
coin
spine's
on
alright.
it. A few. There's what was it? There's a couple that have reversible inserts, so that you can actually flip it around so the Nintendo Select doesn't have to show.
Now,
which is kind of nice.
To me, the gravest offenders are Xbox 360 and PS3 because they have different colored plastic cases.
Cases, yeah, that's terrible. I don't know who and I know the marketing part of it. Like there's a person like who made that decision who is thinking, we just want to make it really, because the people who they're marketing to are not the people who know about this game. It's the parents who just walked into a store, they're buying a system, and they want to buy
and they want to know, 100,000 people have loved this game and bought it.
Stuff.
It's going to be decent,
yeah,
at least.
Yes. So that's who they're marketing to. But I mean, I wonder if anyone at that company knows that they are hurting sales from the other demographic by having that.
And Duke knows this. I've
super
passed
different.
on about a dozen of those stupid red box Dead Spaces, waiting for a Black Label one.
Well, I've got one here for you. So,
because people used to come into Best Buy and they buy PS3 and they were like, okay, like what games are great, and you would kind of walk them through the aisle and be like, oh, this is really cool. What kind of stuff you get into? Blah blah blah. And but after a little bit, they just wanted to browse around. You would inevitably say, okay, you see all these red cases. Those are kind of their best sellers, greatest hits. So and they're not expensive. So they're doing it so they stand out to people.
Now, do you guys ever buy multiple copies of a game because you really love the game? You just pick it up whenever you can for cheap, just because it's awesome.
I've done that with NES games before.
But to keep, not to
flip,
to keep them on the shelf.
Usually I have the intention to keep them, and then I eventually flip them because I go, this is dumb.
I can't think. I mean, if I have a box complete Contra, say I love Contra and I love Mike Tyson's Punch Out. If I found box copies of those, I would totally sell them as soon as possible. Like I said, the only game I've done that with, and I'm not even really sure why, is Legend of Zelda for the NES. Maybe because Gray Cart, Gold Cart. And just because that game is such a big deal in my Zelda career, it's what got me into it. It's I really actually do enjoy the minor box variants and cart variants, but I can't imagine just grabbing 3, 4, 5 copies of a game. I love that game.
I have done.
Well, I mean, like Dead Space, I've got the PS3 and 360 versions of that. And because the PS3 one was cheap at a yard sale, I'm like, this is a great game.
Nice.
And for
so real quick, but so you have the 360 and you have the PS3 version.
Yes.
Let's say tomorrow you go to a garage sale and you find Dead Space 3
$2.
Black Label for $2.
Yeah, I'd probably still buy it again.
And now let's say you go to another garage sale and you find another one for $4.
$4 is maybe a little high. $2, if it was a $2 again, maybe I would. I don't know.
Okay, at what point, at what number of Dead Space 3s do you stop purchasing them to put them on your shelf?
Well, that's the thing, is I would probably take them home and go, okay, I got a good deal, and then realize, okay, that was dumb, and then sell them. But at least in my head, see what happens, the conversation goes in my head, oh, this is a great game, it's so cheap. And so there's part of my brain that understands, even if I don't want to keep this, I can make money.
When I used to play a lot of Magic cards, people they'd bring their trade binders to trade cards in between games. And a lot of people, it wasn't too uncommon to flip open their binder, and the whole first page, which would be 9 cards in a binder sleeve, would be the same card, and it would be because it's one of their favorite cards. They'd have a deck built around Force of Will, so they'd have 9 Force of Wills in the front there, and they would just be their show off page. I kind of have that with some games where, if you look at my small scores recently, I own 11 copies of Sin and Punishment right now.
Oh, whoa,
I love
what?
that game. And I'm $3 and it's sealed. Give me all of them. So I bought all of them from EB Games, both EB Games in town, because they were so cheap.
All right, Krabby.
I remember seeing that post, and some people started talking do you think the value is going to go up? And I said I mean, I don't think so. I don't think it's too terribly uncommon. It's a good game. I mean, it's.
I just love Sin and Punishment. I'm $3. Give me all your Sin and Punishment for $3.
Okay.
They're sealed.
Krabby, do me a favor then. You're sending me a package, right? Can you send me a Sin and Punishment? I don't have.
Oh yeah,
that
I can work something out there. And then I really loved Brutal Legend, so I've got both. I've got a copy on both systems, and then I've got the signed one that Bill did for me. So I've got 3 copies of that one too, and I have no plans to ever get rid of any of them.
Yeah, I can see it. Is sometimes it's when the price is right. I mean, see, so Krabby did the same thing. He went, "Wow, this is so cheap and so good."
But
right?
I haven't had that moment where I'm like, "Oh, that was stupid," yet.
You'll probably get there once you go, "Oh, okay, these are once the price already starts going back up, right? Won't you go, "Okay, maybe I should just sell these."
Maybe one.
And actually,
if you have 10 copies, I mean, come on.
And that connects to the next little bullet we had, was buying games. And this is one that's a gray area. Or kind of a weird one for me. Buying games because they are cheap. Now, for me, again, when you're talking about a subset you're working on, a collecting goal you're working towards, like I get it. For something that I have no interest in collecting, like for like the big one the last couple years has been Duke Nukem Forever. So Duke Nukem Forever came out. It was what it was. You either like it or you don't like it. There's people on both sides of the argument. Not important. The important part to me is like it kind of like everywhere at the same time. It just became like a $5 game, and I read so many people that were saying like oh, that game is probably like I would never play that game in a million years. Oh, it's $5. Sure, I'll buy it for $5.
Guilty.
If I'm buying a game specifically to play it, and I know I'm not going to enjoy it, there is zero. There's no amount of money that you can drop your game to that like if Duke Nukem Forever was $1, and again, if you like the game, that's great. Like I'm glad that you like it. For me personally, I know that I wouldn't like it. I played a little bit of it. If that game was $1, there's still no way I'm buying it.
Really? I love EB Games when they do these little like spring cleaning sales and they put like a whole bunch of games in a bin and they're all $5 or less. I will grab anything I don't know that's like less than $5 because I'll at least try it. Like I've had a lot of stinkers. Like I got the Xbox Hobbit game and I got Conan on the PS3 from there, and they're horrible. But you know, every once in a while you find those gems, and I feel it's worth sludging through all that crap to eventually find the good ones.
I will agree. If a game costs as much as like a hamburger, that's like okay. You know what I mean? This is nothing.
Go buy a hamburger.
This is nothing, right? This is an insignificant amount of money.
Right, but I mean, you're right. Like that one purchase is insignificant. But if you do this like every week,
well, I don't
for like a summer. Well, I'm not saying you do, but like you know, a lot of people who they'll say to me, "Oh, you should totally buy this game," and I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad price,
okay. Wait. Steam sales, Bill.
Steam sales,
Bill.
Okay.
How many cheeseburgers could you have eaten with your Steam sales?
Yeah, how many Steam games do you have that you bought because there was a deal on them and you don't care for them?
I'll tell you that right now because I have them sorted.
Do you have like the crap list?
I have.
What do you name that list?
Well, no, you can create categories for your game. So I have arcade, classic, completed games. This is like the category. Like so, I have and then I have regular games list. So the games list are ones that I want to play, and when I complete them, I move them to the completed. So it's kind of like a checklist. So completed games, indie, Mac, because they actually have a separate install for certain Mac games, so I just separate those. Then I have a list that's called Not That Into, and then I have like my full games list. So in the Not That Into list, there are about 45
out of 190.
games
You said
that I. Yeah,
so almost
a
quarter of your library.
Oh, we don't need to go into percentages.
Yes, we do.
But the reason is like, so there's a few reasons. The humble bundle. So if you guys are familiar
again,
with humble,
price,
like,
right? Buying games
well, yeah,
you
but,
don't
so,
want.
Yeah,
so if I bought the Journey
keep
Flow
listening.
Flower
Not
like
done.
combo disc for $1
I
and didn't like 2 of the games
understand,
on it, wouldn't that be the same thing?
It's a group of games. Games.
But no, like what? So what I'm saying is like, oh no, it's the Journey Flow Flower bundle.
That's 3
one
games.
Game. No, it's one game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But isn't that like a
on
humble bundle? If I get it for cheap, I'm getting several games, even though I only want one. I don't like the others. How is that different than getting a humble bundle?
Because with the humble bundle, like, so the point was like knowing going in, okay, this isn't good, but I want like it's a low price, so I'm gonna buy it anyway. So a humble bundle, if there are like, you know, end up being like 10, like sometimes there's like 10 or 12 games in this thing, and some of these games sell for like $5 to $7 each. So it's like, well, even if I want 5 of those games,
this is still the same thing.
I'm literally paying for the 5 games that I want. And then there happen to be 7 games.
So how is that different if I spend $1 on like Title Legends on the Xbox and I get like 20 games and I only want 5 of them?
But you're not talking about a collection. You're talking about buying Duke.
No, I'm talking about a collection now.
Knowing that you're not going to like it.
Okay.
Oh, they're the same.
So this to me is rationalizing.
Yeah,
that's all you're doing here, Bill. This is just rationalizing the same behavior.
Well, that's because it's rational.
No, when you rationalize, you tell rational lies.
You guys,
I get it.
Wordplay.
There you go. But look, you did it because it was a deal, right? And you said
No.
oh, come on.
Did it because he hates cheeseburgers.
Yep.
But there is, I mean, like when I went to that pawn shop, right? They said 360 games, buck. I didn't care. I mean, I've got like games that I probably will play. I played maybe once, but they were $1. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm like, what do I care? It's
Well, yeah,
$1.
So even in that, so you know how you, so okay, so let's say they had games that were $1, right? Let's say they had like 60 of them. You still looked through the games.
They probably did.
And chose the good ones.
No, we bought like about everything. Between me and him, he plays a lot more sports stuff. So he bought most of the sports.
You looked through the games though, right? Like you looked through.
Yeah,
them.
so we wouldn't get like multiple copies of the same game. Yeah.
Okay, so but you literally bought a copy of every single thing that
Just
they had.
about. Just about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would buy.
Because he likes sports, so most of the ones that were sports, if they only had like a copy that was like here's sports, I don't care. And most of the ones that weren't sports, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll take some of those if he didn't want them. And we probably, between the two of us, bought 60 games.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just maybe that has less to do with like the price and more to do with the fact that it's current gen for me. And maybe because I have like, my backlog comes into it at that point too. Like even if I can get like 10, kind of current gen games for like $3 or $4 each, I'll almost never do it. Just partially because I don't collect, and partially because I have such a big current generation, list of games that I want to play. That might have something to do with it. But like the thought that the first thing that comes into my head is the reason I wouldn't do that is because, if it's a game that I know I'm not going to like, there's no amount of money you can make that.
How do you know you're not going to like it if you don't try it, though?
Yeah,
Well,
you said you played that one before, but
that I did
a
play,
game you've never played, you
played
just
the demo.
feel like you're not going to like. Even if it was $1, you wouldn't give it a chance?
Yeah, even if you like remotely, and it's $1.
It depends on the game. Like you said, like sports games, almost zero chance.
Sure.
Like if it's a copy of like Cyber Tiger, no.
But you loved golf,
though. Like I love certain golf
I thought
games.
you loved all golf games.
Like, yeah, see, it really depends on the game. Like, if it's like a disc only, and if it's like $1, and if it's something that I have like just the most remote passing interest in maybe trying, even if it's just to know, hey, I want to find a complete copy of that later, then yes. But I wouldn't, if there's like a bin of like, discs that are like $1 each, I wouldn't buy a ton. I would buy like maybe a handful.
You're crazy.
Just to try.
So let's quantify entertainment value for a minute, right? Just let's say like a movie, right? Movie, let's say it's 2 hours and costs $10, right?
I absolutely do not equate time to entertainment value.
Agreed.
But I'm saying would you pay for a movie you like to see, a 2 hour movie, like $10?
Sure.
Okay, all right. So
I just paid more than that for Star
I would
Trek
not.
and IMAX.
yeah.
It's too much.
Okay, but
Too
let's
much
just
for a movie.
let's just do a math problem for a minute, right? So what you've equated there is you feel pretty good about $5 for an hour's worth of good entertainment, right? Is reasonable.
Yeah.
So and
I'm still uncomfortable with the amount of time.
and even the chance of having an hour's worth of entertainment for $1, you wouldn't take that chance?
Well, is the chance of winning Powerball worth $1 every week of your life?
Okay, the odds of winning Powerball and the odds of maybe this is a good game are so far apart, it's not even worth talking about.
If you're talking about Duke Nukem, it's pretty close.
All right, I think we're just having an argument for argument's sake at this point in time.
But no, I absolutely see what you're talking about, and like honestly, like when you try to rationalize it with actual, real life ration. Yeah, I mean, like it's is it worth one of my dollars to find out if I might maybe like this game? At the end of it, like if I bought that game and didn't like it, I wouldn't be really upset that I lost that $1. It was $1.
Right, it's $1.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. Like I have a hard time buying like tons of cheap games that I have no insight on whether or not I'll like them. Like it scares me.
Really?
Yeah.
But you're sitting on 40-something Steam games that you'll probably never touch, that you bought.
No, I'm moving through. Like it's the same thing. Like, you know how we talked about how I was collecting Nintendo for so long, and so, like, you know, I was going so strong at it for a while, and I was like, wow, I haven't played these things in a while. I've really slowed down my Nintendo collecting to be able to play a lot of them. Same thing with Steam. Like I've passed a lot of sales in the last handful of months because I actually have a list of, like, okay, this is the next game, the next like 5 games I'm going to play. And even if I, like, you know, want to fire up something, like, nope, I want to try to stick to the list and try to get through these things. And I'm also, I don't like playing games just because they're in my library, just because they're on a list. If I'm genuinely not having fun with the game, I will stop playing it, and I'll possibly revisit it at a later time. So, like, the games that are in this Not That Into list are games that I have fired up, started playing, and I just said, like, maybe it's not for me. And those are a lot of, like, what you guys are talking about, like the Fear collection. I bought all of the Fears for probably like $5. Heard good things about them. Some people like them. I played Fear 1 for like a couple hours. And I was like, I understand why people like it. It's not for me. So I put it in that Not That Into list, and maybe I'll go revisit it.
So Krabby then. Games for $1. Are you in?
I'm always in.
Yeah. Right. I mean, because even if there's the possibility that you could enjoy it,
I'll take
it's
it all for
$1, right?
Yeah. I'm not picky.
Yeah.
What do I have to show if I have a hamburger? I just got to run an extra
I'm
20
too
minutes
picky.
on the treadmill the next day. With the game, you know,
Right, it's
I
like,
got a game. I can sell it for $1, I'm sure, if I hate it.
Yeah. Or, you know, just don't buy a Coke. You know what I mean? Who cares?
I can't.
Bill cares. All right. Bill cares.
I even buy cheap games with
And
this express intention of not playing them sometimes because they're $1. Right now I'm looking at a copy of Master of Illusion on the DS on my shelf. I bought it for $1 because it comes in a big box, cardboard box, and it's got a sealed deck of cards in it, and I thought that was really cool. I'm never going to open it. It's like it's not even a game. It like teaches you card tricks.
I would probably, if somebody had complete DS games, even like $1, even if I didn't know, I would probably,
and right next to it's like Cookie Monster's like Counting Carnival or something. It's got this cool little fat stylus thing it came with in a cardboard case again. Bought it for $1. Never gonna play it.
But I do have a limit.
So
I do have a limit. For some reason, I don't know why, like the used game store I go to, Game Exchange, they have Atari 2600 games. They're all $1. Doesn't matter what it is. And they have like a whole wall of these
Buy
things.
them out.
But I don't bother to go pick up the ones I don't have.
Why don't you just bundle them and then get them cheaper? 50 cents, is that the limit? If you get 10, he'll drop it down a bit.
I don't know. I guess maybe if I said, look, screw it, I'll buy every one I don't have. Can you do me, 40 cents a pop or something?
It.
But
you'll bring a $10 bill in with you, and you'll end up leaving with a whole bunch of new Atari games. It's awesome.
You know, I just realized, you guys, I'm actually, I totally, like, when I put these games into that Not That Into label, I mislabeled a whole bunch of them that I meant to put into indie, and they dragged me to the wrong one. So there's actually not
whatever.
Games that I'm not that into.
Sure, nice try, Bill.
I'm leaving Deus Ex Invisible War in there because I don't think it's good.
Whatever you say.
I haven't played it yet.
Here, I'll get you the updated.
Trying to make yourself feel better. There you go.
I'm telling myself rational lies.
There you go. So Krabby, so like I know you don't really care much about 2600 at all, right?
No. What's his name? Banana's been pushing me into it, and it's grown on me.
So would you, at $1 a piece, buy 26? No matter what it was, would you just buy a 2600 game for $1 a piece?
Yeah, I might. Yeah.
Really?
I definitely would, because I don't have a 2600 yet.
You don't have a 2600,
I'm
Bill?
not going after. No, it's crazy, right? All the stuff that I've come across,
Yeah.
I haven't come across a 2600 for a good price. They're at the flea market all the time, but it's like a system with like 30 games, and the guy wants like $125. And it's like, if I knew more about the games, I might know if that's a good deal or not. But they look like, yeah, they look like all the games. Like they have like
Defender
all the
and
games that everyone seems to have. Yeah, Defender, Mystical Man, Pac-Man. It's like it all just seems so common.
Yeah, they're quite obscure up here. Anything like prior to the N64 is pretty hard to find, so I'd go for $1 for even older stuff like that.
Well, if you ever want, this shop I got has truckloads of it, and they're $1 a piece. I could probably get a deal if you do want. Let me know. I don't know why that is. I guess there's a part, because in my brain that I've been around and I played them so long, they were $1. I mean, even back then they were, when they were trying to clearance them out, they were $1. So there's just, to me, it's like, okay, they've got to be worth less than that.
I used to be able to buy these sealed for $1.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, and to me, so part of my brain says, look, probably like 25 cents is probably a good price
just
for 2,600
them
games.
up, man.
Maybe.
Just-
Maybe.
So 28 games are actually supposed to be in that category. I think so now. It's still a lot. I will give you that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So 20%.
But a bunch of them I really thought I was gonna enjoy.
That's okay, but we all have games in our libraries that suck. It's okay.
No.
I mean, nothing
we
wrong
don't.
with that.
Yeah, we do.
We do. I'll be the first to admit.
Yep.
I thought
Sorry,
we were
you're
going to
right.
be good.
I do have a
and
copy
we're
of Final
not.
Fantasy 12. I'll admit it.
Do you have a copy of
I
the
do.
last one?
I
I
have
actually-
the guide for
when
it
you
too,
were
and the
talking about,
guide
like,
is like a freaking encyclopedia. You could kill someone with it if you dropped it on them.
The thing about that game is like I love the artwork. I love the I don't know
Yeah.
if you call it foil,
Oh,
but it's
yeah.
got like a
It's kinda
reflective
foil.
type cover. Yeah, a little bit. And I mean, as much as I really despise that game, it's a super.
Plus, it's
pretty
not like
thing.
anyone's
It
going to
is.
give you anything
And,
for it, so you might as well just keep it.
Yeah. And if anyone ever robs my collection, that'll just be sitting there on the floor alone. All the great games gone, and the last remnant just on the floor.
No, it'd be worse than that. They would steal it all, and then they would come back and not ring your doorbell and go, here, take this crap back.
Yeah. Sorry, we didn't mean to take this. I know that there's a chance now that we'll get caught, but it was worth it to get rid of this thing.
That's funny. Well, good. Well, that's a lot on that topic. Is anything else that you guys want to bring up about collector versus gamer?
That nobody's wrong.
Yeah,
That's true.
That's a good point.
That's true.
That this is an exploration of the differences between some of the two of the main groupings of the kind of people that you run into doing this stuff. But I mean, there's going to be people who disagree and have different views on it, but nobody's wrong.
No, absolutely. It's a hobby, right? Enjoy the parts you enjoy. There's nothing wrong with it.
I've met
Good,
some
good.
interesting people too that I don't even know where to put the slider for them. Like I've seen a guy pay $300 for a sealed and graded copy of River City Ransom so he could tear it open and play it.
Oh,
That is so crazy.
Why would you do
Well, I mean, and
that?
you're Krabby, we actually should have. I'm surprised this didn't come up when we talked about like multiple copies of the same game. But you have a sealed
Yes.
Ninja Turtles, and just because obviously you love Ninja Turtles, you love that game.
Yeah, it's
you
kind
have a record in
I think of
game.
that one more as a
Um,
try than like part of the game collection. It's kind of a separate entity.
Gotcha.
Well, good. Well, as always, Ian, this has been kind of our take on it. We'll love to hear, you as the listener, your feedback and kind of where do you fall in there? Are we crazy? I mean, or are you with us? Fun conversation. We'll look forward to hearing some more. And thanks for checking us out on that.
Totally. And hit us up on @Collectorcast at Twitter. Let us know if you're going to be at Too Many Games in Philadelphia.
What?
And maybe we can.
And
hook
what
up with some
day
people,
is Too
trade
Many
some
Games
on? June 14th, 15th, and 16th. We'll be there all 3 days, as well as the day before. So if anyone wants to find a local arcade with us, we'll probably be down for that. Also, our show is on Saturday. We've been bumped to 1 p.m. So if you we're planning on coming and checking this out for about an hour, it's going to be 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
All right, well, thanks everybody again for listening to another episode of the Collectorcast. We have a lot of fun doing the show, and hope you guys enjoy listening as much as we have fun putting it together. As always, taking us out. First off, want to say thanks. So thanks, Bill, for being on the show again.
Absolutely.
A lot of fun. Thanks, Krabby, for crawling out of the snow igloo.
Anytime, yeah. We finally lost our igloos for the summer. We've got to build our summer shelters now.
Your hovels. Summer hovel.
Right. So a couple different places you can find us. So Krabby, where can people
At
find us?
rfgeneration.com, of course.
Yes, home base. Come chit chat with us. Post your stuff so we can talk about it.
Add
Right?
as much data as you can to the database. Build it up.
Yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. Maybe you can compete against Krabby for the record.
I don't have the record.
And then Bill, where else can people get a hold of us?
Collectorcast.com.
Yeah, find all the shows. At least for right this second, all the shows here soon. As we mentioned before, some of those will be kind of moving somewhere else, but for the moment, you can catch those there. If people want to chit chat with us, Krabby, we're a couple different places,
The
right?
Facebook and the Twitter.
We are. Yes, we are on Facebook and at Collectorcast on Twitter. So very good. And where else can people find the show, Bill?
I get the show on iTunes.
Mm-hmm.
And we mentioned it earlier in the show. We super appreciate all of the people who take the time to write a quick review or just give us some stars. It helps other people find the show, and it helps us kind of show up higher on the search threads when people are looking for a podcast. So even if you just take a few seconds, a couple stars, and let us know what you think, that helps us out.
Certainly. Can people find us elsewhere, Krabby? If they want the show?
YouTube.
Yes, the mighty
That's my
YouTube.
It's always the
Yeah.
fave.
Yeah. Yeah, you
I
definitely
can
get us
grasp
there.
YouTube. I don't quite grasp Twitter yet.
People can also find us on the Stitcher Smart Radio app, right? So Stitcher.com / RF Generation. You can use that promo code as well. So we're on there, the Collectorcast. Check us out on Stitcher. And I think we're still on Podcast Pickle.
That's where we get all our downloads, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, why don't we mention that one first?
Maybe we should next time. So very good. Thanks everybody for listening to another show, and we'll talk to you next time.